Oh look, I pulled up YouTube and the first thing that popped up was
Does it say we're live?
no. It says upcoming.
So do I gotta click go live on YouTube?
Probably. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we are live.
So we're on freaking YouTube live right now.
We are. Yeah, we are. It's
Wow.
there's if you pull it up, there's a little bit of a delay, but I always have it pulled up just so I can see like the live chat.
Well, sweet. I don't know when Flip's gonna get here or not. Am I sounding loud enough? We didn't even check all that.
Yeah, you sound fine.
All
I
right.
don't know. My wife said last time we did this, I was quiet. But
When you and her did it?
no, she was saying last time, when we did the live stream with Jonathan, she said I was
Oh yeah, you were quiet on that one.
quiet.
You
So she was
sound
saying
loud to me on this one, but
yeah. Well, she's saying to keep the mic closer to me or something. I don't know.
yeah, I gotta do that too in general. Although these blue mics, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I got the same mic as you do, so it.
Yeah.
I can hear you really well. So.
I'm gonna see if I can pull it up on the YouTubes. Got anybody's there?
I don't think so right now.
Podcast. So the script, they totally changed everything, and when they changed everything, it really kind of like it made it harder. Like I have to learn it again. Yep, there it is live. There's Christopher.
Yeah.
Right on. So now I'm seeing the delay. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, I always just I pull it up and I pause it and just keep an eye on the live chat.
Nice. All right. So what's up? What's up?
Nothing at all.
Before the crow's nest. He's also listening out there. So how was Thanksgiving? Did you stay on diet on Thanksgiving? I don't. You weren't doing diet, were you? You weren't even doing it.
See, I've been eating. I've been trying to find like balance, right?
Yeah.
And so I've been eating really, really well during the week, and then just kind of doing whatever, but within reason on the weekend. And so I've eaten like shit this weekend, but you know, nice. That's what the pilgrims would want. The colonizers, the genociders. That's what the genociders would want.
I only ate fish and rice and stuff. That's all I ate today.
Oh yeah. See, I'm gonna be really good. From here until Christmas, I'm gonna be really good, and then I'll eat like dog shit on Christmas, and then January, going hard, doing all those, doing no alcohol, no video games in January. Try to work out too. So
no video. I always have a rule with video games that it's like I can only do it if I can't think of anything else to do. And still sometimes it comes up, even busy as I am, it'll come up and I'll be like, oh, I've got an afternoon now where I've got all the chores done, and then I'll do them. But because usually whenever I'm watching TV or something, I'm playing the guitar, practicing some little lick in the middle of it. So I can't practice a lick in the middle of playing playing a video game or anything like that. But kind of bums me out when there's stuff like God of War out there. But
yeah,
I never even got the PlayStation 5. I don't know if that'd be any good on PlayStation 4 anyway.
I mean, the first one was on PlayStation 4 and it was great. I guess first, I mean the most recent one before it. I know it is on PlayStation 4, but I don't know. I'm liking it so far. I do the problem is I know who made it, and I'm real jumpy with like stupid words. Like there's like good lessons to be learned in the story, of God of War,
Uh-huh.
right? But then like every time you hear one of them say like we need to be better or something, like, oh, shut the fuck up. I know who
They
wrote
say
that.
that stuff. Oh man,
Well, yeah, but it's like
they have
it's a
present day
group of people that
comments.
legitimately do need to be better, right? Like it's
Yeah,
I
but they're
was I
using.
was so I like the game. I really want to like the game. It's hard when you
They're
know
just
all of
using
the
current day
buzzwords.
lingo. Like they could have said that in a different way. Like
They are well, and that's a thing that does kind of irritate me about it is it's the 2010s awkward comedy. I hate
in the
it.
game.
It's not there's not a lot of it in this game, but there's a little bit of it, and what I mean is like when you get two characters that are in an awkward situation and like part of the humor in it is to just talk about how awkward it is. This happens all the time on Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and I hate it. Like
Oh, they're overly
that show's
self-aware.
yeah, so that show's not bad. It's got some good parts to it. My wife loved it.
I watched like
Eh,
3 seasons of it, and then I only fell off for not for ideological reasons. I just fell off.
yeah. See, I liked all the characters except Andy Samberg. I hated him. Him and the main actress.
Andy
I can't remember her
Samberg's
name.
always driven me nuts, but
See,
he
I
doesn't.
like him in a lot of things, but in this, all he does, his entire shtick, is that he gets into awkward situations and then just awkwardly, oh my god, and now I'm making it more awkward by pointing out how awkward it is. This is so awkward. I'm like, dude, shut up.
Like the
Shut
same
up.
gag every
Shut up.
time.
Shut up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike him because of anything ideological either. I think sometimes he just kind of rubs me as like overly obnoxious. But I liked have you seen that movie? It's kind of like a
Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day movie.
Yeah,
that
Palm
was
Springs.
pretty good.
I
That was
really
pretty
liked
good.
that movie.
Hi.
Flip. Hello.
For 3 checking in.
So yeah, I don't know if we should start saying anything about that. Nobody's watching, but they'll probably watch it later if they pick it up, and because people kind of watch this over a couple days anyway. Like it usually takes 3-4 days to get a couple hundred views, but we technically haven't released any of that stuff where we already talked about it, so we should talk about it again. But,
Sure.
Oh,
we can't.
Crusty
my
Mormons.
glasses.
Yeah,
But you're talking about the.
we haven't talked yet. We're just talking video games so far.
Oh.
You playing any video games?
I play Civ 6. I'm such a nerd.
How
playing
new
today.
is that one? Is that
It's been out
new?
for like 6 years, but they just released some new content for it. But I mean, like that thing's like I started playing Civilization with Civ 2 in 1995. You know, like, and I've played every version of the game up until now. And talking about this is one of those things. I mean, to jump into shit we talk about, where like just plain life experience in a field makes it impossible for you to be a feminist, because going all the way back into ancient time of Anita Sarkeesian, you know, and all this shit. We're like, oh, video games are dead. And, you know, it's just toxic masculinity and stupid and all this shit. And, like, the shit I played in the 90s that taught me so much about, like, history and language and art and culture and all kinds of crap. And, like, I think about it was Microprose. In fact, I was just watching some dorky YouTube guy being nostalgic about old school video games. But, there was a submarine game by, was it Sierra Dynamics? I can't remember. But, like, the manual for this game was like 300 pages long, and 200 pages of it was just like a really excellent little crash, like time life condensed history of World War II, submarines, tactics, and stories about the people involved in it. And just listen to Anita Sarkeesian and like what she thinks video games are, like compared to the reality of what it is, you know. And then of course, like, you know, you can link to all the supercuts people have made of female leads going all the way back, you know. Like Metroid is the first one that I remember.
Well, Anita Sarkeesian, I remember that was really the first time that, because I was aware of like the academic criticism, but that was the first time I really became aware of it becoming pop. I guess Vice was probably already there at the same time too, but it became pop to become a crap critical theorist. and I remember her criticisms. I watched like some of those videos of her. What is it, Women in Gaming or something like that? What did she call it? It was so junk. It was so garbage. I remember it took her years to put it out. She had to round up $150,000 to do it, and she put out like 5 videos that we honestly could do in a weekend. You know,
the other thing that's funny is like, because I have not spent a huge amount of time in the general online gaming sphere, but like back when Grand Theft Auto 5 was fairly new, like I got a PlayStation 4, and I wanted to play online because that game has so much potential to play with multiplayer if you can find cool people. But there are no cool people in the world.
Oh my
go
God.
online. But like there was one day in particular, but a few times, but there's one day in particular where I was in some, I don't know what you call it, but you land in a group with 20, 30 other people, strangers around the world, and there was some girl, like she sounded like a young woman, and she was trolling and trash talking and being like the filthiest, like, and it was so hilarious. Like it got to the point where like I just put my controller down and I was just listening. I was doing other things, and I was just being so entertained by this girl being like just the worst thing in the world. And the point is she was being totally toxic. And the thing is like it was the fact that she was a girl, you could tell was like totally keying into these guys. Because like, guys say shit talk all the time. Nobody cares. Like it never really goes on very far. But like, yeah. But like those things I found, it's kind of like girls at the poker table. But it's just this whole idea that like people are like, get out, girl. We're like, no, like this girl was being as offensive and obnoxious as possible. Oh, and by the way, she was really good at the game. Like, that because that's the other thing, she was pissing people off. She was doing a good job.
What I did? What I did to find this out was like, I would so one of my favorite games was Just Cause 2. And on Steam, they had a multiplayer mod for it. And these people took this role play thing really seriously. And I would just go there and like troll them because I'm a dick, I guess. And so I get onto this role play thing, and I keep changing my name so they don't remember who I am, because it's actually not the multiplayer is a mod made by players of the game. It's not something released by the game. So it had some faults, and one of those was like you can't see people's gamer tags or whatever. You just see the name that they put on there. So I kept changing my name. And if you were far enough away, they couldn't see your name, so I'd bomb them, and they'd want to ban me, but I was too far away for them to see who I was. But one of the times I changed my name to, I think it was Teresa Lisbon, because it's a character from The Mentalist. And I found out very quickly, people just started giving me stuff. Like,
because they thought you were a girl.
Yeah, they kept coming up to me. So are you really a chick? And I'd be like, yeah, LOL.
Oh my gosh.
They just started like, oh, join our thing. And there's like ranks, and they took it very seriously. And like they gave me like 3 or 4 promotions for nothing. The toxic gamer culture was just like, oh, you're a woman. Here's everything.
And they will just say that, oh, well, that's just the way masculinity is also toxic by being too nice to girls, But of course, that just belies their whole theory anyway. But
all roads lead to toxic.
Yeah, all roads lead to toxic.
It's like anytime,
it's like the reality is,
anytime you point out anything about our current system that sucks more for men, the answer is always, see, patriarchy fucks over everyone. Well, that's not a very good oppressive system, all right? Because if it oppresses the people that it claims that it lifts up to the top, then it's not really good at its job. And how could you really call it a patriarchy?
Patriarchy exists to benefit men at the expense of women, and it works by benefiting a tiny fraction of a percent of men and a lot of women, and basically treating everyone else like shit.
I know. We're on the same team. I've been screaming this forever. Like, please stop calling me privileged. I don't like it, and I want to be on your team.
Yeah.
Like, how do you think you're going to make friends if you just go around telling everybody, like, be constantly conscious of how shitty my life is and apologize for it?
Well, yeah, but there are those groups. Like, that's what the Mormon Stories Facebook group is.
Yeah. The word comes up so much in just like random TV shows nowadays, or random movies, or random whatever. It just drives me nuts. Like, I can't.
It drives me nuts. My office chair is broken. I can't lean back in it anymore.
Really? How did that happen?
Yeah, no. It's because I'm a giant fat guy. I'm too big for life.
Well, That's toxic of you.
Yeah,
It's,
no, it's like, that's one of those things I've brought up so many times though, about like how if I can play that stupid critical game about like, because the world is literally designed around people that are smaller than me, like literally, like they have an average person in mind, and I'm significantly bigger than average. Like I'm like in all dimensions, you know.
What are you,
There.
6'4"?
6'3".
6'3"?
You know, but I'm just kind of generally huge. Like, I mean, every time I tell people my weight, they're shocked. And like, it doesn't matter when I was in my life. Whenever I told people how much I weighed, they always said, "Oh, I thought you were much less than that." But it's just because I'm just sort of generally huge. But yeah, like that's the thing. Like I've had to stoop in most showers I've ever been in. You know, like washing the dishes, I have to bend over slightly at an awkward angle, and I already have back problems because I'm huge. You know, cars, riding the back seats of things, airplanes. There's like 10 gajillion things where it's like the world's too small.
Yeah,
You know?
well, and that unlike being really, really fat, being really, really tall is a thing you can't help.
Yeah.
That's the funniest thing. It's never the tall people that are complaining about like they should accommodate me on airline seats. They are all of them I've talked to are like, this sucks. I'm too tall. It hurts my knees, but whatever. But it's always the fat people.
like if you're really tall and you made it to the NBA, fine. Then you're okay because you can buy giant cars and you can have custom bathrooms made, you know? But like, because, you know, like, I mean, like really simple things. Like I fantasize about getting rich because I'd like to buy a tub that's big enough for me to submerge myself in like I see other people do, you know? Like I've not been able to like stretch out in a tub since I was 12, you know? My legs are too long, you know?
Yeah, it's well, I know a couple guys who made the NBA because they were incredibly tall, and they told me about all sorts of problems they had in life, from just any bed, their feet hanging out from the bottoms of every cover.
Yeah.
My grandpa was a really tall guy too, and I remember he hated Disneyland because he thought his head was going to be taken off on every single ride he ever went on. He thought his head was going to go, you know. And,
yeah.
So listen to John DeLynn talk about. The reason I brought this up is because the word privilege, as you can imagine, comes up here. But Marty actually sent this one to me. She goes, "What do you think he means by this stuff right here?" He's talking. He's trying to be introspective about his motivations.
John and Margie's Mormon faith journey. They're still talking about this?
Yeah, they keep bringing on other people to re-interview them again and again and again and again.
I bet you guys want to hear about our story again.
Yeah, like this is recent, right? Like,
yeah, this week is one of their most recent ones. So they got another interview about them again.
See, what I bet it is,
when the Simpsons did a clip show, like they'd at least do a gag, like they did the musical one, and then they did the one with the bumps with the Troy McClure.
Yeah,
but these guys just keep rehashing. It's just rehash.
No, I know. Well, so here's what I bet it is, and this is my guess, right? I haven't gone back and looked into this. I could be wrong. I kind of want to go back and look into all of the episodes where they recap their faith journey. I bet it does that thing I was talking about the other day where they sort of migrate toward whatever was the appropriate reason to call bullshit on Mormonism at that moment in time. Because when I left it like 5 or 6 years ago, it was all about, historicity and anachronisms and Abraham. That was like all the things that, oh, you're smart for leaving it that way. But now we don't care quite as much about smart. We care about empathetic. The most empathetic reason to leave it is because of the harm caused to the LGBTQIA plus community. And
Jared, it works exactly like the different versions of the first vision.
Yeah.
Just whichever one works at the time.
Yeah, like over time, why I left the church
vision
changes to whatever is the thing he's talking about now.
We're mainstream Christians now.
Because when he originally left the church, he did it under protest and considered it a bad deal. So
when you guys were in church, did you ever have somebody tell a story from the pulpit in like a faith promoting way that you were witness to, and you were like, "That's not how it went"?
Yeah.
I had that. My ex-wife and I, when we found a house in Vegas, it was tough to find it. But after we found it, like the next sacrament meeting, her mom got up and bore her testimony and put this great big faith journey that made the whole thing happen. And I was like, "What? None of this is true." And it was one of those things. Yeah, Sam Harris deleting his Twitter. We're going to talk about
saw
that. for sure.
shit.
Oh, man.
Oh, what a dope.
I
But
remember the most ooh woo woo thing that ever happened on my mission was still like, coincidences happen. You know,
Yeah.
like even at the time, I'm like, this isn't magical, but it's like it was the closest thing I had. It was like 18 months in.
well, this lady like embellished stuff. She said stuff like, "We got on our knees and prayed that the next house would lead us to a place, and then we found a place, and they were members, and they sold us the house specifically to us because we were members." And I listened to the whole entire thing. I'm like, no, you're not.
See, I've realized that, like, especially going on a mission, that made me realize that I'm just kind of a skeptic by nature. Like, I can be open to the possibility of like a god and angels and shit like that, but I've never believed a single ghost story or miracle story that anybody has ever told me. And like I saw that, like I remember telling this story to I'm not gonna say who, a couple people I know. I was telling this story that my branch mission leader, when I was in Yankton, South Dakota, waiting on my visa, he was telling me about some sister missionaries that were there. And this, I don't know, he could have been lying about it because I heard this story a million different times with different people. He talked about how the sister missionaries, when they were there, they went, this area covered a lot of small towns. So there's a lot of places, and they didn't want to go get gas on Sunday, but they were running out of gas and they were in the middle of the desert, and they stopped and all they had was a water bottle. And so they poured all of their water bottles into the gas tank and prayed that it would become gas. And I told this story to a group of people because we were exchanging mission stories because I thought it was the funniest thing ever. And when I said that, that was the end of my story, was they prayed that it would become gasoline. And everybody's looking at me like on the edges of their seat. And they're like, so did it? No, of course it didn't. What are you talking? I was still very much Mormon when I told that story, but like, I was like, oh, okay. I'm skeptical of things, and you guys are like, you don't think God could do that? It's like, I guess he could, but like, why the fuck would he? That was your fault.
Even when I was Mormon,
that's like being one of the 7 virgins who was like, God, refill my oil, and he's just like, okay. Like,
even when I was Mormon, I was always pretty literal. It did take something like mushrooms for me to think that, okay, maybe there's people seeing and thinking stuff and feeling stuff that I don't feel or I'm not privy to.
Like 3 weeks into my mission, my trainer performed an exorcism on an investigator's house.
Oh man.
And at that point, I already had like 6 years of James Randi under my belt.
Yeah.
And so like I did not believe in ghosts. And
I would always my thing I would always do is I would they would put these have you ever heard of the Batuque religion in Brazil?
It's one of the
Espiritismo, right? So there's
yeah.
like Espiritismo, but Batuque is like the dark side of Espiritismo, and they're the ones that'll leave like dead sacrificed chickens on street corners with a bunch of hairs just on the plate. My big thing is I would take money off that plate because nobody else would, because it was cursed. Or they would leave like these satanic idols in parks. And it was a dick move because it's a bunch of superstitious people who then wouldn't let their kids go to that park. And so I would smash those things. Like I had a pair of steel-toed boots and I smashed one of them with him one time. And my companion was terrified. He thought we were going to be possessed after that. But we were fine,
like, you think it would be a good missionary tool. It's like, hey, look at us with the power of the priesthood.
I know. I mean, like nothing's happening to me. So,
yeah.
And then I remember I would dust my feet off because they were talking about dusting your feet off on a house and how don't do that because it'll destroy the house. And I was like, how the fuck do you think God works? Right? Because they tell this story about this guy this general authority who actually did dust his feet off, but then he came back 10 years later and it was destitute and he regretted dusting his feet off. I was like, how the fuck do you think God works? That he's like, well, sorry, buddy, I don't think you deserve this, but the guy dusted his feet off. And so I did it like at every house that day. I had a companion that was like, you're ruining them. I was like, God isn't a piece of shit, okay?
He's like, what if just by dumb, stupid chance, because they happen all the time in that part of Brazil, mudslide hits that neighborhood, they're all buried, and you're like, oh my God, what have I done?
I know, I guess yeah.
But this thing is like, I mean, you can go on Wikipedia, and there's a surprisingly long list of fatal air accidents with sole survivors.
Wow.
That's kind of fuck with your head. You know, the
Yeah.
same thing's like, oh, what a miracle. They saved the one little girl. It's like, well, the other 300 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a weird idea.
When I was young, a friend of mine, we were both Mormons, we would look up all the haunted spaces of Utah, and we'd drive out, like on Friday weekend nights, we'd drive to every single haunted place we could find and see if we could see or find or hear something. Then years later, these girls, I talked about them before with the dowsing rods, we would go to the same places almost and take those rods and just go check them out. And it was all just to see what we could see. I mean, I never took it seriously enough. And those girls would kind of blame me for making it not happen because I didn't believe hard enough. But anyway, oh, well, we should listen to this. But I was going to say, we did the recording of us watching Believer, and I'm going to drop it, but this probably wasn't the best week in the world for us to drop it because right after we did it, there was that shooting in Colorado.
That shooting that was directly the fault of Mormonism.
Oh,
Totally
Ben
the fault of
Shapiro.
Mormonism.
Did you hear? Ben Shapiro did that.
Or Matt Walsh did it, or Christopher
Matt
Rufo
Walsh
did it.
and Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, I
really,
did hear
really
it was
did
their
it.
fault, but the ex-Mormons are wanting to blame Mormonism
Yes.
because the porn star meth addict father, who was an absentee the whole life, and the meth addict shitty mother were Mormons apparently. And the more I'm learning about this case, the more I'm like, holy shit, Mormonism might have averted this actually. Like if
it's like if that guy
the parents were like
church,
legitimate Mormons and like actually like full like tithe paying temple attending Mormons, this kid would have been a lot better off. They weren't. They were jack Mormon as you can possibly be.
Yeah. And anyway, I mean,
saying there are no gay Mormons. There are no.
He
gay
didn't say
Mormons.
that.
I just can't wait for them to quote him as though like he's Dallin Oaks. Like, wow, there he is speaking for
he
Mormons.
was saying, "Thank goodness my kid isn't gay" or something like that. But
well, and that was the clip you said, but like, because I didn't find a clip of him saying it, but I found a report where they quoted it. The dad is saying like, "Oh no, the
really?
Mormons don't do gay. There are no gay Mormons."
He just thinks
And
that's like an impossibility.
Yeah, but like that's things like you look at the guy talking, it's like, okay, come on, guys.
The meth head porn,
yeah,
like actually kind of famous porn.
Apparently,
actor.
I don't
Was
know.
he famous? I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I did not look it up.
Like he did porn a couple times. It's like supposedly he's pretty well known in porn.
Well, no, he was on an episode
well-known.
of Rehab. He was or one of those TLC shows. Like he was
And
on
Divorce Court. Yeah,
he was on Divorce Court. So he's so it's obviously like that's a thing you can just kind of go out and do. Like that, I guess. Like you just look into how do I get onto these shows.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, Mormonism might have saved this kid.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
I mean, it definitely would. Like if they had like, I don't know, maybe he was just naturally mentally ill to the point where he might have done this. Like period. Yeah. But
that's the thing I really wonder.
Mormonism would not have made it worse. It only would have made it better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
averted this whole thing. So Mormonism could have saved these gay people.
Totally. I still was kind of like maybe I should just still release it anyway because what we really go after is
Dan Reynolds,
the grifters. Yeah, we go after the people who make it all about them. When
we're laughing at Dan. Yeah,
we're laughing at Dan. We're not laughing at the gay people going through a tough time or
sad parents.
But it's not like
there's very few moments where it shows gay kids going through a tough time. It's mostly just Dan talking.
That's why
about
we're laughing at it.
What an ally he is, and having his garden in Gethsemane moment.
It's like I think I mentioned in the podcast. It reminds me of that, like because I remember years and years ago, John Larson in a Mormon Expression episode pointed out how at Mountain Meadows the church has a monument. And if you read the inscription, it's not about Mountain Meadows. It's a monument to monuments. It's literally a monument to monuments. And that terrible Dan Reynolds movie is a movie about how Dan Reynolds. It's not a movie about saving the gays. It's a movie about how great Dan Reynolds is.
I know,
trying to save the great gays. Like that's what the movie's about. And then like we said, like it. I would like to see a documentary movie that explores the stories that they're talking about.
Oh yeah,
A Believer isn't that movie.
No, not even close. That's that one kid they talk about who killed himself on the steps of the temple. Like that's a thing worth jumping into. That's a thing worth making an entire documentary around.
Stake Center, though, right?
Was it a Styx?
Well,
I couldn't
Yeah,
find
it
out.
was.
I wonder what temple security is like in California. Could you walk onto the temple with a long gun? Because I think it was a shotgun, right? I don't know. We didn't get into the gruesome shit.
Quaku, those guys, Midnight Mormons, talked about all the temples this week. They were comparing which temples were the beautifulest and prettiest. But
Oh, yeah?
they
Wasn't
said
it
a
San
couple.
Francisco, probably?
No,
Or
they said
San
Oakland,
Diego?
Oakland, San Diego,
Oakland's
and
nice.
Alberta, and they all said Salt Lake City.
Yeah, Salt Lake's obviously the best
Yeah,
one.
it's pretty
Manti's
iconic.
great. St.
They
George is
brought up
good.
Manti and St. George.
Manti
Logan
is
is. I mean, all the classic ones like Manti, St. George, Salt Lake. Those are all in the classical era, I would say. Provo's the worst. Provo's the worst thing ever.
None of them like the Gordon B. Hinckley drive-by temples. But,
Oh yeah, those
um,
are
Mixed
so
Temple.
dumb.
But
Yeah,
they did
Mixed
say
Temple.
that the Oakland temple kind of tripped Quaco out, that people just could kind of walk right up to it and be right near it. And he said that mostly they'd leave it alone. You didn't see
I don't think I know
gangbangers
the
going and trying to
Oakland
tag
temple.
it and stuff.
That's the thing, I think like Mormons kind of have a love-hate thing where it's like on the one hand, like it's like this brag where it's like, well, we don't have nice stuff because it's like it's just gaudy and it's not what church is about. Like,
Yeah.
at the same time, we're totally jealous of like where Catholics go to church because it's so cool. And
Yeah, I
all the
know.
pretty stained
There's no
glass. and everyone's
carpet on
got
the walls.
great costumes. Neat old stuff that goes back hundreds of years. Like everything Mormon is like the oldest anything is in Mormonism is from like the 70s.
I know.
Man, those circular ones like the Provo Temple and all that stuff. I kind of have like a love for them, like in a nostalgic way, but they are not.
I don't. That's so.
They are
The
not
first time I ever
attractive.
saw that was when I went to the MTC and I was like, "What the fuck is that?"
Yeah,
We're in these gorgeous mountains as this backdrop, and you've got that dumb accordion-looking piece of shit.
See, that one I kind of remember walking around in the 80s when I was a little kid. My parents both went to BYU, so every once in a while they'd take us back to the campus to go walk around the campus. And to me, it kind of just seemed like another college building when I was a young kid. It didn't seem temple-ish, like it seemed just like another weird building of the time. But so I have nostalgia for it. But yeah, it's not.
I have nostalgia for the Idaho Falls Temple because that's where I am, and it's right by a river, so it's really pretty.
They brought up the Jordan River
that's-
Temple as bled. Like Quaker says that I can't picture Jesus coming back to the Jordan River Temple. And
Yeah, it's gotta be the San Diego Temple.
I think Jordan River is like a fine enough looking temple. It's just in a dull place, I think is the point of it.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, talking about people who make it about themselves and not about whatever it's supposedly ostensibly about. Let's listen to this real quick.
Well, John, I'm gay, but I'm married to a woman and we just had a baby and I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? And
I'm like,
I just realized like there is no way my conception of Jesus, the Savior, goodness, even what Mormonism taught me, there's no way that we just can all stay silent as like entire generations die, or like feel pushed out of the church and cut off from their families.
Wait,
and,
does it really bother you, John DeLynn, when people feel pushed out of the church?
Yeah, what is that? It's bad. It's bad for them. Shouldn't you be happy they're gone?
Yeah, it's so toxic and evil. Aren't you glad? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what he fucking wants.
There's
isn't that the whole idea where they say like people shouldn't always say it's sad when people get divorced. Sometimes that's the right move. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
There is a famous book in the world of borderline personality, like personality disorder stuff. The name of the book is "I Hate You, Don't Leave Me."
Yeah.
And it's kind of just like a general concept of what how borderline personality presents itself.
Yeah, I remember after like 6 months or something of seeing a therapist in the lieu of my divorce, and like she never met my wife, but after like 6 months, she's like, I want you to go buy this book. It's called "I Hate You, Don't Leave Me." I was like, and it like just rang a bell. I was like, what? And yeah, then I read. Yeah, it was like reading a biography of her. It was amazing. It's like,
Yeah,
wow,
go check out the BPD Loved Ones subreddit.
Oh Jesus, I don't.
But there is so much of kind of like a borderline attachment to the church, I would call it.
Yeah.
Like, I need you to do everything that I want you to do, and I hate you, and I want you to die and go away, but be everything I want you to be, never leave me and hold me on, lift me up, make me your king, make me your king and die and leave and don't exist, and make me your king and exist forever as me as your king. It's like, what? Like, come on, guy.
Or forced to live lives that are totally unhealthy for them to live. But I love the church. See, that was always
No, you
the
don't.
rub.
What
I
are you
loved
love
Elders
about
Quorum.
it?
I loved sacrament meeting. I loved testimony
did?
meeting.
That stuff I believe him. Like him saying that.
Yeah, he
Oh.
probably did love that.
Liked
That's
go-
the
going-
I did
boring
not
shit.
love those things.
Oh God, no.
So, like
No,
the
neither
most
did
you could
I.
hope for testimony meeting was entertainment.
I
Yeah.
know.
If we get accusations like most ex-Mormons do from Mormons that you just left because you didn't like this or you didn't like that or you couldn't handle this, like one that I'll like gladly just take and say, "Yep," is just like you didn't want to get up and go to church on Sundays. Well, yep.
See,
I
the
remember
one
another
I've come
thing-
around to is when they tell me you never really believe. At this point, I'm like, you know what? Maybe you're right.
Yeah, I don't get why people get upset at some of those accusations. Half of them, like, yeah, pretty much.
I remember
You just
something
wanted to
John
sin.
John Larson said way
Yeah.
back in the golden age of Mormon expression is like, in order to leave the church, you need two things. You need to not like it and not believe it. Because if you like it but don't believe it, you'll go because you like it. And if you don't like it and you believe it, you go because you believe it. And if you like it and believe it, then you're in heaven. You know, but like in order to leave, you have to not like it and not believe it. And like I never liked church, but I believed it until I didn't. And that's when I stopped being Mormon. But
Yeah, but there's
no,
a part-
that was the thing. There's never a point where I liked
Yeah.
it.
I never liked church.
I believe the part where John DeLynn liked and going to and being a
Yeah.
big bobblehead goobus head inside of a
I
some
do believe
elders
he
quorum
liked
and
church.
sitting there dressing
Oh,
up
I
like
bet
that.
John DeLynn probably fit in perfectly.
Yeah.
Loved serving. So, but then I realized I learned enough about privilege to realize
Oh fuck.
that, like,
I learned about
Well,
privilege.
part of the reason I love Mormonism so much is because it was made by and for people like me, straight white males, cisgender, middle class. And so I decided, well, how can I
Middle
stay
class?
and enjoy this?
Class?
Are you gonna call yourself middle class after you constantly tell
Church is
yourself
middle
how?
class?
No, he's talking about himself. He keeps telling us how much he was paid for his Microsoft shit, and then he's like, "Oh, he's middle class."
How is the church made for middle? Like the early days of the church, like it was desperate immigrants.
yeah.
Like, what the hell's he talking? Yeah, I don't know.
You shut up.
When I know that there's so many people suffering. And what I decided was being a
I needed to save them all.
Da, 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 da.
public voice was the tax I had to pay to morally justify staying and enjoying the fruits of the church. Because prior to 2013, if you listen to Mormon stories from like 2005 to 2013, I never criticized the church leaders. I never I would express doubts or talk about difficult historical stuff, but generally speaking,
You were
I'd
always a
say
good
before
toady.
2011.
Well, so
I'm
here's the
gonna-
thing. Like
You're a company
I will-
man through and through, John.
No, that's what he's saying right now. That's a good thing. That's what I wanted him to be. Was I remember him being somewhat more, like a lot more even-handed than he is now. Back in the day, like it was seriously. He might be right about this. It was probably around 2013 where he started saying just irritatingly woke bullshit.
Mhm. An embarrassing confession I have to make is John DeLynn's name appears in my resignation letter. And
Oh,
my resignation letter said I felt that the church had purposefully kicked out people who were trying to stay and trying to work it out, like honestly. And I think I was 100% wrong. It's the same thing I was saying in the other thing we haven't released yet, that I was mad at all the activists for making me wrong, that the gay population wasn't going to push beyond just getting what they got. I'm also mad at John DeLynn for making me completely wrong about that letter. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
okay, but that's
I'm
the
mad.
thing.
I'm
He
still mad
wanted-
at the Democrats for making Lindsey Graham tell the truth for a whole 240 seconds.
I've decided. I think that with Lindsey Graham, the only answer is just let all of Congress be Democratic for a few years, just to fucking get him out. Like,
like here's the thing.
I will sacrifice 2 years of these woke, completely far leftist Democrats having every branch of government if we just fucking get rid of Lindsey Graham in the process.
Yeah, well, this is one of those things that I think because Trump, I think Trump was part of his announcement, right? Is he wants to hammer through congressional term limits?
Lindsey Graham?
No, Trump. Isn't
Oh,
that, I think it was Trump.
I
Somebody
haven't
is.
paid attention to anything Trump's been
Well,
doing.
because but I think it, in his 16
Well, that'd be
minute
awesome.
long speech, I guess. I don't know, but I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
Jesus.
Yeah, he was talking about term limits, like, which is something like. I mean, I'd love to hear the arguments against them, but to me, like, yeah, I think that would be a good thing.
See,
like,
that's a thing where Ted Cruz
10
always
years
confuses me.
10 years in the House,
That's
yeah.
that's where Ted Cruz always confuses me because, like, I don't know. Most of what I've heard of Ted Cruz, he seemed in the past at least fairly authoritarian, right? He's got that
Yeah.
whole thing talking about like trying to illegalize sex toys in Texas and how there is no constitutional right to self pleasure. And like, yeah, I mean, they didn't write about it because they didn't
Ted
write about.
Cruz, he can be
he's-
hot or cold. He
Yeah, I know,
sometimes
but he also has that thing where he brings up every now. I'm pretty sure it's him, right? That brings up every now and then in Congress that he tries to pass term limits for,
yeah.
Wow.
which is insane.
Sometimes he's
And I'm
right
like,
on the
that-
money on stuff.
I don't want to
Sometimes he's-
respect Ted Cruz, but that makes me kind of respect Ted Cruz. It might just be a ploy, obviously. Like it might just be him. Like, I mean, I know this will never pass. So
Yeah, no one will ever
I'll
call us
look
bluff.
really good for pushing this through.
That would take like public wave of public support.
But how much public support do you like? Who
Well,
have you
not-
ever met that's against term limits for?
Well, no,
Congress?
people will say they are, but then like because like obviously voters have no values. I remember in 2016 before the election, and people would say, how are you gonna vote? And I'd be like, because almost all of my friends were lefties, obviously, and I'd be like, the fact that the Republican Party nominated such a person as Donald Trump betrays to me that they are intellectually and morally bankrupt. And they'd go, yeah, damn right. And I'd say, the fact that the Democratic Party nominated a person so morally and intellectually bankrupt as Hillary Clinton, and then be like,
Okay,
hey, what
you
do you
enlightened
mean?
centrist.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. I'm one of those phony enlightened centrists. But
Oh,
I
we
lost
got
my
to
train
pull
of
that
thought.
up from. We got to pull that
Oh,
up
yeah.
from Larson. I'm pretty sure he was talking about it.
But
Yeah.
like, there's this whole thing where it's like, because remember Sarah Palin and how stupid she was, and the Democrats were like, ha ha, look how stupid Republicans are. This woman is so stupid. She's stupid on TV, but Republicans support her anyway. And I'm like, yeah, that's sure stupid of them. And then AOC comes along. They're like, she's a bartender. Isn't that
And
amazing?
Fetterman, have you
That's
listened to
such an
Fetterman?
accomplishment.
Have you seen any of the highlights of Fetterman talking? Have you
Oh yeah, no,
seen
that's
any of that?
sad.
Yeah,
Well, that's the other thing. Is
that
like, I mean,
one's-
talking about hypocrisy. Trump, the Covfefe. Trump made some kind of weird fat-fingered
I know.
accidental tweet, and they said, "Oh my God, we can't let someone like this in power." And then, like, Fetterman is unable to communicate directly
Oh
with
my
people.
god, yeah, Fetterman like makes Biden look like he's in the right mind.
Yeah, no, and they say like,
Mhm.
"Oh, that's ableism." It's like, "Oh, for hell's sake!"
No, it's actually
You know?
sad. Like it's
It-
like I don't know anything about Fetterman pre-stroke,
Yeah,
but all of what I
No.
saw here is like just let this man
but then,
live.
He wasn't
Yeah,
great
no, like, on
pre-stroke.
the other hand, though, like, because for example, Republicans right now are making a lot of stinky noise about the marriage of media, pharmacy, and politics, and the Republicans nominated Oz. That guy's a fucking quack.
Yeah.
He's a shill.
Not to mention he was carpet bagging pretty hard. Like
Yeah.
they should have been able
Oh
to
yeah,
beat Fetterman. It was their own stupid fault for putting.
yeah.
him on.
Oz was what a terrible candidate.
Mhm. And
It
he
was-
was barely
I really hope- what are the
barely
chances
right
are,
of Fetterman. Barely right of Fetterman. Barely.
That was like
what
my
are the
family was
chances that,
talking
like-
about. My family's talking about how like oh, can you believe Oprah Winfrey came out and endorsed Fetterman even though that she was so close with Dr.
I
Oz?
can
Like,
believe
of course I can believe it.
So hard to
she's a
believe.
hack. He's a hack that she helped become a famous hack, and she's just. What do you think Oprah is gonna do? Endorse a Republican? Fuck up, a Republican.
What do you think the chances are that the person that comments on every one of our videos about how the GOP lost, that
Like
your
we
GOP lost,
Yeah.
are listening to us right now?
I hate to break it to you, dude, but that's your GOP
Yeah.
because they're basically all rhinos in there anyway.
Exactly. No, the other thing is like, and also like, if you voted for Democrats, just bear in mind that puts you squarely in the same basket as Richard Spencer.
Yeah.
Like, so
Guilt by
nothing
association.
I have nothing to share with Richard Spencer politically, but you have almost everything to share with him.
To change that before 2011, I was relatively like Bill Reel was before
A
he,
decent interviewer.
lost his faith. Probably like Patrick Mason.
I think
Patrick Mason.
Flip and I
Mason
both
is-
have to admit that John DeLynn got way more interesting to us when he got stupid. We back when he was a better interviewer, we couldn't.
So okay, I say better interviewer, but like
that he was a better interviewer. Yeah,
Like-
So he was a better interviewer in that he was quiet. He
He's
asked questions
objective.
and he didn't interject himself into it.
yeah. Well, and he would ask questions like, okay, but like you're saying when he was talking to an apologist,
he's
it was like,
objective.
well, you're saying this, but like some detractors might say this, and what would your response be to that? It wasn't a struggle session. It was just him being an honest interviewer, and he went way too in depth. I don't fucking care about their story of growing up Mormon. I also grew up Mormon. I know what every growing up Mormon story is like. They're all the fucking same. That's something Flip's always pointing out, and he's right.
Yeah, no, that's like they
so
are
I would always
interesting
just
until you hear them all.
skip the first 3 hours or so of his interview, and then it was great.
It reminds me of like many years ago, a couple decades ago nearly. For a couple of years, I was a roadside assistance guy, and one of the things I did is break into cars without breaking stuff. And it was funny because like I felt like I was like locksmith priest somehow, because like this was my job. I'm paid to do it, and it's easy, and I've got all the tools, and I know how to do it. But I'd always show up to the job, and then people be like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I was putting my groceries away, and I put my purse in the trunk, and I closed the trunk." And I was just like I can't offer you absolution. And that's like I've heard every single locked my keys story. Like I want to hear the one like I'm a researcher. I have monkeys. One got out, took my keys. Like that's when that story comes along, I want to hear that. And so someday there'll be a Mormon exit story that involves a research monkey, and then it'll be interesting to me. But
let's not hide the fact that like Larson made that Mormon Voices channel was to try to just get it out of the way. Like, you guys go talk on this channel and tell your stories,
that was
and we
smart.
can just throw it down the memory hole because nobody cares anymore.
And I did one, and I listened to a few of them. And then, like, after a while, you're like, okay, I pretty much have heard this story. And that's the other thing that I've learned is like after listening to a bunch of Mormon exit stories, I listened to a bunch of Scientologist exit stories. I listened to a bunch of Jehovah's Witness exit stories. I listened to Nation of Islam exit stories. I've listened to Islam exit stories. And guess what? They're all the same story.
You should hear my academics exit story. It's exactly the same too.
They're all the same story.
I read the CES letter. No way.
There's so many of those. You'll still see them pop up on TikTok or something once in a while. I'll be like, why I left the Mormon church. And they'll still get like 2,000 views or something like that. Sam, who tries to like come at us like we know that we're only going to have 200, 300 subscribers around here. We know you guys are in a monoculture. And all you have to do is, gee willikers, I lost my faith. And you got 3,000 viewers, especially if you get put on John DeLynn's bull crap. But
is now, I was, prior to 2011, really. I created a website called staylds.com that's still up today. And I published a manual, like an 80-page manual on how to stay in the church after a crisis of faith. That's how committed of a progressive Mormon I was. I asked Dan Witherspoon to start Mormon Matters and Gina Colvin to start A Thoughtful Faith. I was completely promoting. I started.
Isn't Gina Colvin a
Mormon
mega
Matters
feminist?
Facebook group.
I think so, yeah.
Group that has turned into Waters of Mormon. I started that until they kicked me out. So like I was totally committed to progressive
I don't even know
Mormonism.
what that one was.
Wait.
sorry, it's just
I was I was totally committed to progressive Mormonism. That's just not Mormonism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The thing you're talking about right there. Like, I'm
Right.
more Mormon than you are.
Yep.
Too long. So
We
Aufhaben
are-
der church. That's what he's committed to, was Aufhaben der Mormon.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Aufheben the Mormon, or sublation Mormonism. We got to keep it
sublate.
lifted up into a Marxist future rising. We all Mormons should recognize everywhere, although there's only like a dozen of us. There's dozens of us, dozens that we do rank higher than Progmos. We do.
Oh,
as
hell
far
yeah.
as friends to you, we rank higher than them. So.
but by 2012, 13, I'm like, I got to speak up. And I should add that in 2012, I baptized my son Winston, and I baptized him as a non-believer, and that was a really big deal for us because
so now you were
when he
a
was 8,
non-believer
I went
in
to the stake
2012.
president and said I want to baptize Winston, and my stake president was like, "No, like
The problem is like I've listened to enough to Lynn that I've heard this story 10 times, but
you're not Mormon enough, you don't believe enough, and your podcast is causing too many waves." So I spent a year in dialogue with my stake president to get to the point where
why? Like, look at the title of this one. The title of it is that they are the subject again.
Yeah.
Like, why is their channel doing?
But also, I've got news for you, because like my dad baptized me, and he didn't go to church or pay his tithing. he wasn't worthy, and guess what he did? He just walked up and did it, and the bishop was too embarrassed to call it off. Like,
That's fucking awesome.
Well, now we know why Flip never panned out as a Mormon. He never really had the spirit in there
and
either.
my younger siblings,
Or he-
my uncle did them, and
What if that's a hypothesis that could be like real and testable? Like maybe none of us had the spirit ever because somebody was unworthy when we
that
got
goes
it,
all the way back
and
to
so
Richard
that's how we
Lyman.
fell out.
God damn it, Dad! I could still be a happy tithe-paying Mormon right now.
That's the
It's
Richard
your
Lyman
fault.
problem.
You were jerking
You
off.
missed.
Yeah.
The temple, the spirit missed us. It went right over our heads and didn't land on us.
he felt comfortable with me baptizing Winston. So Winston, they waited till he was 9 until I
Oh my
baptized
gosh.
I was just a kid or whatever. But what kind of name is Winston?
him. But that's how
Winston
It's the protagonist of
Winston the
1984.
Yeah, I was gonna say Winston's a fucking
yeah.
awesome name.
Yeah.
I told my
Yeah.
wife I wanted to name our kid Winston, and she said no.
Oh goodness.
I've read
Smart
1984. Fuck off.
I was thinking he sounded more like trying to sound like upper class snooty poops.
Hey, Vincent,
I'm
yes.
Winston the third.
that's when I baptized him. And but yeah, by 2013, I gave my TED talk, and my TED talk was about
Winston unites with Big Brother. He doesn't win in the end.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
he's talking about. He just said I baptized my kid in 2012 as a non-believer. So he's talking about being a non-believer in 2012. Then he's talking about his TED talk was in 2013, and in his TED talk, I'm pretty sure he claims to still be Mormon. I know that during all the interviews surrounding his TED talk, he tried to claim to still be a believing Mormon.
I guess I don't know.
It's just whatever works at the time. Whatever works
Yeah,
at the
no, you're
moment.
right,
It's
Yeah,
I was a believing
that's
Mormon when
what
I was
he's revealed more than
excommunicated.
anything.
Yeah.
He's given like 10 different stories. Just like you said, we could probably, if we were investigative journalists enough, we could like piece out how his story changes all the time.
the LGBTQ Mormon experience. And basically what I said was, you don't have to choose between your LGBT brothers and sisters and children and the church. You can be an ally of LGBT people, and you could be a faithful Mormon. You can be both. That was the main
But what does an
point of
ally
my
mean?
TED talk.
Like,
And
You can't though.
I've
Yeah.
looked
Yeah.
this shit up,
can't.
right? And like, because what I would call an ally is somebody who's just like, you know what? I want you to be able to live the way you live, even if I don't agree with it. But what they think an ally is somebody telling them constantly, I agree with the way you live. Because all I want is tolerance, right? That's all I need for the things that I do that don't conform with Mormonism. Like I drink alcohol, and I want for you to tolerate the fact that I drink alcohol. I don't need for you to approve the fact that I drink alcohol. I need for you to not pass laws saying you cannot drink alcohol. I need for you to just be like, you know what? I disapprove of the fact that you drink alcohol, but I respect your right to drink it. And that's what it is. Like when they say hate the sin but love the sinner, that's exactly what they're doing, and that's all I ask of them. I don't care if they approve
Hello?
because they're wrong.
Or did somebody drop out?
I think Jared's kind of freezing. Jared,
Oh, he's normal to me.
he's
Yeah,
normal to you?
You're normal
Okay.
to me.
Jared,
I don't know.
well, to me, it seemed like it just went weird for a second, but it's probably there. I don't know. What did it seem like to anybody watching out there? Anyway, yeah. Oh gosh, what were you just saying?
I lost my train of thought, and I was going to say.
I was just talking about how I wanted tolerance, and that's all I ask for.
Oh, allyship. One of the most
that's right.
excoriating takedowns of allyship I ever read was written by John Larson on his Facebook. But that was a different time. But he totally ripped apart the concept of allyship once. But now
Well, the other thing is like, because I remember, so like, because I emceed the stupid Sunstone thing where John and Kate Kelly and a bunch of other people got X that year, talked about being X, right? And before it, Kate Kelly
her name's coming up right now. Yeah.
did some stupid feminist bullshit. And anyway, and I remember because like at the time my roommate was like a feminist PhD lady. And she was like my first direct exposure to intersectional feminism of somebody who was actually like using the term intersectional feminist and was like a scholar and actually knew what they were talking about and was perfectly insane. And I remember saying like, you know, like this term ally, like allies means enemy. If you have to be allied in something is to have a common enemy. And when you talk about like, oh, I'm a gay ally, like, well, where's the enemy? You know?
Yeah.
And like, and she did not understand what I was getting at, which is like, no, you're tilting at windmills, lady. You know?
And it was also saying same-sex marriage is healthy for gay people. We should be supporting healthy options for LGBT people instead of fighting it.
Why can't you just let people be wrong?
A few months later that my bishop called me.
I've had this discussion with so many people now, like where
Because it
they're
causes
talking
harm.
about. Yeah, I know. Well, that's the way they get around it is because I tell them like, okay, just you know what, you're objectively right, and allow me to be wrong on this whole pronoun issue. I don't want to use they them because I think it's stupid and it feels silly. Okay, but I'm wrong about that, so allow me to be wrong and fuck off. Just tell me, that guy's wrong. Fuck off. And that's what we're lacking the fuck that guy reflex, which is what I want you to tell me. That's all you have to tell me. Just allow me to be the guy that you say fuck off to. And that's what John.
We have to get into that with
about the Mormon Church, because the Mormon Church, anytime they're wrong about a thing, or anytime I think that they're wrong about a thing, I think they're wrong about gay marriage. I don't think that being gay is a sin. So I just say, yeah, they're wrong about that thing. And that's it. I don't expect them to change their mind on it. And I don't pressure them socially to change their mind. Just let them be wrong about a thing. And I would say, yeah, if you're gay and you want to be in a relationship, just leave the Mormon Church because they're wrong about you.
Yeah.
That gets into so much of what's going to come up later, talking about Sam Harris quitting Twitter because you can't just block people. You got to make some major scene of leaving the whole entire thing because you don't think other people should be able to read Trump. That's your point. Like, it's not about you. It's about you controlling what other people read.
No, Sam Harris is a complete consequentialist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other real quick thing, though, about allyship, though, especially this in the critical term of allyship, because they're like, oh, we're allied against who? Well, people who aren't allies. Oh. Right? Because that's the implication.
Said he was starting an investigation on me. And then a few months after that, Kate Kelly and I received our letters to our disciplinary councils within a week apart. And that the fact it was a
Kate Kelly kind of, I know that she feels that he pushed for his excommunication to come in at the same time to try to steal her limelight. I know that she feels that.
It was probably a big deal that each of us received
She really
those letters. Both of them would have been newsworthy.
It's the same way that
But I
your
think the
ex-wife
fact-
thinks that you caused the housing market crash.
I did. Sorry. I remember one of the
That's
one of the
my
funniest
favorite stories.
one of the funniest kids in the hall skits ever is just this hall of like, we finally discovered what caused cancer. And then they finally kind of go over and they pull up Bruce McCall and say, Bruce, you have anything to say? He goes, oh, I'm sorry for causing all that cancer. But I always needed to apologize for the national housing crisis because I caused that on my
I
ex-wife.
can't believe they brought back Cancer Boy, even though Bruce McCullough is an old man.
Cancer
now.
boy. Cancer
Cancer
boy.
boy.
Yeah.
The fact that we received them a week apart from each other made people like the New York Times feel like that was a very newsworthy story. So
Yeah,
we
that's
did go to
okay.
the New York Times and let them know.
Remember that
And
time the
that's
New
when
York
everything
Times
blew up.
talked about me?
So
Remember when New
Rosebud-
York Times talked about me? Oh, I remember.
This face right here is like shruggy hummy humdy ho. The Rosebud chick talks a lot about how this was all orchestrated. It's not
yeah.
humdy humdy ho. It fell like that. Oh my goodness.
That was the
I remember
most
we were
bel-
living in
That was the most believable part of the whole thing.
Oh
was-
yeah.
I was when she
Yeah.
talked about that. I was like, "Yep,
Taylor's.
Yeah, no, like there is a random lightning strike aspect to being in the media to some extent, but the reality is, like we just talked about earlier with gay club shooter's dad, who like porn star and been on a bunch of TV shows, like. Well, obviously he's going out and seeking it, you know. And it's like, you know, you see the whole thing with like Hollywood stars, where like
Mhm.
there are the people that are in the tabloids all the time, and then there are people who've had their whole careers and have been totally quiet about it. And like I think Dr. Drew has talked about it, you know, where he's like, no, the people who are in TMZ every week, like they're doing it, they're publicists, they know what they're doing, you know, like part of it is obviously their mental disorders, but like they know what you're doing, and like, and if you want them to leave you alone, you can have that. It's just don't react, don't respond, and don't play along.
Yeah.
And that's what, you know, a lot of famous stars that have just quietly been famous for decades have done.
and all of this went down. I mean, this was 4 years before my crisis of faith. I had never listened. I didn't even know Mormon Stories existed. And I remember it being on Fox News, the local Fox News here. And I can still picture you walking out of the chapel with Margie, you two together, and the flash bulbs, everything. And you stand there, and I'm just like, what is this? What is going on? And I knew what was happening with Kate, and we had served our missions with Kate. I remember sending her a message again 4 years before my crisis of faith and saying, Katie and I know that this must be so difficult. Just know that we love you. It wasn't like telling her we support your cause or we don't support your cause. It was just like, we're so sorry this is happening.
We had just run into her. Alan's dad
That's
had
right.
had been in a car accident and he was paralyzed, and we were going to the hospital to see him. And we ran into her and her husband at the time at the airport.
Yes, on the way to see my dad for the last time. We ran
Yeah,
into
and
her
it was
in the
it was during
airport.
that year. Yeah. But yeah, I also have
This is
very
going somewhere. It comes up. A very awkward moment comes up here in a second.
vivid memories of I think it was our bishop who found out that we had served with Kate Kelly, and he straight up asked me, do you support her and do you want the priesthood? And it was such an odd question.
Did I know this happened?
Oh yeah, he asked me, and he asked me. And I was so surprised at the question because I actually didn't really know a lot. I only knew what was in the papers. And I think I blurted out, "Oh, I don't think so." But yeah, it's so interesting how
Hold on.
just that one little experience, and now we're here how many years later,
Yeah.
and we're intersecting again in such different circumstances.
And now we'd love to welcome on the surprise guest. Kate Kelly is. Oh, no, she's not here. She's not.
So Marky,
Look at
please,
their
once
faces.
it gets to this,
They don't know. They don't know.
You think they don't know?
actually- well, okay, I would
think
say
they know.
probably because Alan, I've had interactions with him. I think he's just a genuinely nice guy, and I think anytime he intersects with this woke shit, it's just because he wants to be a nice guy. So
Mhm.
I think he's a good dude, from what I can tell. My wife's talked to him a lot. She likes him a lot. So he might have actually not known, or maybe he's just making a joke. I don't know. It was pretty.
So
funny.
does the audience know? We brought it up on this podcast before, but Kate Kelly hates John DeLynn and has all the feminist reasons in the world of how he centers himself, how he's an abuser. I mean, she full on buys the Rosebud story.
Hashtag
She full on-
believes Rosebud.
Hashtag believes Rosebud. But beyond that, she's got the whole Foucauldian thing of that these are identities that are taking over the space and making money off of
yeah.
their
Well,
plight, making money off the plight of the actual people who are, I mean, maybe kind of similarly to our opinions on them, Dan Reynolds. Like they've got a point that these are nobodies making money off of somebody else's
I
what
just had the
their
hilarious
fight.
idea though. Because where she says like, oh, my bishop comes up to me and says, do you want the priesthood? So I just had the thought like, so one day, imagine like word comes down through the network that they get to bishops and stake presidents. Okay, everybody, starting tomorrow, we're offering women the priesthood. And the way it works is you walk up to the women in the ward, you say, hey, do you want the priesthood? 5, 4, 3, 2. And then that's the time. Yes or no? And it's forever. In or out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because like you really wonder like how many women like would say like, well, no, thank you. I'd rather not.
That's
like
called internalized. That's internalized misogyny.
Because that's the thing is like
if a woman ever agrees with the patriarchy, it's internalized misogyny.
Because like I remember as Mormon as I ever was, I always had the thought like, geez, it would like, I mean, I guess if they called me to be a bishop, I'd have to do it, right? But
oh god,
god damn, like that thing's like I imagine Kate Kelly and John Dillon were like, power, the glory.
Are we?
Presiding.
Yeah. So that's totally an embarrassing thing. I think we pulled up that time where she put out like an open letter denouncing John DeLynn or something like that on Twitter or something like that.
Yeah, she did. I don't know. And that's the funny thing. One of her big beefs with John DeLynn, and a lot of it is stupid because like one of her big beefs is that she got a lot of flack from the ex-Mormon community for like trying to crowdfund a laptop, which was kind of
oh yeah.
And then she was talking about how like that's sexist because nobody criticizes John DeLynn for making money from his podcast, which now they do. Here's the thing though, like she was talking about the top earners, right? And the top earners in ex-Mormon podcasting and how like they're all male or whatever, and how she wasn't earning as much as them. And I was like, okay, you're an activist. You're not like really a podcaster. He's got his podcast and it's the big podcast and he makes money off it because it's the big podcast. You organize rallies. How much do you expect to make? That's not like a lucrative position and you need to be fine with that.
Has she ever practiced law? Has she ever practiced law?
Yeah, well, she goes around.
know.
She's like, her job is to actually be an advocate for the Equal Rights Amendment right now. It's
the funny
actually
part,
her job.
The funny part was
does she have an active law license? I know she has a law.
She has an active law license. So using that law license, she works for some 501c3 that advocates for the Equal Rights Amendment.
The funniest part about that whole thing, though, was that in this thread where
I guess she does it. Well,
in this thread in this Reddit thread where I got downvoted all hell, obviously, it was funny because they compared it to like comedians or whatever, and they're like, "Oh yeah, comedians are all male. Like all the highest paid comedians are male." And I looked it up, and that year, and the previous 5 years or something to that, like Ellen DeGeneres was the highest paid comedian, and like, and they're like, "Well, that's a fluke. She has her show." And I was like, look, Ellen DeGeneres, say what you will about her, she is comedically brilliant. And I don't know. That was just one of the dumbest things ever to me was that they tried to, it's like comparing apples and oranges. Like, how come my apples aren't making as much money as his oranges? Well, people want oranges more. So start selling oranges.
Well, so if you want a deep cut, Flip already mentioned it here, but you can go back and listen to Kate Kelly and the Infants on Thrones on a Sunstone podcast, and the person who is the intermediary or whatever, the one, what do they call that? Curated. What's the person in the middle? You were the one directing the conversation. The moderator was Flip there with Kate Kelly and the Infants on Thrones. The Infants on Thrones are interesting because that one dude, Mike, is also the dude who's now gotten totally on the side of Rosebud and is totally backing her up. He's the one who put out, is it Mike or Matt? He put out like that whole entire video talking about her and John DeLynn and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that video's down now. I wonder what happened there.
It's gone.
Yeah.
Was it?
It was
Anyway.
gone after a couple, only after a couple days of being up, he took it down.
Oh no, it was up for a while, but
Was it? Oh.
yeah, because I
I
remember
really
going back
remember
to it a few times over. It's pulled up on my. It's clipped on the video that I do talking about John Lynn and Due Process. But that guy was one of the Infants on Thrones that was there with Flip. Flip was moderating between Kate Kelly and the Infants on Thrones, all of whom have their own types of grievances with John DeLynn. But John DeLynn, whenever it comes up on his podcast, because that other guy's name will come up because he's like supposedly some major ally for battered women type stuff. He works as that in Arizona. And his name will come up once in a while on John DeLynn's podcast. And each time Kate Kelly or somebody's name like that, or other people I know that he's kind of had falling outs with, he'll just kind of go, "Oh, who mum's the word." You can just see it kind of wash over him. But anyway, let's look at we haven't shown this yet, although we tried to, but we haven't released that episode yet of us dunking or crapping all over Believer. But I'll drop it sooner or later. But let's listen to Sam from Zelf on the Shelf. She found us. She found us and came after us. Oh, called us crusty Mormon dudes.
I wasn't there. I wasn't part of this dressing down.
Well, I don't really.
It was
talk
mostly
either.
me and Kevin.
Yeah. Let's listen.
Like with a bonnet on her head, like back in like 1800.
I can imagine her in like the 1600s or whatever it was, accusing everybody else of being witches or whatever. The more woke you get, the more you think that I would have been burned at the stake during the Salem witch trials because I would have been brave or whatever.
You would have
Like,
been
no,
one of Brigham's wives.
Maybe the recruiter wife even.
Hi boys, love the pod. Looks like I'm not the only one. And I always love a good Kevin joke.
We've had 6 subscribers since then, you asshole.
Oh, burn. Guess who's not asking for money?
Guess who isn't a fucking life coach?
We've never even advertised it out anywhere, but still, I knew from the start that whatever our angle was, that there would only be dozens of us. Dozens. Where there's dozens of us who are only nearly nakeds. We stay in jeans when we're in the shower. There's dozens of us. Dozens.
Like
never knew.
And what does it say about you that you value popularity?
Yeah, I mean that stuff's so infinite because, like,
really
you can find somebody who has like 100,000 views who has a different opinion of her. But at the same time, if we were ex-Mormon people, just general ex-Mormon people, and we got featured all the time on John Lynn's stupid podcast,
This is why we left
we would
the
have
Mormon church.
We would have as many subscribers as you do. And
what was up with that one episode? There was something weird happened with that episode where we got like 1,200 views.
I don't know what happened. This is Marty.
One thing that I know is weird is that like at one point it got up to 1,400,
and then it went back.
And then I looked again like an hour later, and 200 had disappeared. Something weird was happening. I don't know.
Who knows what happened? But it was when Marty was on. Maybe it's that female attention that you get to the Marty bump. But we knew from the beginning that we were always aiming at a very niche crowd, people who are both ex-Mormon and sick of you, or Mormon and able to kind of hear some zinging on the Mormon church, but still want to hear us zing you guys. We knew there'd be. I'm actually kind of surprised it got to 200. Like I didn't think it would be that.
I am surprised by 200.
That Dan Ellsworth guy on, he's in the Lobster group. He's pretty active in there. He was saying the other day that he watches every single one of our episodes, even though sometimes he's like, even though sometimes they shit on my religion, I like him or whatever. He's got a chance.
I like his videos. I think they're really interesting videos because I follow his stuff.
Yeah,
I make another analogy. Is that like, it's like, okay, we're a band and we're in it because we like to play music with each other. And look, 200 people showed up to listen. Whereas like, Sam, you're in this to make money. This is your business. This is your career.
Yeah.
Right. So like, fun comparison, because like the fact is we would do this if no one listened. We're doing this mostly for ourselves. This all started as a way to get this shit off our chest.
I'm going to tell you something else,
we wouldn't know
Sam.
what to do with,
Since I've been out of the church in 20 years, a lot of people have come to me, and then a lot of people have come to me about weightlifting, workout stuff. A lot of people have come to me about divorce stuff. I have Kevin could vouch for. I have friends who like kind of come to me about that type of stuff. Guess what? I've never done to any of them. Charged them as a life coach. I've never once done that.
Well, it's because you haven't gone through all of the rigorous qualifications to become a life coach like Sam has.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I've gone
If
through
it was, you
rigorous
could charge $1,400, and not just a life coach. You can specialize as a faith transitions coach.
Well, look, she's got a slam dunk though, because she has empathy. How do we know she has empathy? Well, she's an ally. And how do we know Chris doesn't have empathy? Not an ally.
I've also got that patriarchy stank on me.
Oh, damn.
But yeah, I have like enough in the workout world that I could totally be credentialed to be putting people through stuff. And I help people with workout stuff all the time. And I've charged them 0 times because I actually even kind of think with that, not to crap on all fitness people in the world, but like you don't need anybody for more than 1 or 2 sessions to just kind of set you straight and send you off in your little cell. Like, go off, you can do it.
There really is like, I don't know, like all of the useful information could really be compressed to what, 30 minutes? Like,
yeah.
Really, like that would be a fun thing.
So here's the only thing you could do. You could kind of go into like a little extra detail on how to like cut weight. If somebody wants an expert, like, because like they might have specific diet needs, they should go to an expert. But if they don't have diet needs, it's just here's how you get the calories right. That's quick. And then everything else is just here's how you lift right without hurting yourself. And that could be like that could be a day, or it could be multiple days for different body parts. And then from that point, like maybe you could do cardio, maybe about this much. That's it. That's it. That's it.
No, wait, no,
So
blueberries. You have to eat blueberries.
So yeah, I mean, I think I would never make very good money off of being a life coach for fitness either, because everybody I would deal with, I would send them off after 2-3 sessions. Like, you got it from here. Unless you want to come work out with me, you can come work out with me or something.
What was it that you said? Like, I'm always the most communist member of my band.
Yeah, it's true, because all my bands always have commies in it, and the commies, whenever it comes time to like talk about who gets credit for this song or who gets paid on this night, I'm the commie. I'm the one that says spread it out. Let's just credit everybody, or spread it out. Just
I've listened to bands talk, and that's I can't remember who it was that said it. It was maybe the National. I can't. One of the bands that I listened to a lot. They interviewed like, what do you do to keep a band together this long? And it was everybody gets paid the same. We don't.
And the ones that break up don't do that, and they don't spread it out.
Yeah,
and all that stuff. And it's just dumb. But I mean, I've always gone with like the kind of joke that like in my personal life, with my family, I'm a communist. With my friends, I'm a socialist. With my larger community, I'm a liberal. And then as it goes out all the way to nation, I'm a hardcore, libertarian. Almost like it's each level higher. I become less of a commie. Yeah, exactly. So, but
sovereign citizens are the stupidest damn thing.
They're funny as hell.
I just love like when they start talking about admiralty law, and they've got this like it's just
the thing is like
Kruger.
With like Michael Malice and whoever the people are like claim to be hardcore anarchists. There's a level of me that like I let them get away with it because they're nowhere near getting their way. So anybody just kind of pulling that direction at all is on my side of the tug of war. Fine by me.
I'd love to live in a world where I had to have arguments with Eric July.
I don't know who
that is. For sure. Eric July, he does his
Young Ripper. He's like an anarcho-capitalist, basically.
Yeah, Michael Malice is an anarcho-capitalist.
Is he really?
Talking to communists and anarchists, like I find like within 5 minutes, you end up at the exact same place.
Yeah, but the communists are closer to getting their way and stuff. So.
Yeah, no, that's
you need the anarcho-capitalist.
Well, and
that's things like I always try to.
And the anarcho-capitalists are like they're more actual anarchists because they just want less government.
They really do want less
government too. Where they want no government. Where commies they pretend that they want less government, but they
hate the same power structures, but they have stupid different.
Yeah, they always call it shit like the dictatorship of the proletariat. It's one of the dumbest terms I've ever heard because I'm like, as soon as they're part of the dictatorship, they're no longer the proletariat. You fucking dipshit. What do you?
Well, it's almost always my same answer with like John Larson's type stuff. John Larson's always like, these buffoons in government running us are complete, inept, incompetent, absolute dipshits.
Yes.
So what we need to do is triple down on them and get triple the amount of them, and really, like, and that's really like, there's so many times like where I can agree with the some sort of like left leaning person that what's there sucks ass. Like I can agree with you on that. But
well, like the question I've started asking people. I mean, obviously it's hard. I mean, with me, people they know better than to even get into these conversations with me. But because all my lefty friends are still pretending like the summer of love was totally justified, and so like we had hundreds of injuries, a dozen. The numbers of dead are debatable, but many. Billions of dollars in damage. How many white supremacists did you get? How many? How many? Who are they? Where were they? Because you smashed up a convenience store owned by Punjabis a block away from my house. And no, the candy bars they stole weren't insured. And insurance doesn't cover acts of social justice. It's not in the insurance.
You've destroyed businesses in the areas with the most minorities. You've made it so they doubled down their security on everything and cracked down on all that sorts of stuff. Made businesses move out, so now they have to drive farther away. Like every single thing you do backfires, and that's usually what the problem is with most kind of centralized idiots. Like those same problems we talked about with every one of those centralized idiot. Reason has a really good series going right now, and like today in unforeseen consequences, and that's just kind of the deal with all the centralized planning idiots is you cannot schedule in all the unforeseen consequences. The problem is nowadays at the major mega top level, the WF type people, is they're all positive that AI and tech is going to help them see all the unforeseen consequences. So they're positive that they're going to get there now because of that. But anyway, let's do this.
People say, you just know you're in for an insightful ride when you see that trio of names on a Red Hot Chili Peppers shirt. So
that was a zing. She said Chris, Jared, and Kevin. So you see a Red Hot Chili Peppers shirt, which was Kevin wearing that, and our names. So it was an identitarian comment. She's just talking about, oh, look, those names are Chris, Jared, and Kevin. Those are white.
It's a way to say like white guys without saying white guys.
Yeah.
Were you wearing a Red Hot Chili Pepper shirt?
I'm very, very shocked that you. That's weird because Kevin. I know Kevin likes the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Oh, and I love the. Well, okay, so I love like 3 of their albums. Is what I should say. They haven't done anything.
I like John Frusciante playing guitar.
John Frusciante is my favorite guitarist ever.
I like Frusciante, and I like those albums that were kind of popular in the 90s.
Well, they got that. See, I like the ones. My favorite albums are, by the way, Californication and Stadium Arcadium. They're some of my favorite albums ever. And then like Frusciante left, and I'm With You had like one good song on it, and I didn't even listen to Dark. Yeah, I didn't listen to Dark Necessities because I didn't care. And then Frusciante came back for this last album, and I was excited.
It's a double album.
And was it a double album?
They did a double album from COVID.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, this most recent album sucked ass. Like I
like some of Kevin just showed me some of it recently, and I thought it sounded pretty good because Frusciante was there.
Maybe I need to listen to it again, but I did not like it when I first heard it.
I kind of feel like Chili Peppers. It's a little bit like a pre-2013 John DeLynn, where it's like I like Mormon Stories if you just minus John DeLynn, and like I like Chili Peppers if you just get rid of everybody but John Frusciante.
I don't know,
man. You gotta like Flea. You gotta like Flea,
okay.
Man.
I don't know. This is like because they've got a few songs where like, that's pretty good. That's catchy. I like that. But they just got so many there. I'm like, oh goddamn, that's so awful.
Anthony Kiedis was just on Joe Rogan. He's pretty woke.
So I don't want to because we keep going on tangents, but we're on this tangent. But I just read about this where it's like at work. It's funny because me and the boss are old rocker types. The boss is like 10 years older than me and had a bunch of bands in the 90s, and we're into guitars and all this shit. And then there's a new guy at work who's like 21. But plays trombone and is in bands too, and we're all into music. And and we was like, what are we going to listen to today? And recently, we're like, young guys like something funky, and the old guys like, you ever listen to Fishbone? Jared, you ever listen to Fishbone?
I like Fishbone.
Holy
back
shit!
In the day. I liked them.
So we put on Fishbone, and it's been this whole revelation. And the reason this ties in is because this morning I read something about how somewhere in an interview or something, Red Hot Chili Peppers were like, they never understood why Fishbone struggled to achieve success, whereas the Chili Peppers, like, were these gigantic people. Because like something about how, like, they weren't even didn't even learn to play their instruments well until like 3 albums in, whereas like Fishbone were just astounding right out the get-go.
Yeah, but
Just
okay,
amazing stuff.
there are 3-4 songs by Chili Peppers that you got to give them as bona fide #1, like
Yeah,
world-changing hits. You know what I mean? Like Under the Bridge and
I guess I just find it so obnoxious. Like Under the Bridge is a song I would like better if I hadn't heard it 10,000 times.
but it was
I
one
never,
that
ever,
hit,
ever. I never get tired of Under the Bridge.
it hit
I never
that
get
level,
tired
man.
of Soul
Yeah.
to Squeeze. I
I
love
don't know
every.
that one.
I love almost every song off Stadium.
So I've told
Arcadium.
this story. Yeah, well, Californication's got a lot of good ones too. But
See,
I
by
told
the
the
way, it's
story.
probably my favorite album. By the way, has anyway, go on.
One of the I've already told on here because it was with my companion, that same guy I told the stories about last time. We were on a mission and Californication came out while we were on the mission, and he bought it and he says he was still trying to be like a good missionary, like, I'm not going to listen to this. I just want to buy it now and just
I
have
just
it.
want to
with
have
me.
it close.
I
to
just
me.
want to have it and have it with me. I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to listen. So he buys it and he goes around like saying that to himself for a couple days. And one morning I'm asleep. It's like morning for missionaries while you're still asleep. We're talking like 4 in the morning, right? 4 in the morning. All of a sudden I just hear the intro to Californication. All around the world, you can take time. And I wake up and I look up, and he is just bouncing around the whole living room, like jumping off of stuff and just all over. It's like
That's a good song.
he lost his self-control and couldn't handle it and just put
See,
it on.
I
woke
wish
up.
I would.
So I'll always have a place in my heart for that album, for that moment.
I wish I would have been on my mission when that album came out, because like 2 of my favorite bands are the Chili Peppers and the Killers. And when I was on my mission, I just decided, I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna listen to it. The last half of my mission, I was a jack off and I just did whatever I wanted. And Chili Peppers released I'm With You. That was their first post Frusciante album, and it mostly sucked. Brendan's Death Song is amazing. I'll always love that song. And then the Killers released Battleborn near the end of my mission, and that is easily my least favorite Killers album. So it was kind of a bummer. I wish I would have been around during the Californication days.
Well, I mean, so I like some of that new stuff. Like I said, whenever you hear kind of Frusciante going and letting loose, it's like you can't hate it.
I'll give this new one another chance, but I don't know. I wasn't impressed when I first heard it.
Anyway, she just dug on us because of our identities, which by now she's listened to all our stuff through and through multiple times. And you know
Because
that's
she called
one of
us
the things,
crusty Mormons.
you know that's one of the things we criticize about you, and we knew you would talk and be that way. We know that's what you're like, Sam.
Yeah.
That I would make an amazing recruiter wife and look really good in the bonnet. Thank you for noticing. Women who spoke out against the status quo, like I'm doing in the video you're referring to, were burned as witches. And
You're femsplaining
Do you
us,
really
Sam.
think
You're femsplaining us? We know this. You're femsplaining us.
Yeah, you know what?
You
You don't know
really
anything
think-
about. I bet you she doesn't know anything about the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Like, I'm somebody who basically, on the whole, not a fan, and yet look how much I had to say, what I knew. I know the names of the people in the band, except for drummer guy. But anyway, she doesn't
Chad
know
Smith,
anything.
Will Ferrell, basically.
Oh, what's his name?
those people up.
Chad Smith,
but
the
he
drummer,
looked-
looks
Chad
just
Smith?
like Will Ferrell.
Oh, does he?
There's like a bunch of skits on Jimmy Fallon or whatever, them both playing together. They really do look a lot like
Pat
each other.
Finnerty's the why does this song
Danny
stink?
California.
On
Yeah.
Danny
That-
California.
He
Holy
kind of
shit.
nails why Kiedis is the tough one to like in the band, but at the same time too, I like him fine as a person, like his books and
He
all that
thinks
stuff.
No, he's one of those guys where, like, I don't know, like I just never rated him as a vocalist. I have the exact same problem with name slips. Mick Jagger.
The thing is, Kiedis knows he's not a vocalist though. He even talks
Yeah,
about
he
it
was-
like a whole
oh.
lot.
He was
you know.
very self-conscious. He didn't want to actually sing. He just wanted to chant. That's why,
Yeah,
like,
Kiedis is
in Give It
100%
Away-
open that he knows that he's not a good
well,
singer.
but it's not even that. Like, because like, for example, one of my favorite bands ever, artists ever, is Stephen Malkmus, Pavement, and he's famously not a good singer. But I always liked him. But he had a particular charm, or like Daniel Johnston. Not a classical singer. Stephen Merritt is another guy, not an untrained baritone, is what they politely call him. you know. Anyway,
Anyway, Sam, we know plenty about the backstory of by
I
the
also
time.
love. I love
ahead.
that she pointed out on this that like she really thinks she's talking against the status quo.
Yeah.
She's like,
yeah.
You are the
people-
status quo.
People who
And-
spoke against the status quo, like I'm
You
doing.
are the status quo.
Yeah, I
And
know you
what-
are the status quo. Like, what are you talking about? And I love how the response, because what I said and the thing she's criticizing is that she really thinks she would have been one of the crazy people who was killed. Like, she thinks that she would have been an Oscar Schindler in World War
Yeah.
II Germany. And when I point that out, she responds by like basically saying, I absolutely would be Oscar Schindler in World War II
Yeah.
Germany.
So we pointed out on this channel since long before that whole focus on the status quo being bad is a thing that comes from Gramsci. Like,
Yeah.
once again, like, we're always pointing out that these guys are kind of doing this stuff and they don't even know the stuff that they're doing. But you're making a point for me once again, because I make the point that you guys say and use all the lingo, even if you're aware of where it comes from or not. The person who's not aware of your back ideology is you, Sam. The person who's not aware of the weird things you're regurgitating and following is you. Status quo comes from the status quo always being bad, and something needs to be changed and altered to get to a better sublated Aufheben future is Gramsci, Antonio Gramsci, and that's somebody who we've gone into detail about in the past.
And what is the message, Sam? With first off, why are you dressed like that for this video? Oh, you just did it on the fly. Then why do you pull out and say, yes, I would look good, thanks for noticing? And is this a body image thing? What are you exactly saying? And because and if that is the case, like, first off, gross. Why are you doing that? That's weird. Like, who cares? And also, if you want to play that game, like, I mean, I'm a fat guy, you win. But I dare you to play the shirts off game with Chris Hanna.
Or give me a few months.
Fitter than you all
I'm
the
bulked
time.
up right now, though.
No, but still, no.
I'm still, yeah, I'm
There's
not
more
far
work
away.
shown. You
I
can
will have a,
see there's
I will have a
10,000
six-pack
hours
by,
in
yeah.
your biceps when you, no matter how not cut you are, that she will never have. You know,
Yeah,
like,
but
Do you always feel cold?
Me?
That's what I wanted. Yeah, because
Yeah, no.
like the last week was the first time I ever saw you in person, and you were wearing like a wool jacket over a hoodie. And
Yeah,
I was
I
like,
feel-
no, that's what
Jesus,
it is. Like, 'cause
man.
Chris is always fit. Like, Chris is a fit guy, and he has never.
And I hide
I've
it,
never
yeah.
seen him do the skin shirt thing.
It's,
like, he
it's on
wears
my
shirts that
some
fit him.
pictures are on my Facebook, but like I hide it.
Well, no, like,
pretty much,
but-
No, I know.
No,
It's like
yeah.
if I didn't know any better, I might have thought you were fat. 'Cause
Yeah.
you were wearing like 8
No,
layers.
like, and that's my point. So it's like Chris's fitness is totally like an internal thing, you know, and it's which is the dead opposite of what Sam's doing here.
Yeah. So I'm bulked up right now, and usually when I bulk up, like if you come across any real deal bodybuilder, whenever you bulk up, the joke is the hoodie goes on and it stays on. You know, we just kind of pretty much stay in kind of this Olympic wrestler mode, you know, for a while. But then I'll get into normal clothes, because part of it is too is that I don't buy any nice clothes when I'm bulked up, because I'll go up and down 60 pounds every year for real. And all my nice clothes are for when I'm in shape, and then I just kind of keep everything as like whatever I can get by with, like a jacket or something like that when I'm bigger. But yeah, by April,
So you don't
I
just
can
have a casual sports bra that you wear for podcasting.
yeah, by April I'll be in a full shred. But whatever.
Me too.
Well, and
obviously.
by
Yeah.
April, Sam will look like this.
Upholding the patriarchal biblical status quo, who believed in Satan, which I don't, but you lads might know, who did the
Gross
accusing. Also, I wouldn't.
oversimplification.
Well,
Well,
that's
she
just
called it, she thinks we're Mormons.
she thinks
too,
we're
like-
Mormon.
Yeah, no,
crusty
yeah, that's
Mormons.
Yeah, no,
She
yeah,
thinks
no,
we
no.
believe in Satan.
The thing is that,
And
yeah,
Mormon
because like the
polygamy.
crusty guys aren't Mormon and the Mormon guys aren't crusty. Whoops.
in the 1800s because it was coercive of women and children, and I'm not down for child sex abuse, but that's just me personally.
I'm
You know who
against child
is.
sex abuse now, so I would have been against it also.
Are you sure
Back
you're
then.
on the side that's against it too? But I think
This
that's it.
helps.
Just
I something in my gut. I just have the hunch that Sam falls very firmly in that 68% or whatever it is that falls for the Ash conformity test. I just know it. I just know it.
No,
You know?
because she's talking against the status quo.
Oh, that's right.
Explain that Ash conformity test one more time.
Oh yeah,
Start-
I mean, it's been around since the 1950s, and it's been done a gajillion times. And like, I might be lowballing it, like it's like might be up to 80%, but like basically, you bring a bunch, or there's one subject, that goes into a room with a bunch of other people, and the one experimental subject thinks that everyone else are experimental subjects, but they're actually shills and part of the test. And the basic test is they show you a bunch of lines of that, 4 of them are all the same length and one of them is slightly shorter. And they ask everybody, what's the shortest one? And they do a couple of rounds where they give honest answers. And then there's the test round where the shills will all say the wrong answer and saying like, no, this line is the shortest one, when the truly other shortest line is obviously a different answer. And some 80% of people will go along with the crowd. And it's only about 20% of people that say like, no, you guys, come on, don't be ridiculous. That line's the shortest one. And
What is a woman?
Yeah, and it's Ash, ASCH, Ash conformity test. And like, this is like, I guess it's in psychology schools, whatever. It's a thing they do all the time. And it works consistently. And the fact is that most people will go along with the crowd, even in the face of, like, they won't believe their lying eyes.
Yeah, no, we had this. So I think I talked about this before. We had a very good example, like a real life example of it was when I was in Dare, which Dare is a joke.
I remember, dude, I was a Dare graduate. I can't believe that Dare was still around when you were...
I didn't even know that Dare graduation was a thing. Like, I didn't care about it. I didn't participate in it. Like, they gave me a book I was supposed to fill out, and I didn't fill it out at all. And my Dare officer went through my book, and he's like, this is empty. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, don't you want to graduate Dare? And I was like, I didn't know it was a graduation thing. And he's like, do you want to graduate? I was like, I guess. I didn't care, right? Because it was stupid to me. And then he's like, okay, I mean, are you gonna do drugs? And I was like, no. He's like, okay, I guess you graduate. So that's how I graduated Dare. I didn't participate. Yeah. I zoned out during every lesson, but this one lesson I paid attention to it because he passed around this jar of bright green liquid. It was a mason jar full of bright green liquid, and he said, okay, smell this jar. It's a game we're playing, and if you guess the smell right, then you get a prize. And we all smelled it. We passed it around, and it got to me, and I was like, it doesn't smell like anything. And he's like, well, don't you have a guess? Don't you want to win the prize? And I was like, I don't have a guess because it doesn't smell like anything. I would just be And he's like, okay, whatever. And then after that first round, he goes, okay, enough of you got it right to where we won't have enough prizes. And the prizes are soccer balls, which first off wasn't a big deal to me because I already had a soccer ball, right? I was like, fuck yeah, I don't care about getting a soccer ball. So maybe that was why I beat this conformity test. But then he gets into, like, he says, okay, enough of you want it that I won't have enough soccer balls for the next class. So I'm just going to tell you what the smell is. And if you say that you smelt that this time around, then you get the soccer ball. And they're like, okay. And he says, it was apple. Apple is the flavor. And everybody smells it. And they're like, oh yeah, no, I do smell apple. Which, I mean, it's a figure of authority telling them that this smells like apple and I will reward you for saying that. So what else are they going to say? But I got around to me and I was like, no, I can't fucking smell anything. It doesn't smell like anything. And he's like, okay, but just say apple. And then you get the ball. And I was like, I don't care. It's a soccer ball. This doesn't smell like anything. And then he gave me a sticker for being the only person that didn't say it smelled like apple. And I was like, okay, why don't you give me a fucking soccer ball, asshole? Because that's what you were going to give everyone else. And anyway, it's just one of those funny.
So that was you learned from Dare?
Yeah, that was Dare. The other thing I learned from Dare is that meth and weed are the exact same level of intensity, and I didn't unlearn that until I was like a senior in high school.
I still remember some of the stories that my Dare officer taught us. Was it a cop that taught your thing?
Yep.
Yeah, because it was a cop that taught ours. It was a black guy. Okay, Mike, this laptop is wanting to go to sleep even though it's plugged in, and I don't know why. It says it's
You have to
charging, but it's
reboot it and
crap
come back
people.
on. I'm gonna,
Yeah, he told stories about acid and PCP that, like, when I grew up, I was like, oh, these are not true. What the hell is going on? Why won't this charge? Let me try moving this over to the other side.
Is your wall got power?
Yeah, no, I'm plugged into a power strip.
I'm gonna share for Sam. I'll share what I look like when I'm shredded. I put it on here before, but
There you go. See, now you're being toxically masculine by being buff, and that's body shaming, which wasn't what Sam was doing.
I just showed this one because I go up and down over the years.
What did
but,
you do to body shame?
But also, like, because
these ones, like, I got overly lean. Like, I got
Holy
way too
shit.
lean.
I know it's somebody else, isn't it? It looks like somebody else. But like,
you look ill.
we don't. This
I
is the
was
thing about
ill,
them.
but I like this one because, like, I compare it to where is it? I have it on the same screen here.
Oh, Tatey dog.
Yeah. High school principal.
But then, like,
Yeah,
we
these are
really
my
don't even need to go
classes.
any further. Like, because I mean, we're making fun of Sam because she said a dopey thing. Like, she thinks that we're all Mormons, and like, right there, you're done. And it's just like, you know, every time I get in an argument with the Democrats where they're like immediately like, well, you only think that because you love Trump so much. It's like, okay, so you're wrong. And so, like, if this gets to Sam, I doubt it will, but like, Sam, you should examine, like, what's going on that you got it wrong instantly, that your gut assumption was that, well, these guys have to be Mormon, these criticisms have to be coming from a Mormon perspective. You were wrong. So that should tell you something about your worldview is not accurate. It's giving you bad information and causing you to make bad assumptions. Because we're not Mormon. I mean, Kevin is, but he's not the kind of Mormon you think he is.
Yeah, for sure he isn't. But
We are crusty though.
Yeah, crusty. Kevin, no. The rest of us,
we're crusty. I'm for sure crusty. Like, that's one of the things that so
take
much
the
of the
crusty
ex-Mormon world is very, very, very worried that the whole world recognizes them as a super morality and even better morally, since like, I think I'm trying pretty good and trying to figure it out, but I'm perfectly fine being called a raging asshole because I am and can be, and I don't need.
Especially who is calling you an asshole.
Yeah.
I've been thinking a lot about, like, who this is coming from, right? I had this I can't remember even why I was searching. I found this, like, Reddit post for how it was just saying, how do I come clean to my wife, right? It was a guy who had cheated on his wife. And he's like, this is killing me inside. I love my wife. I cheated on her. It was a mistake. I want to come clean to her. What is the best way to do this? And I swear, like, all of the top comments were saying, don't do it. Like, because what you're doing is trying to take the weight of this shame and take
put
it
on
off
her.
you and put it on her. So that's selfish. So just don't do it again and don't tell her. And then, so I was like, that's crazy. I wonder what other people have said about this. Because to me, that sounds insane. To me, the obvious answer is tell her and be as humble about it as you possibly can and beg for her forgiveness, which you don't deserve, but beg for it anyway, right? And so I typed it in, and one of the first things that came up, like, just into Google, I typed in, like, how do I come clean to my wife? And I found this Baptist guy who had come clean to his wife at one point, and he said kind of the same thing. He said, you have to understand that you're taking this burden off of your shoulders and putting it onto her, and that is going to really suck for her, but you have to do it anyway. Like, that's what he was saying. And I was like, if I were to read these two things and choose a worldview between atheist Reddit and this Baptist guy, I'm going to choose to be a Baptist. Like, I don't want to be a Baptist, but I'm just like, there's something about, like, who the message is coming from that really matters to me.
Yeah. So
that's
Sam
one of my
Harris.
favorite things
Go ahead.
that ever came from Rick and Morty, though, like, when getting criticism from Sam, is your boos mean nothing to me because I've seen what makes you cheer.
Yes.
You know, and that's things like, and like, in my opinion of you isn't based on some imaginary straw man that I concocted No, it's based on what I've seen you say. Whereas like your criticism of us is obviously based on what you imagined because you got him wrong. Not Mormon.
I wouldn't expect her to ever sit through and listen to and go through all her stuff anyway, though. They don't take the time to listen to naysayers. But
How did the person who sent it to her not say, "Oh no, I listened to this whole thing to get to there, and those guys aren't Mormon"? That's what I would like. If I'm a real friend, I'm gonna be like, "Oh no, don't call them Mormons because they're not."
Yeah, well, whatever. We
Well,
only
yeah, it's
have
like
200
because
views,
somebody sent that to her.
or-
Did they watch it? And if they watched the whole thing, wouldn't they pick up that anyway?
Yeah, go
Well,
on a
there's-
different identity. Call them crusty white males because they
There's a
are.
way on that YouTube thing to like clip out a part, and so like she probably just got a clip and only watched the clip. But because I can forward stuff to you with the clipped out image. So, but here's her hero of who taught her all about predeterminism. Although she hasn't paid attention to all the ways that he's a problematic patriarch, racist, evil, terrible person who believes in the IQ bell curve or whatever. But did we lose Flip? No, I thought he froze.
No.
But
Oh, I might have.
so
spazzed out for a second.
Sam rage quit Twitter. He rage quit Twitter because he was mad at them
Trump
letting
is
back on
back.
people who give disinformation and misinformation. And I thought that was a hilarious comment.
Oh,
by
also
Benjamin
they
Boyce
cause
right there,
harm
saying
and
that
incite violence.
he quietly rage quit on Twitter. But I want to pull this other thing that people noticed, that he had a whole podcast with talking about how to do crypto and get into crypto with Bankman Fried guy, Sam Harris. And people
That's
always,
problematic.
yeah, people keep posting that and showing it to him, like, oh, so people can like talk about things that are harm-causing disinformation, embarrassing harm-causing disinformation on podcasts and not be completely eliminated for that, Sam Harris. And Sam has been embarrassingly emotional and religious thinking about that stuff, and it's been a big bummer for a lot of people. I see a lot of people lamenting it that he's turned out to be that way.
He's a full-on consequentialist, like as insane a consequentialist almost as Vosh is, because that thing on on the trigonometry podcast where he's talking about like, I don't care what we had to do as long as it fucked over Trump, it was a good thing to do.
Yeah,
like that's full consequentialism, and I cannot for the life of me think of consequentialism as anything other than just evil.
Yeah,
like, I don't know, maybe there's a steel man of it that I haven't thought of, but it seems evil to me.
It definitely lacks empathy.
But I mean, it's the reason why all the stuff. It's the reason Marcuse plays well with these guys. It's the reason they think it's fine to lie on their way to getting to, by all means necessary, or whatever that crap is that they say.
Yvette Falarka, by any means necessary.
Yeah, she ended up getting arrested for all that, didn't she?
Good.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What an
And
evil
if it just
thought
has an
to have.
idea and it has no ideas or has no leaders.
Yeah.
So this Sam also, I think it's kind of chicken shit not to let Alex Jones on, but that had to be a lawyer decision. I wonder.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
He said it's an emotional decision because he lost a kid. He lost a kid, and he doesn't like that Alex Jones did the Sandy Hook stuff because it hurts his feelings or something like that. So, yeah, that's Elon's claim, is that it's just a personal decision. Trying to show here. Oh, I like. Did you see that Balenciaga stuff? Flip's battery died. He's not getting a charge. We'll see if he comes back after it gets charged up. Did you see his battery died? We'll see if it charges back up. I don't know. Maybe it'll reboot. Sometimes it reboots. We'll see what happens. But do you see that Balenciaga stuff? The stuff with the they had a bunch of Balenciaga is just like a clothing store or something like that. But they put out a bunch of ads with little kids in it, and the little kids like had like weird porn stuff in it. Did you see that?
I don't think so.
So Balenciaga put out like a bunch of little clips of, oh gosh, I'll put it here.
It's not rocket science, guys. They're just evil and want to diddle kids. That phrase is making more and more sense to me than like. I feel like I'm going insane. The amount of times that the insane people just seem to want, like at base level, just want to fuck kids or something. But
Yeah.
I have to be wrong about that, right?
No, I mean, I think it's real.
How many ideologies are centered around trying to sexualize children? Like with this whole drag
There's
queen
a ton
shit.
of them.
I'm like they really want kids to see drag so badly. That's so important to them.
So I'm trying to show this. I linked it into our feed the other day, but maybe I'm spelling it wrong. Balance. So anyway, they have these little advertisements with kids, and the kids have teddy bears, and the teddy bears are like dressed up in kind of BDSM stuff. This is like a clothing store, right? But here's the weird thing. Here's the really weird thing. They have this image with the kids, and on the table there's like a bunch of papers spread out. And it was actually Shoe on Head who found this out. Shoe on Head, who's a socialist, but she and then she's getting ripped apart for it too. But the paper, they turned the paper around, and the paper is referencing a court situation that was a court. It was a case that talked about child porn and trying to legalize and spread it. Yeah. So that's what it is. It's that same thing. And so Aaron was just like referencing that, like it's not. So it's that whole thing. That's the Balenciaga brand that was doing that. But I was just trying to show this where they pulled up Sam Harris, who had that Bankman-Fried guy on here. They got some clip of it somewhere. But whoa, where'd it go?
What a depressing fall that was, Sam Harris. Like,
yeah.
Was I just wrong and he was never reasonable?
Well, there's a lot of people, and it even kind of makes me stop and wonder that say that he was maybe a bit over the top, even about Muslims, like just kind of painting them in the worst possible light, even though I 100% agree with oh, did you guys see this? I don't think, it doesn't let you see in this country. Hold on. Am I getting weird feedback? Hold on.
I'm not noticing anything.
Let's see. I was hearing something. Oh, I'm hearing it again. Do I just have one of these volumes up or something? Anyway. Where did it go? No, I don't think I'll find it. I should have had it pulled up. Look at this. Here's queer Jesus.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, once again.
They're really trying to co-opt Jesus. Like
yeah.
The left entirely is trying to be like, well, Jesus said to love people. And what he meant by love people was, oh God, fuck The View. I've seen it.
Listen.
I don't know that they hide behind religion, because I said this on this show once before. Jesus would be the grand marshal at the Pride Parade. I don't.
Jesus would be right behind the guy wearing a thong and dildos that are swinging it in front of a bunch of children. That's what Jesus would be doing. Because he would see. Here's the thing: like, there's actually a beautiful doctrine behind Jesus that I think nobody gets, and I see it when these lefties try to. They'll put a picture up of Jesus washing off different people's feet, and one of them is like Joe Biden. One of them is like a guy holding a pride flag. One of them is, and that's the thing. Every Christian will be like, yeah, he would do that. He would be washing that guy's feet. But what you need to do, you need to have one with Trump where he's washing Trump's feet. You need to have one of a guy holding a Nazi flag, because that's the whole Jesus thing. It's everyone, right?
Yeah.
So he would be washing the Nazi's feet because he loves the Nazi. And that's the half of the equation that they always miss. It's always like, God would love queers. Of course he would love queers. Of course Jesus would love queers. He would love murderers too. It doesn't mean he's approving of their murdering, right? I don't think that being gay is comparable to murdering, but I'm like, Christians think that being gay is wrong. So obviously Jesus would disapprove of being gay, but he would love the gay man. He would disapprove of being a Nazi, but he would love the Nazi.
Yeah. It's so, I don't know. Yeah, I can't find that clickety doodah thing. Let's see here.
Oh, well. You got more John Larson for us?
I do. I have the whole start of his last podcast, but I'm going to try to wait now for Flip to come back on. I'd already be onto it. I'm not going to show this because it's got the person's name on it. Maybe I'll put it up. But of course, they're posting around all over ex-Mormon stuff that now, because you're ex-Mormon, you have to hate Thanksgiving because colonization and whatever.
Yeah. Did you see? Okay. I was in that. I was in that thread. I got.
Is it this one? Which one is it? Let me see if I think I got it pulled up without the girl's name.
The ex-Mormon Facebook.
Yeah, I've got the girl's name off of it here, so I don't.
Yeah, I talked about how Thanksgiving is actually my favorite time of year because I can decry colonization and prove that I'm one of the good whites.
Was it this one?
That's the one.
Yeah. I imagine this is the Utah Mormons' favorite day, the celebration of the colonization and slaughters of natives. That's totally what the celebration is. The nice thing is I saw a bunch of different people pushing back on it. Well,
yeah, there was actually a lot. There was a lot more pushback than I thought there'd be.
Yeah, there didn't used to be any sort of pushback on that stuff, but
people are getting sick of it. That's one of the weirdest things is that I get stupid on Facebook. Like, I'm always commenting on shit, and all of my friends and family in real life see it. And the crazy thing is,
why they're able to see when you're commenting around on other stuff.
Well,
are
yeah. If you
really,
I mean, if not,
they can follow you,
right?
Oh.
No, it's sometimes if you're scrolling through, it'll be like your friend commented on this thing, and if it's a public thing, they'll be able to see it.
Oh yeah, because you're commenting.
But if it's in like a private group, then they won't see it. So I'm always very aware of where I'm posting it. But the thing is, I don't really say anything in private groups that I wouldn't say publicly. And I'll get that a lot. People at work will be like, I saw your thing on Facebook. I actually really like that. But they'll never actually hit the like button or comment on it or anything.
Because somebody else will see it.
Yeah. It's fine. Like, I don't need the likes and shit like that. There needs to be a study done on fucking Reddit upvotes and shit. Those guys, oh my God, it's one of the most pathetic dopamine things that you could ever imagine is Reddit people talking about, no, don't downvote me. And then like anytime I express an opinion, it's always downvoted into oblivion. And they'll be like, now you've been downvoted. I'm like, why would I care about that? Why would it bother me that you're down? Like, again, I've seen what makes you cheer.
Yeah, I don't know if Flip's gonna make it back or not. Hopefully that computer gets it back going, because I do have that whole Larson stuff where I'm pretty darn sure that they are aware of us now. Obviously, because Sam saw us, and we know Nuance Ho commented on us too. Should we pull up her comment? We can pull up her comment.
Her comment was pretty great.
But I was just gonna show this real quick, getting off the Sam Harris thing. Gad Sad went into it a little bit. He was talking about, Flip says 5 minutes, he should be good. He was talking a bit about how Sam Harris is kind of like a bit of a douchebag behind the scenes to his friends. Like he won't answer phone calls to him and stuff. Yeah.
I've seen Gad Sad talk about Harris a little bit, and he's very critical of him.
Yeah.
I'm not as big into Gad Sad as I am these other guys. I don't know him very well.
Well, so he says that Harris, I like Gad Sad a lot, but I mean, he can get a little bit extreme, just like do it. You know, he says he's an extreme deontologist. So it's like you do the right thing or you're a bitch, you know, and but he talks a lot.
I'm going to listen to him a lot now because deontology, that's the way I think.
Well, if you listen,
consequentialism.
He goes into it big time in that single episode right there. But he talks a lot about how Sam Harris is totally the type of guy, like you were just saying about your friends not wanting to like stuff on Facebook. He says Sam Harris is that on crack, and like in the other world, like he have people that he knows are his friends, and they'll talk to him about wanting him to come on their podcast or be on their thing, and he'll just ghost them if they ask him or wanting to do it.
That's so weird. That's
Yeah.
weird because like that's saying a controversial thing is what brought him into the mainstream. That 2015 thing on Bill Maher with him versus fucking Ben Affleck. That's what brought him to most people's attention that hadn't seen him yet.
Totally. What was the thing that I said? Oh, we were gonna look at. I don't know if I can be able to pull up fast. The comment. It's probably way up there because like we shared it with each other. But let me see if I can find it. Going back there a bit.
Probably easiest to find it on TikTok
Oh yeah. Well, I don't even have that logged in.
or YouTube or whatever.
That was in black, wasn't it? Oh, we had that thing where that gay guy threw a rock at the gay thing in New York, and everybody predicted from the way the guy threw the thing that he was gay.
That was
then it
Theo
came out
Vaughn
that he
being
was gay.
funny. Like
Yeah.
that was a funny joke. Theo Vaughn talking about how his form proves that.
And
was
then
an
it came
inside
out.
job. And it
Yeah,
was just
totally
a
came out that
joke,
he
and I
was.
laughed at it. I didn't think anything about it, and then you sent that picture. Well,
it
that
came out
turned out to
true.
be right.
Yeah. Let's see here if I can find it. Oh, come on. Oh, and then we got a black guy who's gonna play William F. Buckley. I think that's one of the funniest things in the world. I like that black actor, David Harwood, too, but it's so weird to me. They got a black guy. He's gonna play William F. Buckley in a show.
So
But,
is that the guy that was talking about like if they were gonna have a white actor play Martin Luther King, then go for it?
Yeah, he said it'd be fine
Okay.
back the other way. Yeah.
I guess if you're consistently stupid, then that's something, right? Because
It's so funny.
Like if I saw that they were actually casting Ryan Gosling as MLK, I would laugh my ass off at it. This is fucking stupid. But the thing is, I've consistently laughed my ass off at all of the race swaps since then. Like, so I can do that.
Here's proof of that. Talking crypto and altruism with Sam Bankman-Fried, with Sam Harris. Earning to give. In this episode, Sam Harris speaks with Sam Bankman-Fried. And that's the dude who got blew up with the FTX thing.
Effective
Oh,
altruism.
so you're allowed to possibly talk to somebody who causes harm in this world, Sam Harris.
Yeah, so that's kind of one of the funny things is there's two people that I've paid attention to who have tried to basically derive an is or not from an is. People who have tried to talk about objective morality in a completely secular and rational sense. That there's Ayn Rand and there's Sam Harris. I don't think it can totally be done, but it's funny because Ayn Rand completely shits on altruism, and here's Sam Harris talking up altruism.
Yeah. So there's the one. That's the guy. He turned out to be we had turned out it was a gay guy who's throwing the rocks at the store. But
the guy who committed a hate crime that was obviously a hate crime against everybody's just fast, man. Like,
and then of course there's the Colorado Springs kid turned out. Well, who knows if that's even true, and the kid is playing it. But oh my gosh, could you believe that somebody might be using those neo pronouns for nefarious reasons?
I know.
Who like
I
both
love how
ways?
they just kept misgendering that dude too. I'm watching a trans woman on CNN misgender this non-binary person. I'm like, look, if your rules mean anything, they have to mean everything. You have to correctly gender this non-binary guy.
Yeah, but if it's going the other way and you're saying he's using it for nefarious reasons, that's been one of the right wing's claims all along on that too. You got to worry that somebody will use it for nefarious reasons. But here's John DeLynn talking about musket fire. Jeffrey R. Holland's musket fire thing caused the Colorado nightclub shooting, and maybe you can use that to get up to 100,000 subscribers. John DeLynn. Where did it go?
No,
Here it is.
So
Theo
I've
Vaughn
gotten
was
into
joking.
a lot of yeah.
that form tells you it's an inside job, and then it came out that it was an inside job. Yeah.
Yeah. So I got a lot of shit in these ex-Mormon circles for saying, okay, we don't know that that's if you're the guy that says, hold on a second, then they hate you because they don't want to hold on a second. And you can tell them, like, you need to hold on a second because if you don't, you'll look really fucking stupid. So if you jump on this and say it's a gay hate crime, it was caused by Mormonism, and I got into trouble because I was talking to these people on the ex-Mormon Facebook group. And I said, okay, do you really think that the Mormon Church caused this? Do you really think Jeffrey R. Holland caused this? And what I got in response was he literally called for musket fire. I was like, okay, first off, the guy didn't listen to it very literally because he used an AR-15. He ought to have used a musket if he listened to it literally. But joking aside, do you think he literally called for you to fire guns at gay people? And she was like, well, okay. I mean, maybe I misspoke with literal. Maybe it was more of a metaphor. I was like, it was absolutely a metaphor. Of course it was a metaphor. So he didn't cause this. Like, if you came to Jeffrey R. Holland and said, okay, you said this thing, should I go kill gay people? He would say, no. And oh my God, making me steelman Jeffrey R. Holland. I do not like him. He's fake as hell to me. But if there's a 0% chance that Jeffrey R. Holland, in my mind, I am 100% confident that Jeffrey R. Holland did not see this gay hate crime that happened and go, good. Thank God they killed the gay people. No, he mourned for them. I actually believe that he mourned for the people that died.
So Steve Stewart Williams here. This guy's awesome. I recommend everybody reads his book, The Ape That Understood the World. Troy, I saw you commenting that we still got Dan Dennett, and I agree. Dan Dennett, I even think in years past has kind of gotten more into the concepts of evolutionary psychology and trying to reconcile some of the ideas about religion. We posted some clips on here about it with him talking about, well, I know that he's talked about the liturgy of church and that maybe going and seeing a play, like we complain that we didn't like to go on Sundays, but he talks about how there's something about that the atheists don't have in their communities, and maybe they should try to rescue some of that, which I guess a lot of people thought about. But
no, I know that's the Peter Hitchens quote that always gets me. But he says that church attendance is the tax that you pay for living in a civilized society. And I always think, fuck you, I don't want to go to church. And that's all I can really say about it. And so what I want is for other people to go to church.
It's for sure a binding thing. Well, that's kind of one of my angles is I kind of think that it's panned out that if you are a atheist, you'd probably want to be in a pretty pluralistic religious society, not an atheistic society. It's just the way it's looking like. If you take it from like a stand back bird's eye view, I think this pluralistic religious society is going to be a more free society for you than certain atheistic societies. And it doesn't hurt anything to step back and look at that. Like these guys who are the evil psych guys, there's him, there's Jeffrey Miller, there's, I always forget, David Sloan Wilson. There's a lot of different guys who kind of get into this stuff, and they're all able to kind of like look at religion from this bird's eye view and kind of understand it. But I think Troy was able to argue that pretty well on Jacob Hansen's channel. But his book, The Ape That Understood.
Oh, I didn't know
Universe,
he was on Jacob Hansen's channel.
Yeah, they had a whole hour-long debate on the stuff. I told Flip to go on there too.
I want to watch stuff, that. Actually. But no, he just actually Troy just said David Hume addressed his own is-ought problem as it relates to morality and his moral philosophy. His theory is that we come equipped with moral sentiments that we can marry with reason. I get that to a degree, I think, and I'll have to listen to it to really understand what you're saying entirely, because I guess to me that sounds a lot like C.S. Lewis. The whole, like, everybody has, I can't remember the term that he uses, but like inherent morality. C.S. Lewis talks about it, William Lane Craig talks about it, but they're both very Christian.
So that's why I mean this. Can you even see that on the screen? It's probably I don't even think I can make it big enough. But this guy, highly recommend listen to this Steve, the Ape That Understood the Universe book, because he gets into how there are a lot of different kind of scientific proofs for the evolutionary psychology stuff, and that it does kind of reconcile like the role maybe like religion or morality is playing in some of those things, but that's going down like a whole other path of some debates that I've seen Marty get into with this other guy who doesn't like evolutionary psychology because he thinks they're all just so stories. But this book has a good argument for why no, there's more to it than just so stories, which that all comes from Stephen Jay Gould. Stephen Jay Gould was a Marxist. He tried to marry Marxism into Darwinism. Like if you get to the whole thing like a directed equilibrium, he always uses like Marxist heuristic into trying to describe stuff. And Dawkins and Stephen Jay Gould as biologists used to have major battle out fights and all that sorts of stuff. But I think Steve Stewart Williams kind of gets into it. But anyway, this little quote right here that he talks about says, people watching rioters, and if they're told the rioters are, it talks about, let's see, I'll just read it. Despite viewing the identical clip, liberals rated the protesters as more violent when they believed it was an anti-abortion protest, a conservative cause, rather than a gay rights protest, a liberal cause, whereas conservatives exhibited the opposite pattern. I think I heard Flip. Hold on. He's back. You have power?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I did before. Like the little icon was like, hey, I'm charging. But now it's growing. It's growing from charginess.
Yeah.
I am so proud of my dumb little lighting at my podcastorium. I feel like that looks really good for being my television on a nightstand in my closet with a bunch of blankets strung around my room. One of my blankets is being jammed. It's held up. One end of it is being held up by a curtain rod supporting the curtain behind me. And the other side of it is being is wedged into the door of the closet.
So here's Nuance Ho's comment on us.
So by the way, if you like our content and you want more of this wonderful production, you can send us money and we'll buy fancy lights and cameras and microphones so that we can spread our important message.
Subscribe
really
to our
important.
Patreon.
Our Patreon and our
Imagine the amount of harm that will not be caused.
Look, I could have learned how to work computers, and I could be working for Elon Musk.
I don't think we even have
$10 a day.
We don't even have
choose...
a way to retrieve money here.
Yeah.
I know.
Send some money to FTX. We have an account on FTX, and but I will be asking for money once I start my life coaching business. I will be a life coach for.
But it's basically a steal, because all you had to do is pay like $5,000 for a 24 month.
We should all go get like life coach certifications.
I had an idea. I just had an idea for a wonderfully misogynistic sketch series of wife coaches. You hire a wife coach.
That sounds like the intro to a really shitty porn.
Oh jeez.
I want to flex.
Blow your man.
I've been watching a lot of Whitest Kids You Know lately, and like they do some of the most wonderfully misogynistic jokes.
I'm gonna see how much it costs to get qualified as a life coach.
I looked it up on that stuff. It was $2,400 from that one.
To get her qualification.
Sam admitted on one of her things. I sent you guys the clips of it. That she said that the one that she went to is not really accredited. But,
never mind.
That's fine.
Never mind. Oh Christ.
Nuance Ho, give them a hand.
Phlebotomist has a more reasonable, a more meaningful certification. By far.
Give them a hand for being worse in every way than Midnight Mormons. Hard to do. At least Cardin has a take. I think his takes are wrong, but at least he took his commentary and pocket knives somewhere, like through an airport.
Wait, what? Is she talking about us?
No, she's
Oh.
talking about
Is
us.
that-
Yeah,
so
she's
is that
saying
an
we're worse
actual-
than the Midnight Mormons.
Wait,
Carden got arrested. There's a mugshot of Carden because he got
really?
arrested taking a pocket knife through an airport.
Wait,
And it was just
what
it
is
was
she
just that.
commenting on? Is she comment? Is this?
She was commenting on Sam's video, and she says,
Oh,
"We have a
okay.
worse take than we're worse."
You
than
hear
Midnight
that,
Mormons."
Carden Ellis? We have worse
Wow.
takes than you. Nuance Ho hates us more than she hates you from coming to your house and have committed a crime. This is a challenge,
Yeah.
Carden. Carden, this Midnight Mormons.
So
we won.
Carden got arrested
We
because he
won.
took a pocket knife
Okay,
to an airport.
so
Yes.
have a take that Nuance Ho thinks is worse than ours. I dare you. That's a challenge.
Oh,
But
man.
it was just that.
How
He
would
just-
Carden? Well, he can do that.
He just had a pocket
Oh, he
knife. It was
can.
just
He
that. It
absolutely
wasn't-
can.
But,
And then it'll
yeah,
be
but
a-
like, so that's
a
kind of
back
a,
and
like,
forth.
so what's like, because here's the thing is, everybody understands why airports are extremely sensitive, and frankly, that kind of thing happens all the time. And like, I mean, what's the implication? Like, okay, so that was an oversight.
That's because they think it's a
But
big
do you
deal
think-
when they found that he had a mugshot. Like, ha ha ha!
Yeah,
Look,
I
he's
mean,
got a
it's a
mugshot.
funny
ha,
thing,
ha,
I
ha."
yeah, no,
I
that's
don't
not.
know.
See,
I
and
actually
that's
I had the exact same moment that Louis C.K. had in his Louis show. It was funny because I told my friend about it, and he's like, "Actually, that was a bit in Louis. You should watch this clip." And it was where I went through an airport. I was going to my wife had already went to St. Louis to see her family, and I was going later. And I get to the airport, and the lady's like, "You have like more than, I don't know, 6 ounces of fluid or whatever you're allowed. Let's look through it." And she's like looking through all this shit. There was an empty Gatorade bottle. I was like, "Okay, throw it away, whatever." And she's like, "What's that?" And I was like, it's a lube."
yeah.
Like sex lube. She was, "Oh, well, you can't have this much fluid." I was like, "Yeah, throw it away."
It's
in
also
front
funny
of
that-
everyone.
that how much things have changed, because like I worked when I was 18, I worked in the airport snack bar, and that was 1998. And I back then I used a Swiss Army knife as my keychain, and I walked through the metal detector at the airport, and I had my Swiss Army knife with me at work on the airport concourse, past security, all day, every day for a year, and it didn't even matter. Like, you know, now you get arrested for it, but okay, but whatever. Yeah, so I don't know. So it's like, it's interesting. So like, we're getting engagement, but like none of it is meaningful so far. And so like, because it would be nice to have like a meaningful.
Well,
engagement. Like,
I honestly think, and we're gonna go to it right now, but unfortunately I don't have it marked. But I think Larson was talking about us when he was talking about people with enlightened centrist views. And
The
somebody
enlightened
had to have clipped
centrist.
them, and somebody had to have passed something on from Jonathan Streeter's channel. It had to have been talking about us. Not that we call ourselves specifically enlightened centrist, but that was just
yeah, I
his
wouldn't
kind
call
of
myself
zing
an
on it.
enlightened centrist. I call myself a radical centrist, but that's really just a joke.
Well,
Far
what I-
radical
had-
centrist.
Yeah, you want to know what the craziest radical that I had a friend who he's really more of a lefty than anything. When the whole punch a Nazi thing came out, and he was like, "Look, we can't punch people just for their viewpoints."
Man, I
And
went through
he got
so much
called-
with that.
He
I
was
went
called
through
a
so much with that on
radic-
ex-Mormon stuff.
Oh yeah, he was called a radical pacifist.
Yeah.
I had that. I went through. I mean, that was where crap really hit the wall. I never really talk about it, but like 100% on different ex-Mormon pages, and then even with friends who turned out to be like psycho leftists, telling them that you can't randomly punch a guy because
Yeah.
you declared them a Nazi. Ended up being a major fight, and then it ended up happening that on like a bunch. If I started commenting on anything on feminist Mormon housewives, somebody would pop up under me saying, "Chris Hanna thinks that you shouldn't punch Nazis," and it was like a completely unrelated topic, but it was like people had like followed
my
me
God.
around to continue to say that under anything that I commented.
Yeah, I just
And,
got called a BYU apologist on the ex-Mormon group for something totally
Mm.
unrelated. Because it was actually on the thread you just brought up about colonization and Thanksgiving, and my comment on that was basically like, Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday because I can use it to decry colonization, to show everybody that I'm one of the good whites. And this one woman who's had like a bunch of back and forth with me on that was like, I'd love to hear those that decrying of Thanksgiving from a BYU apologist such as yourself. Like
She didn't call you a Trump tard?
No, she didn't call me a Trump tard, but I assured her that I would never apologize for an organization as harm-causey as BYU.
So here's Jared complaining about or apologizing for his predeterministically evil patriarchy stuff on her thing. But she also commented back on something like saying like she didn't, she was zinging his Captain America thing or something.
I didn't think of commenting on it.
But
she liked my comment and replied to it by saying "yep" or something like that.
Did you make it clear that was you talking?
I'm pretty sure she knew it was me.
Yeah. Anyway, well, zippity doo, fiddly dee. Let's go look at. I don't have clips, but let's go look at Larson's most recent.
Fuck. Okay.
That's where we gotta. I understand.
This is like
gender discrimination.
Star Trek on Red Letter Media.
Gender discrimination in the Mormon Church.
Oh my gosh, is that news?
It's very newsy.
This is very news.
About today, and then we'll also introduce our other guest panelists.
But I only listen
to that. Let's get our other.
I only listened to the first hour, but that was like enough. But I doubt we'll get through an hour. I'll try to watch the transcript here. But
let's introduce first, and then we can.
Okay.
I'm afraid I won't break stride.
Oh, that is true. All right. Sitting across from me, we have the lovely and talented, the intelligent, the amazing from Zelf on the Shelf, Samantha Shelley. Hey, Sam.
Hello.
How you doing?
So
Good.
So
Great.
all of this was after we had the interaction with them, and they may have said something to Larson, but then we also were on Streeter's channel, and somebody might have clipped him or shown him something from Streeter. And so then here he starts talking about realizing that there are some complaints about him from a centrist take. And for sure, he never, ever before, mentioned that he understood that there were complaints about him from a liberal take. And so that's why I think that he is somewhat more aware of our critiques coming at him now here, or that it's getting around a little bit.
And then also sitting across from me, we have Chanel Achenbach. Got your name right?
Got it right.
And Chanel, thanks for joining us. How you doing?
Of course,
oh, that's right. She's
Great.
going.
And Chanel, you had a great.
She's rolling without Delin on this podcast.
Oh,
and
yeah,
you know,
quit. Didn't she quit the show because it was too much and she didn't need the money?
Yeah, but
do you know why Delin's not there?
He's passing the mic.
He's
to
passing
another
the mic.
male.
Oh. The church is talking about December.
And it's actually Larson brings that up.
Yeah.
And he just kind of jokes it up. Like he brings up the whole well, I passed the mic and didn't talk about this stuff for like 10 years and nobody congratulated me. And that was it.
No, John, you congratulated you.
It was like, no, this is a big fucking tenet of your new religion is passing the mic to more marginalized people. So maybe you should shut the fuck up if you actually think that you should shut the fuck up. I, by the way, don't think that. Like my new religion doesn't have those tenets. In fact, I don't have a new religion.
Yeah, there's the other thing that he's kind of lying that's the reason he left, to pass the mic on to some of their voices. He passed on. He passed it on to this guy named Adam. Before the Crow's Nest knows the guy pretty well, and that guy was a white guy, just a white.
It's pretty boring.
Religious guy. It was pretty boring, but it wasn't passing it on. He didn't do a Jon Stewart and pass it on to Trevor Noah.
Like as far as the diversity thing, like he was boring. Because like I look like a white guy, but I'm way more diverse than that guy. I don't know.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'll jump a little bit.
Thanks, much. John. And all right, John Larson, take us off into your unhinged rant that we won't be able to pull you away from. What are we talking about tonight?
Those aren't really oldies, are they? Those are from my lifetime. You can't call those oldies. Oldies are from like
the 50s. Please let me stay for you're very young.
You failed to mention that you had come out to visit me this last weekend.
I did, and
I learned how to save the Salt Lake from Portland.
going to put that in my hands introduction of who lets me stay in his yurt and cooks me home cooked meals on his farm, who I just flew back from seeing this past weekend in Oregon, John Larson.
Yeah.
What do they grow on his farm? Do they grow Oreos? Like, what do they grow there?
Caught me off guard. Sorry.
I made Kara dig post holes.
I volunteered. John
I bet
Larson
that was
has it.
really good for her.
I was like, "Where's my phone?" No.
Yeah,
Nope, John's
she's
great
out there in the mud. All right. So I'm gonna take, and we always kind of address previous issues from the other shows. My stand is, I'm just looking for the truth. I'm just looking for what's right.
You're not looking very hard.
I don't have a dog in the fight, meaning I'm not on anybody's team, and nobody's on my team.
I'm not on anybody's team.
I always am
Shut
open
up.
to all kinds of criticism and for correction. So, first of all, last episode I misidentified preferred stock as privileged stock. So the actual term is preferred stock. That's the stock that people who are more
hitting the hard hitting issues on
more important than you get before you do.
That was a big misunderstanding.
Wait a minute here.
Totally got the wrong meeting because of that.
That was my biggest criticism, and I'm glad he acknowledged it.
Yeah,
and I apologize for that.
I sped it up.
A couple of criticisms that came up from last episode. The one is, and I know we address it over and over again, but we get kind of heat for talking
No, you don't.
in the political realm. And the answer is simple. The church is and always has been very active in politics, and there's no way to discuss church history, doctrine, policy, and how it exists in the world.
There's a way to objectively talk about that.
No, this is a stupid straw man. Isn't like the complaint isn't that you discuss politics. The complaint is that you have a naked bias.
You're
propagandizing. That's the complaint. It's very simple. It's obviously simple. The difference.
World today without actually confronting the political reality. So for that, I apologize. Another criticism that comes up quite a bit that I think would be valuable to address is, and there is some merit in this, which is why I'm addressing it. I tend to criticize so-called black and white thinking, but there are those who say, well, John himself is a black and white thinker.
No, I mean, I don't know if that's us or not, but like we definitely have some videos of showing back-to-back videos of him criticizing black and white thinking and then cut to him doing black and white thinking.
We can't be the only people that noticed.
Yeah.
Because of kind of the rhetorical style. And I guess there's
that's a style. Oh, I see. It's just a style.
That could be just
to do it. Unless it's a style. Sometimes he's speaking in black and white terms, and sometimes it's rhetorical style. Sometimes he's speaking as a prophet, sometimes he's speaking as a man. I understand.
I don't even like have that. I mean, there's some black and white thinking. Like Jared and I were talking earlier that we prefer deontology to consequentialism. That's black and white. Like there's things that I'll stand behind that are black and white. You know what I mean? There's
there's some merit in that. I would say that likely the only
there's a weird thing because like I usually like to talk to people or address it, when you're trying to explain to people what axioms are. It's like an axiom is deontology or utilitarianism. And one of the easiest ways to kind of point at it is I actually don't think you would be 100% a deontologist, because I think at some point it breaks and you have to give into consequentialism in the sense of, or utilitarianism in the sense of, if you think about a vegan and chickens, and we're somebody putting a vegan through like a trolley problem or something like, or you're the vegan or something like that. And we tell the vegan, you eat one chicken or I kill two chickens. Do you do the deontology of no, eat chickens?
No,
or do you save the two chickens? But then it goes up and up and up. Like maybe you say, no, the deontology is no, I do not eat the chicken. But then I'm sure at some point, if you got to like a level of saying, you eat the chicken or we kill all chickens. Like there's got to be a number. And actually, I think that's like the kind of impossible differences between people that you can never philosophically get perfect, because that number is going to be different for every human. Like what's the number where you will, if pretend you're the vegan, what's the number that you'll make the jump for? And it's going to be different with each individual. You can't Sam Harris can't, he can say, well, we did a bunch of studies and we found out there's this meta idea of well-being, and the meta idea of well-being landed on these numbers. And so we found out what the official number is from data, that the number is 27 chickens. Like 27 chickens is the number that most humans agree upon. So that the answer is 27, and that's our morality. Philosophy has declared it so. The people won't agree with that. The people who are still like, no, the answer is no chickens, or the answer is all the chickens. They're not going to agree with your philosophically correct answer that you found.
So, yeah. So when you get clear into like the extremes, right? That's where the consequence. I always say that the difference between consequentialism and deontology is in the extremes, and like that's where it's sort of you're challenged, right? You have principles, and I would say one of those principles is, I think stealing is wrong. So then somebody would reasonably ask me, well, what if you're starving, your family is starving and they're going to die? Would you steal a loaf of bread to feed them? Yeah, I probably would. That would violate my principle of not stealing, but yeah, I probably would violate that principle in that extreme of the situation. And I think that's the only real situation where these things, like, because consequentialism comes when, like,
is that a serious?
No, I know
dilemma?
it's rare. But
where's that?
like,
where that's really your only option?
Yeah, you're putting me through these weird extremities to try to prove that I'm not as principled as I want to be, or whatever, and I'm not, right? Like, I will fail in my principles under a certain amount of testing, and you got to determine where that amount of testing is.
Yeah, well, so like doing that on mass scale or getting people to agree to numbers, I mean, that's kind of one of the areas where I kind of think religion's kind of been the only thing in history that's gotten groups to really agree on numbers, unless you get like groups of consequentialists like the World Economic Forum freaks, the transhumanist dipshits who are absolute kind of, they're extreme utilitarians, and you know that you can't trust. Like if we got all these Silicon Valley people who just kind of view it all as spreadsheets, I don't really view how a bunch of autistic Silicon Valley guys running numbers is much different than already dealing with a HAL AI system from 2001: A Space Odyssey. You know what I mean? Like they're both pretty similar of like, watch out for those freaks who think they can solve the world for us, because they'll absolutely do. This is one of the things I love about the comic book Watchmen, which you still haven't seen, Jared. There's a couple things from Watchmen that I like.
Are you talking about the TV show?
The TV? No.
You're talking about the movie.
I have not watched the TV.
Or are you talking about the actual graphic novel?
I talk about the graphic novel. I've got it in my. I've got it over my thing over there. But I thought the movie did a well enough job of it. But the main bad
I liked
guy
the movie.
Yeah, I think it does a good enough job with it. Actually, like their fix for it kind of made a lot of sense. But
I like Rorschach as a character.
Rorschach's awesome. But the point is, Rorschach's a deontologist.
Yes, that's why I love Rorschach.
Ozymandias is a complete utilitarian, and he comes up with the idea of we can have peace if all I do is nuke half this population, and they'll unite against an enemy. And so he's fine killing some odd million people to save the day, to save the whole entire planet. So like that whole entire series is basically kind of
that's one of my
competing
favorite
axioms. It's competing axioms.
That's one of my favorite moments in movie history. Is I like that Watchmen movie more than most people do.
I liked it a lot. I liked it,
but I love that ending part where Rorschach is basically, he's sticking with his deontology, and he's defying God.
Yeah.
Because he's like, I know this God person, I know he's wrong. And he walks away knowing full well he's about to die, and he just splats, he explodes, and it's amazing. I love that part.
Yeah. And what's funny about that is Alan Moore, who's kind of like a goofy wackadoo leftist, but he could write, he was a good enough writer that he could steel man the person he disagreed with. Alan Moore supposedly didn't like Rorschach at all, but he he could steel man the position, you know, and make him be like a certain way. But the other idea that I like from that's not really the angle we're talking about right here. But this is an idea I think Mormons could run with this idea. But one of the most interesting parts of that whole entire movie is the God character, you know, Dr. Manhattan. He's obsessed with that lady. What's her name? I forget what her name is, but he's obsessed with her. She's the only human that he still likes or is still interested in. And why is he still interested in her? And why is she still something that grabs his attention? Is because he knows a truth that nobody else knows about her. And what he knows about her is that she's the product of a rape. And he thinks that she's just the most amazing, good, moral, well worth to do being in the world. And he thinks it's so interesting that good things come from bad origins. You know, and I honestly think like that kind of general concept is something that, like, whatever sort of stuff you can point to in Mormon history, you can kind of say, well, but some good things came out of, we've all come out of rape in our history, somewhere or another.
We're probably descendants of Genghis Khan.
Yeah. So anyway, let's keep listening to this.
Only time that you, dear listener, ever hears me is when I'm on the internet raging about the church, and because the church itself is very polemic, it's very black and white.
I don't think he uses the word polemic right.
It's kind of black and whitish, you know, dividing by. Let's look at.
I thought polemic. Polemic is someone who takes an unpopular position.
A strong verbal or written attack on someone or something is polemic against. Yeah, is he saying like polar opposites, like polemical?
Polemic is
He'd say polemical.
Contentious rhetoric intended to support a specific position by forthright claims and to undermine the opposing position.
So John Larson?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like he's using that word in a weird way. I guess they're not. I guess not.
People like
contentious rhetoric? Does the church engage in contentious rhetoric? Yeah, I don't think so.
They'll claim that, yes.
What it says about things like the Catholic Church, which it calls an abomination. You know, it can go on and on and give examples.
If they're pulling up all of history, yeah.
There you go, yeah.
The church itself is extreme.
They've gotten extremely, I think, overly cautious about that stuff in recent years, you know, but
extremely polemic.
They buried Mormon doctrine.
So because rhetorically we are engaging them in their space, I made the choice years ago to.
So if they're rolling around in the mud, I got to go roll around in the mud too. But whatever, like I don't care about having strong opinions. I dislike the concept that, you know, you present your opinions as if they're objective, you know.
To engage on kind of the
that
same level.
You're just on a search for truth.
Yeah.
So the church talks in hyperbole. It talks about heaven and hell and saints and devils. So I talk in hyperbole inside the church's space.
I honestly think this is genuinely, like, he probably heard that Streeter was saying that he just does not get how, you remember that part when he was talking with us and Streeter was like, I just do not get how he's like so confident in his opinions. And he probably heard that.
But I will push back a little bit on the whole black and white thinking thing. I think this is a great example of enlightened centricism, which is the idea that if you criticize both sides,
nobody understands less the concept of enlightened centricism than lefties. Like, I think even like right-wing people who don't like it or understand it better. Like, lefties just do not get it. They do not get.
They do not get. No. What's funny because like the most common thing for me is I get accused of making a false equivalency. Just like, no, no, I'm not claiming any equivalency. You just imagined that.
The other thing you hear is that maybe there are some people who do the thing like everybody's got a valid and good opinion or something like that. Like, no. I think we are far more. We used to joke because I don't even know if we use the word centrist or anything, but it's like liberal, but it's like radical liberal or something like that. Just in the sense of, no, we have we draw lines. We draw very hard lines. You know?
And also, like, I consider it a fallacy to say that, well, the truth usually lies somewhere in the middle. Like, no, sometimes yes, but a lot of times no.
The reason that we think people should be heard out on both sides is because we think it will be borne out that somebody's obviously wrong.
Yeah.
It's not because we think there's good stuff to learn from, like, if that's great if there's ever some sort of good stuff to learn from both sides. But the reason I think everybody should read the stuff I disagree with is because I think if more people saw what they really said, more people would say, oh, screw this stuff. That's all it is. Like, I think if they read your stuff deeply, they'll say, oh, screw this. That's why I am for free speech and free reading and free learning about what everybody's stuff is.
It's funny because, like, I mean, I just got into a thing on NPR comment section about critical race theory. It's like, critical race theory is just the Harvard Law School thing. It's just about teaching real facts, which, like, that's a total non sequitur. We're like, wait, it's a law theory, but it's actually just about teaching children facts. It's funny they make this argument. They don't even realize how nonsensical they're being, right?
But it's just because they're regurgitating the like arguments that other people say, and they're kind of doing that. They're doing that kettle logic of just throwing out all the different things.
So I started just linking to that compendium of papers that, you know, critical race theory, the writings that formed the movement, the key writings that formed the movement. And it's like chapter 1, whiteness as property.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Cheryl Harris. Yeah. That stuff is the way it usually happens on the left is like they kind of like get like their talking lines, they get their bullet points of like their answers to say all this stuff, and there's a time frame that they all of a sudden got these bullet points of saying it's just in college, and if it's not just in college, it's good, you know, the kettle logic stuff.
It's not in schools, and it's just teaching history.
But we've pulled up on this very channels, they pulled up a million times Kimberly Crenshaw saying herself, because they tried to ridicule Christopher Rufo of him being the one of giving it the umbrella term of critical race theory. But we pulled up a million times that no, it was Kimberly Crenshaw who said it was perfectly good and useful to use critical race theory as an umbrella term for all that activism.
Well,
Kimberly Crenshaw, the founder of it.
It's stuff as simple as like Robin DiAngelo's white fragility. She tries to hide behind that whole thing too when she does interviews where she's like, whoa, this isn't a thing we're teaching in schools, and whoa, this isn't as big of a deal as you think it is. It's just teaching real history. But then she talks about it in white fragility as like, what can you do to be an ally? Well, the thing you can do to be an ally is advocate. And I remember this specific thing that she said. You could advocate for this to be taught in public schools, and not just as an elective, but as a required class. She said that explicitly. So don't come at me and try to pretend that this is like we're just teaching real history. We're teaching about how slavery was bad. I learned how slavery was bad. I'm in Idaho, which is supposed to be like this is supposed to be the most racist fucking state in the union, and they taught me how terrible slavery was.
The flipping of that is they do almost no history. They don't cover hardly any history. They like to cover like 2 or 3 little facts that are like, hey, did you actually know about this? And that's about it. But there's little to no history studying.
Teaching comprehensive history is exactly as poisonous to their ideas as it is to Mormon ideas, literally, and Catholic ideas. All these people, like, it's totally that poisonous. But damn, what was I gonna say?
Like
did you guys see that? Jonathan Streeter's been posting all of those.
All the
clips
trans
from the trans. It's like, and there's that doctor that, like, you know, is on, you know, is there to testify about gender affirming care for children. And it's funny because, like, you know, and it's like this question and answer thing. It's all very formal, and it's also like, you know, I think it's on the record or whatever. And like the guy's like, you know, so, you know, would you know, is this good for kids? And like, oh yeah, it's gender affirming care. If that's the right thing to do, you know, that's the right thing to do. It's like, okay, so would you do this? Excuse me, I didn't hear the question. Would you do this to a child? You know, and it's like, it's just funny watching it because, like, she totally avoids the question, and like you point out, it's almost certainly a legal thing. She, you know, she doesn't want to be liable. But like, it really is like they get caught in that exact space, like with the critical race theory. Like, it's not a thing that's happening. Okay, so if it was happening, would you be okay with it? I'm sorry, what was the question? You know, like, well, yeah, it's because it is happening. You know, it's happening. That's the point.
Yeah, Jonathan Streeter's pretty good about letting people fall into the trap of saying, okay, you and I agree. You agree? Do you agree with me that if this is happening, it would be a bad thing. We agree on that, right? We agree there, right?
Yeah.
And then after that, and saying, okay, now if you go and research it, and it turns out that it is happening, just let them kind of put themselves in that spot. But
Yeah.
anyway,
somehow you arrive at more truth. But those who criticize
you arrive at more truth by hearing more things, John Larson.
Yeah.
Not by hearing less things.
criticize people for having black and white thinking when they're saying things clearly and distinctly. They themselves are engaging in a bifurcation. I mean, the problem, the
Wait a minute. So are you saying talking about non-binary is a type of binary?
I think that John Larson, this is the thing I've been talking about with people a lot lately. So my wife's been really good at being more and more honest lately, right? She's very forthcoming.
Throwing under the bus. There was a time she was less honest. Oh dear!
Everybody is dishonest.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think what you're going to say is that she's speaking out more, whereas she was quiet about stuff before.
Well, so most of what I'm saying is that I've met people before that have talked about how I'm just brutally honest. But every time somebody says that, it's not that they're using it's not that they're being reluctantly brutal in order to be honest. It's that they're using honesty as an excuse to be brutal. That's like almost all the time when people say I'm brutally honest, that's what they mean, is that I want to be mean to people. And so
I'm justifying my brutality with honesty.
Yes. So there's a way in which you can be completely honest without being brutal. And it's that you give a shit about people.
It's the Mr. Rogers method.
Yeah.
It is the Mr. Rogers method. Anyway, keep playing. There was a reason I was bringing that up and I forgot it, but keep playing.
Let's try to
the idea of black and white thinking is that you just see there's this side over here and this side over here, and there's nothing in the middle. But by accusing others of that, what you're saying is, I'm a nuanced thinker. You are not a nuanced thinker.
I'm a nuance hoe? Is that you're not a nuance hoe? I am a nuance hoe?
And some of us are nuanced thinkers, and some of us are nuanced hoes, I think is the right
term, he
right?
did. Do you know how many times she's talked like that, John Larson? Do you know how hard you were talking right at her right there? But at the same time, nuance, talking about, I 100% think I can get nuanced about things. But once again, when I'm coming down to it, no, I think a lot of this stuff that we're saying from this liberal angle is pretty straightforward. It's not hard. It doesn't take cracking your brain and thinking about this other stuff.
Subscribe to your favorite nuance hoe. So it's kind of ironic that the criticism of somebody being a black and white thinker is itself participating in the fallacy of two bifurcations, that there's nuanced thinkers and black and white thinkers. But I do have more nuanced thinking than shows up here. But it's not oftentimes what they pay me to talk about. So that's what I talk about. Kara, what's your thoughts on black and white thinking?
She's got more nuance than all the Mormons who aren't nuanced. We've heard her say that 10,000 times.
Yeah, I think that you said it. You hit the nail on the head about, what did you call it? Wannabe intellectualized centrism.
Enlightened centrism.
Wannabe intellectualized.
Enlightened cynicism. You'll see that in the political sphere, and you'll see that in just about any discussion where people feel like they, see two extreme sides. That they're people
I just have to say,
okay, wait.
Ironclad law of woke projection never misses. Wannabe intellectualized, Kara. Here's the thing: is Chris Hanna is extremely intellectualized, and he's got the documents to prove it. And I am extremely intellectualized, and you can call my bluff. You can, or just try it. Right now, I don't put an enormous amount of value in that. I don't put an enormous amount of value in intelligence. But you are a wanna be intellectual. That's something you wanna be, and you are not. Now, I think it's good that you wanna be that if you were trying hard and working hard to do that. But I don't believe you are.
This is really funny. The thing that she says here and it's a thing that you'll hear lefties say all the time. It's basically, she's talking about, there's two extremes. There's one extremes that think that black people shouldn't have rights, that women should be subservient, and that gays should basically be sterilized. And then there's the lefty extremists who think that everybody should be able to afford health care.
Yeah.
Like those are the two extremes to her. And like, she's not dumb enough to actually think that.
Well, because here's the thing, like the word academic, like etymologically, the word breaks down to for the sake of knowledge. And so when somebody says, but that's academic, they're saying, well, but that's just for the sake of knowledge. I mean, it's like, it doesn't really matter anything except unless you care about knowledge. And to say someone is an academic is someone who does it for the sake of knowledge. And I think that like some people are naturally academic in the same way that some people are naturally athletes. And anybody can, with time and effort, become something else. But like,
I've said it before and I'll say it again. My major religious exit story in my life is an academic one, not not the Mormon one. Leaving the religion of what current university academics is my major religious exit story. By far. It's been a bigger pain in my butt, a bigger thorn in my side, and a bigger realization of these people are full of shit. Like, oh my gosh, they're full of shit everywhere. But like, I mean, there's a lot of stuff like I can get nuanced thinking. I'll read philosophers. I was telling you guys about some this week, and I'll listen to them. I don't even know why I listen to them, because I honestly just listen to them to hate them. I really do. Yeah. But you can hear them just abstract out, and you can follow it, and you can follow it down if you learn all the words over enough time. And I think everybody has been forced to learn a bunch of the abstractions and words just by the way the society's gone recently. But you get a ways into it, and after a while you go, you guys are just so full of shit. You're so full of shit. Like everything you're saying is just such a waste of time. And especially gets worse if you get extremely left-wing academics who are going to try to reframe everything inside of a Marxist theory, whether they know they're doing it or not. And it's like your starting point is so off that you guys are just now adding layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and layers on top of that starting point of abstractions. And it gets so stupid. And you can get to where you're smart enough that you follow it all, and you know all these words to follow it all. You learn this huge vocabulary to follow it all. And at the end of it, it's still stupid. It's stupidity. It's unbelievable stupidity. It's
almost like if you were looking out upon this vast body of water and you thought, my God, this is a vast ocean of lake. I couldn't possibly understand all of it. But it turns out it's only 2 inches deep, right, John Larson?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, buddy?
I was listening to this podcast on Leotard. I told you guys about it. It was Leotard's libidinal economy. And I keep mixing it out because libidinal economy, I keep not getting into it. And it's always, it comes up with the gay stuff. But libidinal economy it's the book that kind of admits the concept that if you believe in social constructionism, you also believe that homosexuality is just a social constructionism. You have that follows. And if that follows, it means that your Mormon homosexuality is constructed by your Mormon upbringing. If that's all true, if all that blank slate social constructionism is true, and Leotard dared to say it, and he got canceled for it, or even back then, he denounced his own book. But I listened to these academics talk about it over like a course of like several podcasts, and the layers of bullcrap words they use to try to explain reality is, you study every single word, learn what they mean, and you have to learn what it means in their theories, because there's words that even sound like our words, but it's that thing that we usually say on the dictionary, that it's same words, different dictionary. But you can get to the bottom of all of it and realize they are just talking out their asses. Yeah. Even if it makes all sense in their little world, it's bullshit still.
Social construction has the exact same infinite regression problem as theism. Who created the creator? Who constructed the construct? Like, you have to show me the beginning point. And that's
Marty,
nonsensical.
Well, I shouldn't say that. 1, 2, 3 McNeil. I already gave it away. That's Marty. Sorry, Marty. I shouldn't say that. Never mind.
What?
I can't delete this as a live stream. 1, 2, 3 McNeil.
1, 2, 3 McNeil isn't to anybody.
What crashed my woke shelf was Judith Butler forever ago. It was forever ago. It was Judith Butler. It was what's her book?
Gender Trouble?
Gender Trouble. And the part where it goes into what everybody doesn't realize is in that book, they talk about that age-old thing. It's one of the famous places where they try to separate gender from sex and say gender is a social construct. The thing that every lefty will kind of mom-splain to you or fem-splain to you or Larson-splain to you. They'll say gender is a social construct, but then there's sex, which is a biological construct. Well, the very next chapter, she goes ahead and says, but also the sex is also social construction. Like,
I've been hearing that. I've been hearing that a lot more lately. Like it used to,
sorry,
5 years ago, because I've been in this for like, I don't know, I've been into this stuff for years, listening to this bullshit. And the line used to be more like, no, nobody's dumb enough to say that sex is a social construct. And I remember even when that that Canadian interview with Peterson, where that professor came out and said, basically, it's a myth that there is such a thing as sexual, biological sex.
Again, science agrees that there's no such thing as biological sex.
Yeah, well, most people listen to that and they're like, "Yeah, that's a fringe belief, and that's nutty." Most of the people that I talked to said that, but now they're getting to the point where they're like, "No, biological sex is a spectrum." And I always have the same rant that I gave people, and it's about statistics, right? I'm not a statistician. My wife's a statistician, actually. Like, I mean, she majored in statistics, and like saying that biological sex is not binary, you ask them why, and they'll say because intersex people. Say, okay, so you have 49.4% is on one data point, and 49.4% is on another data point, and that 0.2 is in the middle, right? You've got like 0.2 that's just like 0.2% that's kind of going off. Is that a spectrum? Do you really think that makes a spectrum, or is that a binary? And I get people talk down to saying, well, maybe sex is bimodal. Like, no, it's not fucking bimodal. Do you understand that if that is, if your definition of binary is only things that where 100% of the data points fall on one of two data points, that nothing in nature could possibly be an actual binary, and there's no useful reason to have binary as a category.
And the 0.2%, whatever, are the exceptions that prove the rule.
Yes, that's the having an exception.
And this is one of that things where like Orwell was so amazingly prescient. I mean, I guess he wasn't prescient. He just observed what happened. But the whole, we've always been at war with East Asia, brother. Don't you remember?
Yes.
Where like all the times in my life where like people like I know they're like my age that like I've known for a long time. They're like they start talking about like, well, when your gender is assigned at birth. It's like, what universe are you in? No one's gender is assigned. Like you're assigned a number at the deli counter. You're assigned a bed when you get to boot camp. Like so the idea that like the doctor just has it's like the fucking sorting hat on Harry Potter. That's what they imagine it working as. It's like the doctor's like, well, I don't know. Here you go.
This kid looks like an asshole, so I'm going to say Slytherin.
So it's one of the other major points about gender theory that comes from Judith Butler, and everybody else has ran with it since her. Is they have all this stuff where they'll suddenly start arguing with you about empirical things. Like they'll argue with you, like they're finding some stuff that like might say that there's female brains inside of male bodies. Well, they're finding some stuff that's saying that one thing or the other. Guess who's not going to be down for that ever? Gender theorists. If it ever gets to a point where something could be proved, we could go prove it with an MRI scan. No. No. This is phenomenological. This is an area like if they say it, the phenomenology of believing that it's true is what makes it true. This is not a thing that can be resolved by medicalized whatever. This is part of the postmodern promise or idea of that whole entire thing. No, they do not. They will use it when it's convenient to them, but it goes out the door the second it can disprove them. Out the door in a single second. And they don't just, it's not just, I'm not just talking about how they act. I'm talking that they've written that into their theories. They say that, they don't go around saying like, hey, if we could find out something that would like I could take a piss test and see, am I a gender or am I a sex or whatever? Like, oh, this thing says that I am actually female brain inside of a male body. I took a piss test on it. No. They will never, ever go for something like that if we could figure it out.
Well, it's just funny watching
It
also.
seems like you get less and less people saying that gender and sex are separate because they still do it when it suits the argument.
They're going to sublimate the words.
The argument
they've already sublimated the language into.
Oh, so yeah.
Yep.
They've Aufhabened it. That's kind of one of the Hegelian problems that you always have is that no matter what, you always end up playing in their games, even if you're contesting it. You end up using the words and you end up doing the stuff.
Yeah, that's messed up. Damn it, I was going to say
on the extremes of like, the alt-right pipeline, and then you see the extremes of people who want to have guaranteed health care, and they're like, look at these extremes, and that.
It's not an extreme. There's no extremes there, Karen.
People want health care, and some people want the Jews to die. Those are the two extremes. Okay. How do you not think that you're trying to shill for a team right now?
I remember what I was going to say.
Because I can tell you the extremes of the right and the extremes of the left. I can tell you where the dangers are in either one of them. I'm more right-leaning than I am left-leaning. I fall on the right of the political spectrum, but I will tell you where the right is incorrect, and I'll tell you the dangers of going too far to the right. You will not do the same of the left. You just prove that right there because you say the most dangerous that the left gets, the most extreme they get is that they want everybody to have guaranteed health care. Fuck off, idiot. You don't actually think there's no way you actually believe the things that you're saying.
I remember what I was going to say though about the test for gender thing. It made me think about it's fun because I think Ben Shapiro, a bunch of people have put together supercuts of like MSNBC, CNN, left-wing commentators upon hearing the news that the nightclub shooter, far from being, a far-right Trump-loving extremist, is a non-boundary, blah, 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 etc., claiming, saying non-binary, wants they, them pronouns. And there's his supercuts of them going like, well, is he really? How do we know? It's like, wait.
This trans person saying, no, I can look at him and say that he's not a female.
Like all of a sudden,
goodness, you guys are jumping all these things.
You can. You absolutely can. You can do that, and that's what I've been saying for a long time now. Is that I can guess the chromosomes of almost every person I come into contact with just by looking at them.
But you're also saying you're admitting the point that malicious actors can gravitate towards that stuff and use it. What
other systems do you think, what other movements do you think that malicious actors could have gravitated toward? Because it definitely couldn't be the Me Too movement, because we believe in those. And as Sam Harris said, what possible motivation would Christine Blasey Ford have to lie about Kavanaugh?
Kara, I'm wild stab in the dark. Just stab in the dark. I could be wrong, but I'm just gonna guess you voted Democrat, and in that case,
well,
you
she
have
has
more
empathy.
in common. What?
Well, I said, well, she has empathy, so yes, she definitely voted Democrat.
But that means that you have more in common with the alt-right than me, because Richard Spencer endorsed Joe Biden. So apparently, you're in the alt-right pipeline. It's you. You are the alt-right pipeline.
This is one of the deals that drives me crazy. Is like you usually get lefties like this, and they become so insular that their knives aren't sharp anymore. And what's so bad about it is they don't know. They don't even know what like the alt-right's arguments are of like the far alt-right. They have no idea what really it is. They're so busy calling Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro alt-right that they don't even know where
Ben Shapiro, Jair Bolsonaro, like that Hungarian guy, what's his name, Orban, like. They're all just the right. They're the right.
Fascists.
The fascists, yeah.
Where if you look at the real definition of fascism, it's the marriage of corporate and state. And guess which side's doing that more too?
the weight and gravity and harm caused by one versus the other.
Harm caused by one more than the other.
And
It's
she has
totally-
quantifiably ascertained the amount of harm.
because she's
very good
listened.
at
She's
understanding the harm.
listened. The harm causing. Oh my gosh.
Aren't really comparable. So, pointing yourself in the right direction while trying to understand the other person's point of view and being able to dismantle it is more where I would come from. So this topic
You
as
seriously,
well as
like,
they were
every monster in history was operating from that exact same presumption. Seriously, you know, like literally, like, and this is the dangerous thing. And part of where you got in this is because you have closed yourself off. You know, geez, like you say, like they're so dull, they don't understand their arguments.
getting into today is especially relevant because I used to argue as a very, very conservative Mormon woman with feminists on Twitter all day long. That was my.
I don't know. I would love to have met conservative Kara.
Yeah,
and like, what do you think her viewpoints were? It was probably, so I would say the more I listen to her, the more I'm like, oh, her straw mans of conservatives. That's just what she was as a Mormon.
Did she bury her Twitter? Can we dig it up? Does anybody know?
Yeah.
I ran an anti-feminist Twitter account as a Mormon, so I've come a long way in 3 years. But I understand.
That's just 3 years ago.
I just want to imagine. I wonder what her anti-feminist argument was, because I doubt
Mormon Kara.
We should, Well, now you can start parody accounts on Twitter. We should start based Mormon Kara on it.
We should do Nuanced Ho.
Nuanced Ho.
And I can talk myself into better ideas now through education and through empathizing with people I come in contact with through this last 3 years leaving the church. That's my point. So,
all right, fantastic. Anybody else?
I learned so much.
All right, so let's address the elephant in the room. Just smiling faces all around. Wonderful. Let's address the elephant in the room. And first of all, let me thank John DeLynn for taking a knee on this one.
Taking a knee.
There's a lot of
like straight white male. He's a different straight white male.
Is he forfeiting his pay?
They dropped this lingo. Like, so much of like half of the point I could make is they could even be half as ideological, but they still just drop all the lingo that lets you know.
No, but seriously, like John DeLynn's like, not get paid for this episode. Like, is John DeLynn actually giving something up by not showing up for this?
No, but like I'd love to hear the conversation where John DeLynn was like, okay, I'm gonna not be in this episode so long as you'd agree to congratulate me for being a martyr.
Make a big deal. Make a big deal of it. Address the elephant in the room. Talk about. Make sure they know that I'm stepping aside. Yeah, the donations still go to my team. Make sure to step aside from
Gen X white men in this space. There's too many of us. And
pull that ladder up, John Larson. Pull that ladder right up. You was enough. Pull the ladder right up so nobody else can come in because you.
No, this is where he explains that he did pass the mic for like 8 years or whatever.
We're full.
There's actually like a lot of people have kind of talked about that there is like a self-preservation level to that. All these comedians who already made it. I don't want any sort of competition, so I can pull up this crap, pull the ladder up, and say it, so then nobody who has kind of whatever my same appeal should be allowed in anymore because
that's Sarah Silverman and Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy Kimmel, pull the ladder up.
I got famous making 10,000 rape jokes. Now it's bad.
No, Jimmy Kimmel. Actually, when we go back and look at Jimmy Kimmel and Adam Carolla, I'll kind of cringe at that. Be like, you guys were kind of sexist assholes. Like watching Jimmy Kimmel say like, hey, wear this and jump with your tits out on a trampoline, I can be like, okay, I thought that was gross back then, and where's my credit for that now? Because I still think that's gross and shitty of you. Like, I love the chance to call something sexist because I only call things sexist that are legitimately sexist. But
it's funny,
now Jimmy Kimmel has the moral high ground on me.
We haven't released it yet because it's from that video that I don't know when I can release it, but we were talking about causing harm, and we were talking about Jimmy Kimmel's Karl Malone impersonation, and we got into Karl Malone talking about Hardee's in Utah in the 90s. Like, Hardee's, come to Hardee's. So then we started whenever we started talking about causing harm, we do the Karl Malone cause harm, yeah. But yeah, he was racist because he did the Karl Malone blackface in that. But yeah, they pull up the ladder. One of my favorite bands of all time is Wilco. And some point recently, they started getting political, and it makes it hard to listen to them still because they're so irritating. But of course, Jeff Tweedy comes out, the lead singer, and says, I think we have enough people like me singing in this space. We need to now just open up, and the entire music industry should only ever be for minorities or whatever. And so it's like, so we're done with
now
you.
that I'm here.
We can now that I'm here and I occupy the space of white country singer. Now we should never ever do this again.
Now that I've crossed the finish line, nobody that looks like me should be allowed to cross the finish line and give.
And
me
that's
points
fair because Jared, Flip, and Chris, I've made the money for us. So you guys should be happy that that's part of like supposedly that's what you're supposed to feel as an identitarian. Oh, look, Jeff Tweedy made it. We made it. Oh, great. That's great for us. Like we ever thought that way in history at any point,
Well, that's because you're not an identitarian. That's that's the problem with being an individualist. That people think when you say I'm an individualist, that means I'm for selfishness. But what it really means is that I'm going to treat you like you're a man, not you are a white or black man or something. And I hate getting on this fucking soapbox because it sounds so boomery at this point that like I'll treat you as a human being no matter what your color is. Because I'm so used to hearing boomers say shit like, oh, it doesn't matter to me, black, white, yellow, brown, whatever. But they're right. They're completely right about it. Treat a man as a man, and that's all I need you to do.
For their appearance, I never once took more pride in Jeff Tweedy and his band because they were white. I never once took more pride in John Stockton than Karl Malone. They're just both different people who both got successful by being successful, hardworking people. But Flip's still there. Hold on a second. I haven't heard him in a second.
He's back now.
Oh, okay. I might need to run off for a second too. I think it's going to be.
I was about to say that, like, because the World Cup is going on right now, and because I am like a multinational person, like, in fact, all of my most immediate national ancestry pretty much no, Sweden's not there, but for grandparents, Switzerland, Germany, Poland, or not Poland, Portugal, Brazil, the United States, and England, they're all there. And so I've got a little tug for all of them. But I feel more tug for the white ones. No, I don't. I don't give a shit. Like, I want the team to win. I'm going for Brazil. And I've always gone for Brazil. And if you've ever looked at, in fact, that's something I've always liked to bring up when I'm trying to explain to moronic lefties about the reality of the world. And this is like tied into all the times in my life I've been told by the same people that make these same arguments are the people who tell me that I don't look Brazilian when they find out that I'm Brazilian. And I always say, like, you can actually get a really good idea of like the ethnic, racial, whatever makeup of a nation just looking at their soccer team, and there's a lot of fascinating stuff. It's like Brazil is like a spectrum, like it really is, And then like you get places like Japan, which are fascinating, where it's like, it'll be, 10 guys that are stereotypically Japanese and a black guy from Brazil. And part of that is that players go there and play there. Brazilian players go and play in the Japanese league for a long time. But like there's a legendary Brazilian player from the 70s, Zico, who his career ended in Japan. He ended up getting a job as a coach and then ended up getting citizenship and had children in Japan. His children were born there and play for Japan, but they look Brazilian because they are Brazilian, but they're Japanese. And because guess what? That's how the world works. It turns out like it's not so stupidly simple as you would like it to be. And that's why like I always drives me nuts. I bring it up all the time that so much of the way these people talk in these black and white terms because so much of what critical theory is based on that. And I'm a walking example of that all breaking down. Because I'm 100% white and I'm 100% the child of Latin American immigrant. What am I supposed to do with that?
Well, you're supposed to. I don't know. I guess so. You
Flip.
are white passing, so I would say that you
So-
should feel pretty guilty about that.
Delenn and Larson have made enough money for the white side.
Yeah.
So
I can do very good accent for the Eastern European. Perhaps I could be Chechen, and then I could be from oppressed Muslim Central Asian Republic.
yeah.
Europe.
And
I mean,
that can
What?
What are you saying?
You mean like Scotland?
lead to some
I've got Scottish past.
kind of echo chambery sort of.
My great ancestors, echo chambery.
But what's he
Yeah.
talking about? Echo chambers. I want to hear this.
Hold on.
It's
I
gotta be
need to back
great.
it up.
Okay.
I probably need to back it up. Hold on.
In this space, there's too many of us, and that can lead
They've got enough of it.
to some kind of echo chambery sort of behaviors. So because we're addressing this thing that really squarely impacts women, John graciously said, "Well, I'll step aside and so we don't have too many just white men."
Gracious.
Wait,
Pass
it's about
by
women.
John
So why did race
Larson.
come into it? That's weird.
Because it's
Talking, which we-
intersectionalism.
Oh,
Larson, Nuance Ho, Sam, and the other lady that's there. These ideas, this ideology, this identitarianism is what we've been talking about. I keep bringing up that we're just trying to tell them that they're doing it. And that's because John Larson from the start tried to act to me like, what are we doing? What are we doing? This right here, which is basic bitch, current day academic identitarian bullshit, sucks. It sucks. It's
Yeah.
stupid. It's ridiculous.
we
It's
can
a
see
joke.
through it.
It's not smart. It's not intelligence. It's not about ideas. It's about identitarianism, and it sucks ass.
I guess what
Nobody
I would-
likes it except for lefty dipshits like you guys. And when you do it, it irritates everybody watching except for lefty dipshits like you guys.
Yeah.
So
we
I
can
guess what I
tell
would
them what
ask
we
is,
do.
what I would ask is like, why do you not have Gerardo hosting this? Right? If you're gonna
Yeah.
pass the mic to somebody, pass it to your most intersectional member, which is Gerardo, the gay Latino, right? And so give it to him and let him do it. And the reason is that Gerardo is not as good at ranting and moralizing as John Larson, which means that to some degree you actually do give a shit about meritocracy above identitarianism.
The
Like-
ranting is heteronormative white supremacy. Because the other thing is like when you say that Gerardo is the most intersectional. Because the thing is like I don't really know the math on this. Is it 1 point per identity, like black, lesbian,
Probably not
native,
straight
indigenous,
across. No.
female, trans, like, or are the points weighted differently? Geez, I wonder. Is there
You
like a
have way too
1040
much of
easy
I will
form to
acknowledge.
find out like a rough idea of my intersectionality? Let's see, multinational,
born
child of
one.
an immigrant, Latin American.
There is. Don't you remember there used to be like those websites that you had to click through to find out what your intersectional score is? There are out there. I bet you just like do a quick Google, you'll find one.
Probably.
There were more. No, they were there. They used to be like we used to spread them around like 4 or 5 years ago. Like, look at this.
But like, is there an agreed
But
upon
I really don't care.
standard?
No, just from that one website. The whole entire concept of intersectionality and its continued academics is the parsing out of territory and land in that realm. It's all a great big fight of who counts more, the queers or the feminists. Who counts more, the disabled? Oh my gosh, I went down a rabbit hole. Stanford Dictionary. You remember when I was sharing that stuff with you guys of the disabled people and the Crips? You remember Crip theory? Crip as in crippled, like South Park crippled, like Crip theory. I was reading all this stuff from Crip theory, and there's all this intersectional stuff.
Came true.
That's real. That's real. Crip theory is real. You can read about it on Stanford Encyclopedia. Crip theory, which is kind of making a riff off of like Crips, like the Crips gang, and Crips as in cripples as South Park calls them, because there really was like those crip fights in South Park. But they have this stuff, and there's different levels of crippled and black inside of disabled crippled theory, and they all fight and jockey with each other just as much as the TERFs and the intersectional feminists do. Just as much. You wouldn't believe it. Your mind would break about all the fighting going on in disabled theory. And
my wife's been obsessed with the fat acceptance movement, and it's really insane the amount of the different level of fats. And this is the most hilarious group to me, is the fat, because they have different levels. There's like mid fats, small fats, big fats, large fats. Infinifat is like the biggest type. That's just the Tammy Slayton. Infinifat. That sounds like a name I made up to make fun of them. But the infighting is the funniest fucking thing to watch, because like imagine a group you give a shit about less than the people who are trying to glorify obesity, and imagine them just like tearing each other apart from the inside by being like, no, you're not fat enough to speak for us. Like one of the big things that they're doing right now is like there's this TikTok trend where people will go to thrift stores and buy clothes too big for themselves and like joke about it, and then the Infinifats get on TikTok and complain about how that is oppression, because you should buy clothes that are your size because you're basically stealing clothes from us because we have less options.
Yeah, I was reading. So there's a difference between the crip theory and critical disability theory. And it's totally like, it's totally the fight from South Park of like the atheist versus the Badger atheist versus the new atheist versus the whatever atheist. So like humans just get down to parsing out this stuff. But the entirety of academics for 30 years since intersectionality got born is the tug of war over territory of who's more oppressed, because that became the counting factor, the oppression factor.
So I just was scrolling through this polemic article, and I just got to point this thing out that like toward the end, it's not a very big article, it's on Wikipedia, and this is funny, this paragraph. In the 20th century, George Orwell's Animal Farm was a polemic against totalitarianism, in particular the Stalinism in the Soviet Union. Okay. According to McClinton, other prominent polemicists of the same century include such diverse figures as Herbert Marcuse, Noam Chomsky, John Pilger, and Michael Moore. Real diverse there. All white men, all, if not outright Marxists, very friendly to Marxists. Real diverse there, guys. It's just like, and it's this exact same thing that we're seeing here. Like, oh, you guys achieved diversity here. Oh my God.
It's so amazing. Where's my so check this out. I got some info.
Comments have old Kara stuff. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, I got it. It's here.
Oh,
ready to see it? It's Kara posting inside the Lobster group long before we ever joined it.
The Lobster group? What?
Yep.
Sure. Oh my God. I've been in the Lobster group just about the whole time it's been up.
So maybe you got there first before we did. Here it is. Can I do this with making it big enough? I don't know if it's big enough. Can you see it?
Kinda.
Hey, JBP peeps. This is her.
I wanted to share something with you.
I've been
working on for a while. If you're in this group, then you're probably LDS and already somewhat conservative, and realize that the government can never replace the family. Perfect. Like an NPC conservative.
Perfect. Me too.
Protecting the rights of children is at the core of who I am. So I started volunteering for children. This is so unnatural. Nonprofit that is starting a new conversation around fatherlessness in broken homes. I just got my first article published in Meridian magazine about the activism I'm doing, and I wanted to share it, and I'd love your feedback. I'm also speaking with my org's founder at the UN in a couple of weeks, then holding 2 events in Utah that are opening to the public. So please, please, please consider naming. Okay, so that just confirms what I've always said: is that like she was exactly as a Mormon as she is now, attention seeking, she and basically ignorant. And I'm not saying Kara's stupid. I don't think she's stupid. Kara's obviously intelligent, but she doesn't know the thing she's talking about. Like all that shit that she was talking about, like I don't imagine she dug into it all that much. Like that sounded so unnatural. It sounded so NPC, so repeated. Am I crazy? Like that's not how normal people talk.
Here's another one. I posted an article I wrote for Meridian Mag a couple days ago in here, but just wanted to follow up with Facebook invite for the SLC Provo events I'm holding on the breakdown of the family and how we restore our country through protecting children's rights. If you're a Jordan Peterson fan and LDS, I swear you won't regret taking the time to come out and listen to the new conversation on my nonprofit. Like what I think she is somebody who just jumps on the immediate advertising. I mean, she gets on the advertising and pushing side of whatever hires her and doesn't know a lick about the actual concepts in any of it. Like, do you think we could talk to her and see how much Jordan Peterson she could actually regurgitate?
Yeah, no, like, so you're a super conservative and you were super anti-feminist. Okay, tell us about the fatherlessness problem and the data and the arguments that go into that whole situation. Like, I'm calling your bluff, Kara. Like, I don't believe that you ever even looked into this in any serious way. I think you just saw it as an avenue. It's just what you're doing now. And like, it's not necessarily a dig that somebody's attention seeking. Like, that's okay. Everybody wants attention to some extent. And it's not necessarily a dig that you try to make a career out of providing content. Okay. But like, it just seems like obvious that I just kind of got this Anita Sarkeesian thing. Like, it just pretend to know something and jump on the bandwagon. And hopefully you'll get lucky. I don't know. It seems to work for a lot of people. It worked for Anita Sarkeesian. She obviously didn't know anything about video games, and she still became, like, what was it? Time 100% or 100 influential people of the year. You know, like, and she got paid to talk as an expert on video games, even though she obviously knew nothing. Anyway.
White guys that much, to be honest with you. All right.
What was he saying? White guys again there?
Uh-oh. I will have to say that.
Well, he said, I think he's joking.
These guys are a lot better at staying on topic than we are.
Well, they don't click through other stuff like we do, but
I will acknowledge. I was born one, but I really don't care for white guys that much, to be honest with you. All right.
Oh, so you're a racist.
John Larson. No, John Larson's a Mormon. He does the exact same thing that all Mormon dudes do, where they think that the best way to get on women's good side is by shitting on men. And the only women whose good side you get on by shitting on men are the shitty women. Because any reasonable woman, if you just shit on men and say, like, I hate white men, right? Women, they'll be like, no, fuck you. I'm married to a man. Like, I love men. I love this man anyway. Like, fuck off. We're on the same team. Yeah. And they don't do it. That's the thing that Mormon dudes do. Go to a Mormon congregation on Father's Day. It always pissed me off. It's always like, God, dads, right? How do moms deal with them? Like, no, fuck off. You're just a Mormon. Because the other thing is, like,
I mean, because when he says, like, I just don't like white men, because, like, for hell's sake, I'm going way back to the thing we can't say, that Chris Rock bit from the 90s, you know, where he's criticizing things about urban culture, right? And, like, and he makes this distinction between, like, no, I'm not saying everybody of this skin color, but I'm saying these people, this kind of is like, and so it'd be one thing. It's like, you know, well, I don't really like white trash, you know, like, I'm still kind of shitty, but at least you're making some kind of distinction. Like, I just don't like white men. Like, really? Like, I'm going to reference Dagestan again. You don't like Dagestanis? Why? Tell me about what's wrong with Dagestanis. You fucking racist. What the hell's the matter with you?
He's being tongue in cheek right there, but yeah, like he doesn't just hang out with white guys all day, every day anyway. Well, he hangs out with anybody, but
white men, white men.
John Larson, This sucks. This sucks.
No,
Nobody
it's just-
likes it. Nobody
just
likes it, Larson.
It's the whole pathetic thing of like trying to prove that I'm one of the good ones. That's
Yeah,
that's
no,
the thing
that
I
is
always
really
come back
crazy.
to because it's always like, look, I know that most people like me suck, but I'm one of the good ones. I swear it.
This
I
stuff
will,
is a
I will
fad.
trample on all the people that look like me so that I can prove that I'm not like them.
It's a fad that your own God, the eye at the end of history, will look back on and say, "Oh, cringe, Lord, cringe! Oh, my sweet
Yeah.
cringy Jeebus, you were a
Those are like-
cringy person."
I was just thinking about this because I talked about playing Civilization earlier, that video game, and it's because it's the same kind of thing where it's like, you know, it's like this tropey thing about like, yeah, America is lame, and it's like, you know, one of the new contents is you can play as Abraham Lincoln and America, and you know, sometimes I'll play a game and I will at the beginning decide to be a certain way. You know, sometimes I'm like, I'm going to be warlike, or I'm going to try to be totally peaceful, or sometimes I'm going to try to be like, you know, carry a big walk, whatever. But this time I decided to be like, I'm going to be America, but like in the stereotypical fuck everything and do whatever is good for America no matter what. And that is like the stupid trope. And it is a stupid trope. And it's so far from true. Like, it's ridiculously far from true. And it only takes a little bit of curiosity to find out how not true it is. And it's the same thing to say, like, oh, fucking white men. It's exactly that stupid. Like, no. It's a narrow-minded, ignorant point of view. And it's bigoted. It's just nakedly bigoted. And I thought you guys had a problem with that shit. That's why you want...
No, they're fine with bigotry.
You want BYU professors to quit because they're bigotry causing harm. Well, you're a bigot, John Larson. You just made it clear to everybody. You should sort that shit out.
You ready to read Kara's article?
Oh boy.
Yep.
Well, should we do this like Scripture Cast where we each take a verse?
If you can see it, you go ahead with it.
I can see it.
Look how young she looks right there. Yeah.
Whoa! Before she dyed her hair.
Insights on the proclamation from a children's rights activist.
This is 2019. This is holy shit.
Yeah, she's very recent. Like
I'm trying to think of opinions that I've changed since August 8th, 2019. Not a lot.
My birthday.
What? Oh, really?
I've changed a lot of my opinions on the medical community since then. But
yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, that's
sure, but like you didn't.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Complete other side of the spectrum. Like you might look at I don't know, if you had written articles on things, you might look back at them and be like, well, I was wrong in this way, and this way, and this way, but you wouldn't be like, this person is my mortal enemy.
Yeah. I can clearly remember my most anxious day at work. When I was a young nanny, my boss took me aside to ask for marriage advice when it looked like things with her husband were spiraling towards divorce. You know what she needs?
Wow.
Is a life coach.
She
that
does.
woman needs a life coach.
She should have went to. That was one of my favorite things that I mentioned. I'd have to find a comment, but like somebody was talking about us never getting laid. That was, you know, that feminists have like two insults. It's that like you have a small wiener, and the other is that you don't have sex ever, or whatever. And I said, yeah, what I need to do, live in your mom's basement, I guess, is the third one. I was like, yeah, you know what I need to do is take marital advice from the self-ascribed divorce queen, Sam Shelley. Anyway, go on.
Dismantling a bomb. So she was dismantling before she was dismantling.
Oh.
Dismantling a bomb might have been a nice warm-up for her to give me before launching the torpedo.
That
Determined to
sentence needs to touch up.
What?
Yeah, it's a weird sentence. I get what she was getting at, but it's a weird sentence. Sorry, go ahead.
Determined. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the hell that sentence is even getting at. Okay. Determined to not let their daughter's intact family crumble. I spent the next few days spontaneously ad-libbing my beliefs on marriage to my employers. I remember my boss, who is not a member of the church, was so fascinated, she even stopped me to jot down some notes to email to her mother. 2 weeks later, I was taking a walk with their family when the dad pulled me into a shop. With a smile on his face and a break in his voice, he hugged me and said, "Thank you so much for saving me."
I don't believe this story.
Is this an LDS
meeting?
I don't believe this story. Oh, LDS shaping. Yes. Latter-day Saints
Okay.
shaping.
All right, go ahead.
Oh.
Somebody else.
Wait. Oh, where are we? The advice I gave this family was not top secret info that only I was privy to. You probably have the words I was ad-libbing hanging on the wall of your home right now with a nice, beautiful frame around it. The family, a proclamation to the world, is a key doctrine of our faith that resists prevailing societal trends and affirms the true purpose of marriage and family. Those long talks I had after I was at my nanny job gave me so much hope that a world full of hurting marriages could be built up when they are recalibrated to the truths found in the proclamation.
Holy
Jesus
shit.
Christ, it's so great. She
If
could
I'm
have
being
pursued a job with the church PR department. If I'm being honest, my faith in the church and confidence that I can be a tool in God's hands, phrasing, taking some hit in life. But watching God use me and my meager understanding of his gospel in ways that are above and beyond my ability laid a foundation of trust and dependence on the Spirit that I tap into daily when I feel out of my element. It's just so inane. It may look like I went from cuddling a baby to coddling a marriage. Oh, there you go. That was a good. What's that called? But the truth is, I was already invested in my employer's marriage because I was invested in their child. My experience as a nanny woke me up to the sad reality that the marriage has turned me into more of a stamp of approval on two adults' love life instead of all the great things God intended to be, especially for our children. I sought out more ways to take action and to put my passion for my marriage into practice. There's that impulse, that religious impulse. With the trail blazed by the UN, because they're famously successful, and stories of what the UN ever accomplish, and stories of the grown children and broken families, a children's right movement is brewing across the globe. A fire is burning, Kara? Fueled by my testimony of the proclamation, I work as an activist doing what was never been done before, giving children a voice in the debate around family structure. Oh, Jesus Christ, this is just trite. I mean, I'm glad she's abandoned this shit, but like, you're not doing anything different. You just switched sides, Kara. You're doing the exact same shit. You've just switched sides.
You're just an NPC for the other side now.
Yeah, but like, because you know, like, that's things like this is good. Like, there's work in this. You know, like, I mean,
all the words.
I do have some criticisms about like I might tighten some things up a little bit, but like, you know, like, yeah, the punctuation is all good. The sentences make sense. This is good, but it's totally inane. It's utterly fatuous. It's just Mormon drivel.
Oh Lord, it kind of goes and goes, doesn't it?
Yeah, but like, okay.
About the author, Kara Burrell volunteers as advocacy director for Them Before Us,
the only organization solely devoted to defending children's rights and family structure. I just don't. That's a funny claim to make. It just makes me think about all the bourbons in the world that claim to be the first bourbon. It's like Disney with their first case, whatever.
Yeah, there's always a first.
Like, oh, we're the only people who care about kids. I bet you that they were. You imagine you were the only team with empathy back then, right, Kara? I'm just
imagine thinking that ought to be a competition. Like the whole that's the whole Disney thing is it's like, oh, first, I don't know, young gay relationship in an animated movie, and like, why aren't you out congratulating the other animation studios for putting gay people in their shit? And also, like, we're narrowing this so much that like they're doing the rules like I was talking about last time with sports, where the sports podcast or the sportscasters always know the insane narrow definitions of certain records that are being broken right now. Like, this is the first time that a home team on the second game of a playoff season has carried the ball for 16 yards or something stupid specific like that. And like these Disney movies are honing in on more and more specific things. Like the new one, I don't even remember the show, but that thing coming out is that like it has Disney's first teenage LGBT romance. And I'm like, at what point are we going to get to like the only thing left is to talk about the first cross-generational?
Well, first off, like, is that as young as you're going to go? Like, okay, teenage. Okay, how young can you go, Disney?
It's the first time Disney talks about 4-year-olds fucking each other.
But like, I want to get back on this Kara thing real quick, but to comment on what Jared's saying, like, because like, you know, I've said so many times before, it always pissed me off in the 90s when all the news was that Ellen was going to come out of the closet on TV. And it's just like Scott Thompson should get to kick Ellen directly in the balls. like he was 10 trillion times braver and 10 years earlier on television, like, for hell's sake. But I don't know if were you going to say something else about Kara?
Yeah. Look at this. So but God must have a sense of humor because I didn't intend to be a catalyst in the children's rights movement. It chose me. In the process, it supplied what I didn't know I was missing. I've heard her talk like that in the X.
It's like every 35-year-old woman who like rescues a haggard-looking pit bull from the animal shelter. I like to think that he rescued me.
Okay.
Well, what she's claiming right here is activism, and activism, as we've said a million different times, people can just kind of start regurgitating the slogans and the ideas of a thing of an activist, but they don't really like have to have any sort of in-depth knowledge of whatever the heck they're talking about.
She is perfectly capable of writing this entire thing without really understanding anything beneath it. And I'm not saying she understood nothing about it, but again, like earlier, the thing about fatherlessness, like, really, you want to go into the details of that argument? But so because we're shitting on Kara, and because we always talk about off ramps, what's the off ramp for Kara? Like, any activism is avoid activism, Kara. Like,
well, this is it. It's like, say we suddenly got 100,000 viewers and we suddenly needed to add some female representation onto our thing. Like, I guarantee you we could get her to flip sides just to come be all or whatever. You know what I mean?
That's not exactly an off ramp. That's a jump.
Be a comedian.
That's an interchange. She already knows about taking interchanges. What's the off ramp? Like, because, like, you know, I don't want to spend. I don't want my life.
Go work on your marriage. Good job.
Work on your marriage. Work on your comedy. Work on performing. Work on creating content.
You've given 5 years to activism. Activism's a thing. Call it good for a bit on the activistic side, and just try to do life.
All right, wait, are you saying what's her off ramp from being insane, or what's her off ramp?
No, because I just don't want to be, because, like, you know, for one thing, Marty's watching. No, but just generally, because, like, there's this thing I've been thinking about this off ramp thing, you know, because, like, it's easy to destroy and it's easy to tear down, it's easy to make fun, but, like, you know, if Kara were listening, like, what's the off ramp? What are the things we, you know, without destroying her universe? I guess we already did. Not that it matters, but, you know, what are we saying? Like, because I mean, I think it's just avoid the activism. Stop.
Yeah, do your
homework.
Do non-activistic comedy. Yeah. Like, go. You've got a big enough platform. Enough people perceive you as a comic. Like, just like do the comedy stuff. It'd be cool.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't. That's right. Be nice. We're trying to be nice. No.
Are we not?
But the off ramp. So when I usually think of off ramps,
nice.
When I think of off ramps, it's especially
it's hard.
Like, so if John Larson started being like this the past 4 or 5 years, and he suddenly wants to stop it, but if he has to stop it, if you're going to make him eat a bunch of crow for it, you know, it's kind of, when I talk about off ramps, you have these Mormons, LDS people who are talking about getting better about gays and that sort of thing, and you don't give an off ramp because you try to point to them and say, but your old stuff said this, and you used to be this way, and used to be this way, and so you shouldn't be that way. And so you're just telling them that they should double down back into that thing. Yeah. Like, no, you got to let. I remember, like, Stephen Colbert, whenever he was like bitching about Trump, like, he'd make fun of Trump for not succeeding on his wall. He's like, why are you making fun of him for, like, you should be like, okay, you know, if you go and poke the bear and make fun of him for it, he's going to double down on going back to that thing. So it's like, I think off ramps are when they've already kind of like shown some sort of level that they kind of want to get off this freeway. And you can't just like smack them in the ass and say, no, you can't get on that freeway. You were on the freeway. You got to say, okay, yes, come off the freeway. You're
Yeah.
So
allowed off the
I'd
freeway.
say
you
that
know?
the best definition of like off ramps that I've seen rejected wholeheartedly is in a lot of these sort of troll Facebook groups I'm a part of, where they start out making fun of something specific, like maybe the thing they're making fun of is specifically like entitled single mothers or something like that, and which is a funny thing to make fun of. But then there's always the people who get into the group and don't understand what was the original intent, and they just start making fun of all single mothers no matter what. Like a single mother posts a thing about how like oh, I'm working overtime for my kid to get him a Christmas present because I'm a single mother. Is there anybody that could get me, a good deal on this toy that I want? And they're like, stupid single mom. Like, no, dude, come on. Like, and it's always
an off ramp is like when they're starting to show some repentance for their position.
So
you don't smack them in the ass for it.
And it's what I'm saying about that is that like single motherhood is not general. It's not a position you need to have like repentance for. Most
I don't even mean like that. Like that. I mean,
right?
that's
so like I'm talking about
because they have a regret or some sort of situation for their position, and
sure,
but they start talking about it or they're thinking about it. But there's just a level of not rubbing their faces in it when they're realizing that reality is different than they thought it was going to be.
Oh yeah, not rubbing their faces in it is a big thing, because I think about like porn stars. Like they'll talk about a porn star, and then you see somebody like Riley Reid, who is like, I don't like what the porn industry has done, and I'm trying to now be a married woman and have kids. I kind of just want to be a normal woman, and I get that that's difficult, but like, yeah, you're right. There does have to be an off ramp for that type of person.
But they have to show that they want off the freeway. They have to show that they want off the freeway.
Honestly, I haven't looked enough into Riley Reid to know that, but like, that's sort of a thing that a lot of these types of groups seem to not offer, is there's no redemption at all for Riley Reid. And that's the biggest criticism I have of the woke. And the biggest criticism I have of the far right is that they are a religion with no redemption, with no savior. And that's the most beautiful part about religion, is redemption.
So 1, 2, 3, Manil says, I wish she were less certain as a Mormon and less certain as an ex-Mormon. She can keep believing what she believes. None of us are right. Less certainty could be the off-ramp. Yeah, if anybody starts, if any one of these guys start saying, because I pointed out right here that like this stuff I think will be embarrassing some year down the road if we don't screw up society so much we even have a chance to look back at it. But if they ever get to a point of saying like, oh geez, that stuff, I went too far with that stuff, I 100% will be ready to say, cool, you're coming back. You know what I mean? I like immediately. But you see people all the time, especially in Twitter world, who want to rub it in people's faces when they start coming out of something like, no, you don't get to now come out and start saying that, oh gee, now I see it a different way. You saw it the other way. You must stay in your old position way, because
sure. It's because I worry about like just being shitty, because like in my fantasy I always imagine that we can bring people around, but I don't know, maybe not. I keep hoping, but it never works.
I think like if you could get somebody to actually have a one-on-one private conversation with you, it'd be a lot easier than it would.
But you can't. But that's part of what we talk about with these types of theories, is they have written into them, and this is definitely passed down to the lay person inside of it, the ground level activist, that you can't even entertain talking with or platforming or being around the person who thinks differently than you, because that's evil in and of itself. That's half the issue with all this stuff, is that they cut it all off. And then at some point it usually gets to like how James Lindsay got on his Twitter. He just barely got back on this week, so that should be a fun ride along with a bunch of other people. But he got wild and nutty like that because he just realized it's not even worth trying to do anything with this. They're not having good faith conversations with me. But we also get to this level, like it always becomes like your trolls or whatever, because nothing breaks through unless you kind of
Yeah.
start cracking or saying
No,
something to them.
For a long time on Facebook, I tried for 10 years. I tried.
Oh yeah,
And like
that's
in the last year, I'm a troll now. I mean, I'm using my real name, so I don't know how much of a troll you can be on real name, but like in the sense that like, you know, I mean,
thought Flip,
if
like
you want to
you've-
have a serious conversation, I'm still game, but like I'm done pretending. I'm descending to their level, and I really should just
Flip
get
was
off.
like a top commenter on NPR for a while, and he even had like the star for it or something. But every
Yeah.
single one of his comments were a zinger on the things. But I've thought for a while that one time we should do like just a rapid succession view of all the NPR screenshots you've taken over the year. Just like line up the NPR ones to go along with Peter Boghossian's all things.
Yeah, no. If we did like a 90-second cut of us just running through those and sent that to Peter, I bet you that he would appreciate that.
Yeah, if it's 90 seconds. But the problem is you've been sending me NPR screenshots for maybe 7 years or something like that. Like
yes, it's true. Like 3 a day for each 7 years, probably.
Yeah.
But like that thing is like it's amazing because it just won't stop. They won't
Yep.
stop, and it keeps getting worse.
So this is in the
Oh,
very
God.
last episode of All Things Reconsidered with Peter Boghossian, they talk about like it's ideological capture. They're not going to do it. Like I dead honestly think he thinks that NPR cannot be saved unless you completely fired and removed all those people because they're not going to change.
Yeah.
But whatever. So we look at the last little bit because I think it was just mostly the preamble stuff. They get into the gender stuff, which you could just imagine. But at the same time, you could say there was problems with gender in the Mormon Church for sure.
Easy.
You could have done all of it from a liberal, whatever.
Although this is the thing, though, that drives me nuts about all of this talk. There's this presentistic dimension because I mean, there's always the presentism when you're dealing with time anyway, but when you're talking about history and women's roles in society, and you're talking about a time before birth control, like it's a different fucking argument. Like, we can have a different argument now because of birth control, and there's no getting around that. And part of the reason we can't talk about this is because what I just said runs 1,000 degrees against queer theory and all this other shit. Because like acknowledging biological reality, between men and women is anathema to things like intersectional feminism. It becomes just a minefield for them because it's a dumb religion that's based on stupid faith-based assumptions. Go figure.
So I think they're almost done with the preambles here. Here's kind of one of the funny things though, is that like I guarantee if you guys hadn't gone all ideological, you wouldn't need 20-minute preambles.
That's true.
So why is a man doing this? Why is this here?
Because he has thoughts and thinks things.
Yeah,
like
why
a
does
thinker
it
of
matter?
thoughts. Yeah.
Why
on
does
this
it matter?
podcast with me? First of all, just a reminder: I am not part of the Open Stories Foundation. That if
I
you
just
want to
get paid
punish
by them.
them by not donating to me, you're not going to punish them. John has allowed me to come on as a guest.
He pays you $1,000 each time you come on.
Did that deal change?
12 times a year. So I get 12 bully pulpits that I can choose from.
You get $12,000 a year.
You get $12,000 and 12 bully pulpits. Sounds like a good deal, but did something change, John? Seriously, because
he's trying to throw John Dehlin out of the bus now.
Yeah,
It's
'cause,
like, how come a straight white man is doing this? Well, because the Open Stories Foundation is fucking bigoted, and I'm
what
reaping
he's
the
saying right now,
benefits.
like if he wasn't taking money for this, but my understanding, John, according to you said that you were taking $1,000 an appearance. So did something change? Genuine question. That's not a gotcha. I'm asking.
Here and to talk about things that matter to me, and this topic matters to me. It's extremely important, not just because there are women in my life who I care about exceedingly.
I don't have those.
But because
why does that? Anytime he does that, like, why does it require tears? Like, at some point, it just starts getting performative to me.
I mean, like, could you count on even one hand all the women in your life you ever cared about? Come on.
Oh no, I hate all of the women in my life.
Discrimination and gender inequality affect all of us, every single one of us. I was deprived of in my experience in the church.
Diabetes
of having
affects everyone, but it mostly affects Scott.
So I always picture John Larson like that scene in the first Avengers movie where Captain America goes, "Listen, Bruce, it would be great for you to get angry about now." And he goes, "That's my secret. I'm always angry." Where you're saying like the tears seem almost performative at this point. I think like he's just always got some tears in the chamber.
Yeah.
Like he seems just mentally unwell enough that he's always like, I could cry at any fucking second, and it's not an act.
Female leaders that I could model off of. They weren't there. They weren't allowed to be there. And that I'm less of
You
a human
poor
being for
thing.
that.
Well, I just because like I mean, okay, so I get that there is like this clear distinction about men and the priesthood and bishops and stuff, but this idea that like women weren't leaders, like, I think about my life and my Mormon upbringing. My aunt was like probably the most influential Mormon presence in my life. You know, like, and she was a woman. How'd she do that? How did she do that, John Larson? And like, because I had uncles and stuff that were like bishops and shit.
Here's
like,
the flip side of all of it is like
burned into my mind that did more to form my religious views was my aunt.
I'll even give them an opportunity. Like, I promise you, I would be satisfied if the voice that you guys brought on and put on would be Marty. Like 100%. Like, you can bring on a woman and have somebody who I would be satisfied with you getting a more rounded view. And somebody who's even nice about it. You have her. She's always been right there.
And I was thinking about this a lot today because of a coworker of mine, and about like this thing about trade-offs and being nice. Because like, I'm not nice. And like, I kind of joke with her, but it's not a joke. Because, you know, because she's always inviting me to do stuff. And I'm always like, yeah, I'm not very fun. I'm just not fun. You know, she's like, oh, come on. I'm like, no, I mean, I wish I'd like to be fun. Like, you know, I'd like to be nice, you know, but I'm not nice. Like, and like, for me to aspire to be nice is just like somebody to aspire to be tall. Like, no, it's something that's built into you in a way, you know? And that's the thing. It's like, you know, would you rather be like tall, or would you rather have lots of friends, you know? And not, yeah, I don't know. Cause like everybody can work on being nicer, but like there's that innate level that like it's baked in.
This goes back to Jared and his wife's podcast this week about being general and honest, because the thing is, I've seen you Flip be the most gregarious, the guy who rounds everybody up and has tons of friends, and it all got huge. And then most of them you lost through that extreme kind of polarized area. And that era, it just happened because you're overly honest, like, and not in the way that's like the not in the way that's
not the brutal honesty,
not the brutal way, just in the sense of so many times it comes up in general conversation. Somebody says, "Do you see this thing on the news?" And you say, in those moments, nowhere near as feisty as you get in those podcasts, it's like, no, it actually didn't happen that way. It went this way. And that was enough to lose friends over the past like 5 years.
It's funny because we actually, so my wife and I had this disagreement at one point because somebody asked us the question. It was supposed to be just this fun question. It was years ago before we had any kids. They were like, would you rather your kid be nice or smart? And we both immediately answered it in opposite ways. And like, she said nice and I said smart. And we looked at each other like, what the fuck? And she was like, why would you rather a kid be smart than nice? I was like, because I was nice and it fucked me over all the time being explicitly nice to people. Anyway, the point is, like, we eventually, like, after we talked it out, we realized we want our kid to be the same thing, but we're just saying different words.
I'll never forget. We won't say her name. We won't. I mean, God rest her soul. But remember, one of the Breckers,
one of my old roommates
was talking about it. Yeah, one of your old roommates was brought up AA, and I said something about AA, and I said something about like, well, like, I think it's weird that like they're ordered by judges because that's a separation of church and state. And you're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, it's all about God. She's like, no, it has nothing to do with God whatsoever. I'm like, well, no, God's pretty central to the whole thing. She's like, no, it's got nothing to do with God. So like, I just pulled out my phone. The 12 steps, and I like read 3 of them, and Chris just goes, "Oh, it's all about God," and she was so angry, she was so mad, and like,
like one of the steps is like giving up your soul to a higher power or something like that. It says right in
kind of like it's immediately about God. It's God. It's like, okay, and yeah, that's the kind of thing that That was a specific thing, but that wasn't even necessarily the modern politics. She was a special case.
Discrimination impacts all of us on all fronts. And there are those that say that
all of us,
that what I should
Does it
do
impact
is
Donald Trump? Does discrimination
down,
impact Donald Trump?
be quiet, and just let the women talk. I actually did that for 5 years, and
No, you didn't.
So that's the point I was talking about. It's like, no, you did not leave to do that. Like you're reinventing that.
Yeah,
2014 to about 2019.
Unless he's just saying by virtue of not being there, he's letting that happen. But no, he did not pass on his podcast to some women. Or...
like if Colin Kaepernick is like, actually, I just left to give chances to other people who deserve it.
I didn't.
Every single athlete that retires over the next several years should just say, "I'm trying to give some space for women to
just leave the space for women."
Podcast. But you know what? Nobody ever sent me a thank you card for my contributions to feminism during the 5 years I wasn't saying anything.
You didn't leave for that reason, you dick. Like
Yeah,
now you got now you're putting me on the feminist side. Thanks. Like good job. Like
so I think that I have an audience who listens to me. Some of them like me, and some of them might not ever engage with some of the fantastic female podcasters and those who are offering different points of view than mine. So
yeah, this is so.
Are there any bad female podcasters? Are there any?
This is so simpy. So simpy.
The only thing I can do is add my voice to the chorus of many. Look for opportunities to help promote the voices of those who are not given a chance, and then lend my audience to the things that I believe in, and I believe strongly.
So your audience,
so, yes,
your audience is so sexist that they wouldn't listen to a woman. And that's why you have to keep talking. The whole reason that, yeah, I know that maybe you should pass the mic, but you fucking bigots wouldn't listen to the people that I pass the mic to, and that's why I can't pass the mic.
That is true. He's excoriating his own audience.
I am another white man who came out of the church, but hopefully I can use that privilege that grants me, that allowed me to do all of this to help further the cause.
Oh my God! It's all he's just bearing his testimony. It's all this like, oh, I have to. I'm such a piece of shit, and I don't deserve anything.
It's as much
to be here.
John Larson, that's as much cut and paste as I like to bear my testimony. I know the church is true. I love my mom and dad. Name of Jesus Christ, amen. That exact preamble has been said by every dipshit white guy apologizing for being themselves over the past 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah. By the way,
yeah, and after spending enough time in the space, I've also noticed that things that have that seem like more like emotional pulls that go towards more social justice ideals, Mormons generally are in such a conservative religion led by so many straight white men that they kind of don't want to be in a space where they're
identitarianism.
But like, she thinks that Mormon is a conservative Protestant Christian religion. Just look up Uganda, Kara. Look up Uganda Christianity. Just go spend 1 week on Wikipedia going down that rabbit hole. For hell's
generalization,
sake,
but
white men.
I have noticed that they want to have nut punches at Joseph Smith, but they don't want to look at more systemic problems as a whole.
Systemic systems, the systemic systematization. Systemic systems.
But people
has a lot of that.
Systems are comprised of people. My God.
That sexism is still going to be ingrained in there. So I think it's important that there are a myriad of different voices and different people that people can relate to, and then bring on other panelists that can just add and snowball onto their ideas. Is that kind of what you were going for today, John? Hopefully.
Well, yeah, but the panel was picked by me because I have listened to and.
And you picked Sam Shelley? Like you listened to a bunch of.
You had a pool of 4 and you selected 3. What a shock!
I picked this panel, folks. I picked it.
I'll tell you what, Sam's life coaching is like no other.
Been impressed with every panelist. There's a lot of different people that come on, but
they were all very female when they talked, and that's what impresses me.
They all identify as women, and they all are obviously women, so that's okay.
These are people who I value their opinion, and I want to hear what they have to say.
Great. It's a great lineup.
Yeah, and there's one other disclaimer before we get going. since 2014, basically, the church has been in free fall and is constantly changing policy. And having discussions on church policy has always been a difficult game because the church only writes down part of its policy. Other parts it writes down, but it doesn't allow for distribution to other than church authorities. It has secret memos, and it has cultural norms, and it has unwritten rules. There's a great talk from Boyd K. Packer from, I think, back in the 90s called The Unwritten Order of Things, which really is a fantastic discourse for understanding how the church actually works. So I'm giving the disclaimer that we're going to be talking about church policy tonight, and it changes so quickly that we are likely to get something wrong. So we do invite correction on any kind of church policy that we'll talk about. And I'm sure we're going to talk about things that have happened in the past that still influence today. What I asked the panel is that we talk about things that are concrete and real not real is the wrong word, that are concrete, definitive institutional example where discrimination is in church policy today.
Big system
Real
thinking
is
on
the wrong word. Might be real is the wrong word. Might be the best description of any woke.
Big system thinking. Kara says she's always got to turn it to her Foucault words that she doesn't know or Foucault. I bet. And I don't know. I think he's done with the preambles there. I don't remember there's very much. Of course, he immediately went into like the gender stuff, which, of course, they lace all of their typical gender ideology into that. But I think that might be about.
Geez, I just went through another 24 hours of blank white screen.
24 hours?
Because when I podcast, I turn on the blank white screen. It's 24 hours on YouTube. And I finished it twice now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think that's. I don't know. You want to keep going with this, or you want to call it?
I do have to get up and watch soccer in the morning.
That is a difficult task.
It's true.
The church. All right.
I think
Sounds
they're
perfect.
That's a lot. All right. Well, let's get going. So we want to talk about.
They're just off to the races and that stuff. Well, all right. Well, I think we learned a lot. We learned a lot about White Guy Bad and nobody else.
Yeah, we've grown.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna watch USA versus England tomorrow?
You know it that I'm not.
Yeah,
if it's on at the gym, I saw some of your Brazil team today.
No, it's on at noon tomorrow, so you don't want to watch it. It's in the middle of the day.
If I were going to cheer for a team in the World Cup, it would be Brazil before it was USA.
Did you watch them this morning? It was a great game.
I saw it. I saw.
Oh no, I don't. I don't watch any of them.
I was on.
I'm not even into. I'm not even into American sports. So
the World Cup is special. It's so.
I was on the Stairmaster, but yeah, right when both the scores happened, it was they were pretty cool. Well, was there another score?
About any of the crazy upsets?
No. Ooh.
Saudi Arabia beat Argentina. That's gone into like top 3 all-time World Cup upsets ever. That was a wild result. And then Japan beat Germany. That's a pretty wild result. Then there's been a couple other impressive results, but those are the wild results.
Wow.
But yeah, so Argentina loses, Brazil wins. All is right in the world.
Argentina, well, why? Because they were like a top runner or something?
Well, no, they were pre-tournament favorites. Well, also, yeah, they were pre-tournament favorites, but I mean, just as a Brazil thing, it's just the rivalry. But Saudi Arabia, like, not good. They don't have a good record at the World Cup, and like to get a draw would have been news. That would have been noteworthy. But they actually beat them. It's like I said. There's only a couple other games that are considered greater upsets in the World Cup history. One of them was when the United States beat England in 1950.
When the United States beat them?
Yeah, no, the first World Cup England ever, their first World Cup game, I think it was. They played the United States, and they were expected to just utterly destroy them, and the United States won. That's considered the greatest World Cup upset ever, and it's kind of funny because like it's almost unknown in America. But yeah, and it happened in the city where my mom was born. My mom was a little 4-year-old girl. It happened in the same stadium where the thing that we don't talk about happened. But yeah, it's the greatest. In fact, that's the thing. So it was it was so unexpected, right? Because it was 1-0. Like the Americans defended, and then this Haitian guy who was like a part-time door-to-door brush salesman or something scored a header. It was totally unexpected. The game ended 1-0, and English newspapers, believing it to be an error with the telegram, published the score as England 10, USA 0 or something like that, just thinking that like, oh, they must have gotten the numbers wrong. And like, no, it's actually England 0, USA 1, and it blew everybody's minds. But yeah, no, Saudi Arabia beat Argentina, and that was awesome, especially for Brazilian souls like mine. I'm a little sad about the Germany thing, but I always like seeing Japan do well. Mexico plays. Oh, Mexico! When does Mexico play Argentina? That's going to be the big one. But nobody else likes soccer, just me.
You got Clark Gable in the comments saying that he likes it, I think.
What is that? Oh, so let's see.
In the
So
comments.
Saturday, Argentina plays Mexico, but I'll be at work. That's gay.
Here's this. Ah, man, we made it through the whole podcast without saying a cancelable thing, and you said that.
Oh, damn it.
A lot happening with Balenciaga.
I have, well, maybe I shouldn't tell it, but I'll tell it anyway. My cousin, who's the queer theorist who I talked about in the podcast we haven't released yet, but like a real deal queer theorist, and he's gay, and he didn't like, this is back in the 2010s, and he didn't like people referring to things as gay, and it was before it even got worldwide notice that you weren't supposed to use that term. He'd always kind of talk about it. Like, I don't like that people say stuff is gay. Well, me and Doodles, James, who's been on this podcast, we'd always call each other gay, just like texting each other back and forth. And one time I mistexted my cousin and just said, "You are gay," to him. And he is gay. And then he doesn't like that sort of stuff. And he texts back, "Yes, I am." And I just text back, "Good talk."
One of my favoriteest ever examples was like South Park from 20 years ago, the NAMBLA episode, the speech at the end when Stan's like, "Look, man, we're into like tolerance and all, or like we're into like love and tolerance and diversity and all that gay stuff." He's talking to NAMBLA. It's funny again. 20 years ago,
NAMBLA stuff. Good circle back.
Queer theory
I was trying to pull this up when you were off the computer for a bit, but here's the.
There's
oh my
a lot
God! I
happening
only
with
saw some of
Balenciaga
these.
right now, and it literally just keeps getting worse. So if you're unaware, Balenciaga, the big brand, released an ad featuring children holding teddy bears that were dressed in bondage. Now, for good reason, this sparked outrage because it's completely inappropriate. But what this did was it opened up the Pandora's box of how completely grotesque this company is. When you dig deep into their other product advertisements, there are subtle hints of pedophilia and child exploitation in almost all of them. If you think this is just a picture of a Balenciaga bag, you're wrong, because down here, there's a reference to a court case that was ruled in favor of virtual child you-know-what. Oh, but that just might be a coincidence. Now, while you may want to believe that's true, do you know how many eyes are on product placement for a brand like Balenciaga? Not to mention, there's more. This picture here might just be somebody sitting at their desk in New York City, right? Wrong. What are these books here? Who is Michael Borman, and why is his book featured in a Balenciaga ad? It must be a good book. Wrong. It's a book that depicts child exploitation. There are horrific depictions of nude children in this book that Google can't even show them. Now, I know this is a lot to take in, but we're still not done. This photo here, he's got a nice outfit on, good-looking model. But who is this here? John Philip Fisher. Couldn't be the same man that was accused of molesting his granddaughter at 4 years old. Now, I know I'm going to get called a conspiracy theorist for this because we already are. Multiple news outlets are saying that this Balenciaga issue is a wild conspiracy theory. But if it was a conspiracy theory, why would Balenciaga apologize for it? They literally issued a statement apologizing for their photo shoots. So clearly this is not a conspiracy theory since Balenciaga admitted fault. But you see, an apology, it isn't enough. We know how many eyes are on product placement. We need to know why this was allowed. And don't confuse this for cancel culture. This is children that we're talking about.
That's one of those, gays against groomers. Like, that's all this stuff of like, oh, you don't like gay people or whatever. Like, there's all sorts of gay people. Like the Billboard Chris, Josh Slocum, Disaffected podcast. There's all sorts of gay people who are 100% on the side of you guys chilling that stuff out.
Yeah, well, Gays Against
Yeah.
Groomer is the best example of why the slippery slope is a fallacy, because I stand by the idea that the slippery slope is a fallacy, not because not because I don't think that slippery slopes exist. That's why all the lefties try to pretend it's a fallacy. The reason it's a fallacy is because they try to tell you that, well, A could lead to B, and therefore A is wrong. And I don't think that's the case. A being like legalization of gay marriage, and B being this shit that we're dealing with right now. Maybe A leads to B because you're pushing the envelope is what is acceptable in society. But if something ought to be acceptable in society, you ought to push for it. And then you ought to fight against the things that should not be acceptable in society.
I remember there's that quote, or I guess it had to do with like statues tipping over by John Oliver, but he screamed at Donald Trump. Donald Trump say, "What's the line? Where's the next one? Where's the line? Where do you draw the line?" And John Oliver screamed, "The line is somewhere. It's somewhere. That's where it is. It's somewhere. There will be a line." But
less than a year later.
I do not like that Ted Cruz man. I do not like him eating ham.
Yeah. So I watched this thing on Qatar, the Qatar World Cup, and like that was pretty easy. Like I didn't have too much to disagree with. In fact, the most fun I had was that I read the Arabic subtitles on the clips they played, and I impressed myself with how much I understood, which wasn't all that much, but still I impressed myself.
Nice.
When we started the show, we got a little bit of news earlier that the attorneys for the shooter are now saying that the shooter is non-binary, and the shooter would like to use the pronouns they, them, and this is for the court in all court papers.
KSL is obliging. Did you guys see that?
Yeah,
I did.
Anderson Aldrich's attorneys are saying. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think that's complete ludicrous. I believe they're just saying that because they want to have the easy way out on this.
What?
That's really, really
that's
offending, especially being a transgender woman myself, that a male,
no way.
Which it was obvious with the mugshot, that's a man. That's not a
so are you, honey.
Because in no way, shape, or form could they appear as a woman the next day. It's really offensive to even hear that they're
as a
playing that role.
hypersexual woman. I know a man when I see a man.
And if they're non-binary, why would you go after the club where you feel safe at? Why would you do that to a community where you are welcomed in if you are non-binary?
I don't know.
Excellent.
Why do you think mentally ill people do mentally ill things? Are you saying that the guy who was raised by a porn star, meth addict, absentee father, and a meth addict mother, are you saying that, like, how come you didn't turn out well?
This is this game that religionist moralizer types always play, and it always backfires because they always want to like point at like, aha, that there was sexual impropriety, what I can't say it, inappropriate sexual activity and hypocrisy in your organization. That proves that you're the bad guys, and there's all this kind of thing where it's like, the shooter was one of these, But it's like, God damn it, I've read enough about mass shooters to know that, like, no, guys, if you're trying to find a pattern, you're looking in the wrong place. Like I've joked, it's a joke, but it's true from what I found in my own personal survey. The thing to look out for is, I hate the world and I am God. When people say those two things, that's a watch out for that combination. And then, like, if they have weapons and are making other statements, that's really adding up. But
plus, look for
I
trends.
hate the world and I am God.
Look for trends, at least, because the entire fucking ex-Mormon community was trying to blame this shooter on the Mormon church because him and his parents were on the Mormon records as Mormons. And the thing is, like, look at the trends. When I say that, because I will try to defend against this, I'll be like, look, we don't know a whole lot about this.
Yeah.
Let's wait a minute. I don't know how you could say that the Mormon Church inspired this and be like, well, Jeffrey R. Holland literally called for musket fire.
Such
like
a stretch.
Like, okay, but look at all of the other people.
Yeah.
Like, how many people grew up Mormon and didn't shoot up gay nightclubs?
You
In
have
fact,
an active
look at-
Mormon gay nightclub shooter without any
Yeah.
history of mental illness and
Look at
a
how
history
many
of making
people-
threats and all this other shit.
Yeah, look at how many people who grew up Mormon and did end up shooting up gay nightclubs. Because this is the only one we have.
Yeah.
This is
I told you guys about
out of
the amok
millions
thing,
of
right?
people.
I've told you about that amok, running amok, where that word comes from.
No, what is it?
This is one of those things where, like, I just discovered in my own nerdy wandering around on the Wikipedia, and it's fun because like I can bring it up in so many times. Because, like, for example, when I was arguing with the communists, and they say like, "Oh, mass shooters are a consequence of capitalism," that term, "oh, running amok," make sure I got it right here, but it's an old word from Malaysian Indonesian language, and it goes back many centuries, and it was a word that they used to describe when someone in the village would go insane and go on a murder spree. Here we go. The word derives from the Malay word amuk, traditionally meaning an episode of sudden mass assault against people or objects, usually by a single individual, followed by a period of brooding, which has traditionally been regarded as occurring especially in Malaysian culture, but is now increasingly viewed as a psychopathological behavior. So, like,
Yeah.
this thing has been, like, so, like, you can't blame it on Western colonialism. You can't blame it on white supremacy. You can't blame it on, like, for fuck's sake. Like, our word running amok comes from an old Malay word for when somebody would go nuts and attack everybody. Jesus, what are you watching? What is this?
It's just you want the volume on it?
This turkey tastes half as good as it looks. I think we're all in for a very big treat.
That's the song Kevin hears when he goes to the temple. Remember that? I can't play that much of the song.
Oh, that's right.
I wish I could do stuff like that. Like,
Man,
make gifts like that. That would be so fun.
this makes me think one of my favorite things to listen to from time to time, but on the internet, on the YouTube, you can get the Saturday Night Fever, Staying Alive, just isolated drum and bass. It's just unbelievable how much groove there is in that simple song just between the drum and the bass. Like, it's fun to listen to just that. It's kind of incredible.
Look at this. James Woods is back on Twitter.
Oh,
and so, but I guess everybody's back
except for Alex Jones. He's the
This
only
is a
one.
terrible-
Oh no, Alex. Mark Dice was pretty pissed about that.
Look at
I don't
this.
know. Oh my god.
It's eating.
Oh my god, that's the most fucked up thing I've
Oh my
seen.
god, what is this
Holy
from?
shit.
Yeah,
Asia.
this feels dirty.
Yeah, this really does seem just holy fuck. That's a trip.
Always
And I'm
make
I'm
them-
gonna think about that every time I eat a crab.
I know, holy fuck, I feel really sad now.
Like, I was at
Oh,
this
man.
Chinese market the other day because, like, I have never done the thing where I buy live seafood, go home and cook it. I've never done it, and I was thinking about it. It's like, god damn it, I'm a grown up, and I have my own money and my own keys and credit cards, to quote Walter Koenig from that show. And I thought about it, but, like, yeah, I don't know. It still seems like something, but man, that's a
That
trip.
just seems kind of so I don't know. I'm starting to get to the point where I think maybe if you can't kill it, you can't eat it. Like, maybe that should be. And I'm not a hunter. That's the problem. Like,
Oh, yeah.
maybe because I don't think it's wrong to eat meat, but I do think you should be reverent toward it. I like the idea
Yeah.
of the guy who prays over the meat that he kills. Like,
Yeah.
I don't love the idea of trophy hunting. I would like to become a hunter who is very reverent toward his kills and like
the story people don't tell about trophy hunting is the amount of fucking money trophy.
Oh yeah. No, I don't think it's
How-
as disgusting as all those people say it is. I understand
Yeah.
that it's a really big thing for those economies or whatever. Like, but there is a part of me that feels kind of gross in not showing
Mitt Romney.
Amount of reverence toward it. And that crab actually fucked me up.
That is a goddamn trip.
There's another one of a lobster that it dives itself into a boiling pot of water. Like,
Also,
it can't see that it's boiling, and that one trips me out too.
Maybe do crabs just see corn and they're like, oh fuck yeah? Or was that like a corn-fed farmed crab? Because there are blue crab farms. I know crabs are farmed, and you can feed them corn, I guess. But he's like, oh, corn, sweet. Because it just seems odd. Like, how often does a crab encounter fucking corn on the cob? That looked like good stuff, though. I would eat that crab.
Inspired by our children, Craig and Mary treated refugees from Afghanistan, Syria, and Congo to their first Thanksgiving dinner.
You need
How thankful we are for America and our wonderful children. That's Mitt Romney.
Mitt Romney. Romney net worth.
Can't you just go be happy with your money, Mitt? Like, just disappear. Go be happy with your money. Like, can't you just do that?
Romney net worth. They said the first thing I found. Oh, this is bullshit.
Sam Harris chose his mental health and deleted his entire Twitter account of 1.5
$85
million
million. So, but he needed that for inspiration because he was just sitting around with $85 million, going, I don't know what to do about refugees. And then his son and daughter was like, Dad, you could give them dinner.
I bet he's worth more than 85 million, man.
Yeah, that seems low, but I don't know. I just clicked the first thing. SL Trib. This is SL Trib.
Yeah. Anyway.
Huh.
Anything else to do?
Go USA.
Kelby the clown.
Wait, I don't know what did I say.
He knows who I am, bitch. Out of here. He knows who the fuck I am. I'm
You
getting
said
money
what?
every day. I said
You
Ben
said-
Franklin knows who the fuck I am, bitch.
Who you calling a
Ben
bitch,
Franklin.
though?
I'm calling you a bitch.
What the what?
What the fuck? Who are these people?
I don't know.
I don't know, but he just proved that he wasn't a bitch.
Is that Adam Friended? Who's Adam 22?
I don't know.
Is this
It shows
just,
me
I don't know that. I don't know how tweets work.
Scribelight liked it, and so that's
Oh.
who I follow. And if somebody I
see.
follow likes something,
I have
Scribelight's
never
the
had
guy.
Twitter.
Scribelight's the guy who does the bingo cards for TEDx talks. So,
Huh. Yeah, I know Scribelight. He's awesome. I just don't know who those people are and what they were fighting about.
did
but
you
whatever.
hear about this? Kanye West is hanging out with Nick Fuentes.
That sounds about right at this point.
Who's Nick Fuentes? He's
Nick Fuentes is an actual what
Alt-right.
you would
yeah,
actually
he's the
call an
actual alt-right
alt-righter.
guy. That's right. Trying to put that together. But he's young. He's only 24.
Yeah, and he's the alt-right superpower that's got everybody bending on their knees. Like, oh my
He's an
gosh.
American nationalist, a Christian conservative, and a paleo conservative.
It's great if it has paleo in front of the name.
I know, it's so weird. Alrighty. We got to call it somewhere.
We calling it good?
Yeah, I think 4.5 hours will do us.
All right, fun live stream.
And we
Now
get it live. You don't have to edit it.
We did it live.
huh,
I
'cause
don't
it's
have
live.
to edit anything, but yeah.
Yay!
So
Nobody say anything stupid. Okay.
Well, we did a little bit, but that's all right. No, we didn't. That was not bad. All right.
See ya.
Have a happy Thanksgiving, y'all.
Oh, happy year anniversary.
Who's that?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
it's
Oh yeah, we did
October
1 year.
right?
That would have been the last podcast, except that we can't put that one out yet. We'll put it out
Yeah.
soon.
Timing.
So-
Timing. We don't want to lose our sponsors. All right.
All right. Later.
All right, see ya.